Marvel with Zanpakuto, Chapter 201. 3 times. The big capitalist Norman Osborn, who had long concealed his emotions and had a dark face, could not control his expression after hearing this number and revealed a shocked expression. Adding 3 times the original price meant that there were still 100 humans. Norman Osborn's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You are taking this opportunity to extort us. This number has already exceeded our agreement. But you can refuse." The mysterious hooded man leaned back on the sofa in satisfaction. He gently shook his glass and glanced at the angry Osborn. "I didn't force you, Mr. Osborn. The choice is always in your hands, isn't it? *CK, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Norman Osborn gritted his teeth and glared at the mysterious man. "I can't wait that long. I only have 1 month left. If I don't take out something to block the mouths of those greedy officers, they will cancel all the investments and orders. At that time, I will be kicked out by the board of directors. This news is really bad." The mysterious hooded man shook his head and said with a slightly regretful tone, "Unfortunately, I can't do anything about it. 3 months is already the minimum time limit. Who asked you to send too little offerings? You are taking advantage of the situation." Norman Osborn's eyes were full of killing intent. His face and neck were red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He roared in a low voice. "Hee." The mysterious hooded man tipped his toes and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Mr. Osborn, your words are a bit hurtful. It was clearly you who wanted to deliver the goods in advance. I was only helping you think of an idea. How did it turn into taking advantage of the situation? Don't force me." Norman Osborn's expression was cold as he threatened, "If I expose this matter, you guys won't have a good time either." "Whatever." The mysterious hooded figure chuckled and said nonchalantly, "We been street rats since a long time ago. It's nothing more than a little more trouble. But Mr. Osborn, if this matter is exposed, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in prison for the rest of your life." This sentence was like a sharp dagger, poking the weak spot in Norman Osborn's heart, causing his expression to change. His eyes were red as he glared at the mysterious hooded figure. Just as the hooded figure said, they were a group of street rats, so they didn't care about the consequences at all. Even if this matter was exposed, it was nothing more than their infamy. But he, Norman Osborn, was different. He was a capitalist who needed to rely on human society and countries to survive. He had to worry about the bottom line of law and morality. Kidnapping children for human experiments was an unforgivable evil deed no matter in which country or on the level of law and morality. Once he was exposed, he would die without a burial. Those media and board members would rush up like a herd of dogs, tearing at his flesh and blood until they stripped him clean and nailed him to the pillar of shame. "Mr. Osborn, don't be so serious, smile more." The mysterious hooded man leaned against the sofa, holding a glass full of bright red liquid in his hand and shaking it gently. Bang! Norman Osborn slapped away the wine glass in the hooded man's hand and said angrily, "What do you want?" "Tisk, what a waste." The mysterious hooded man stared at the wine on the carpet and shook his head regretfully. "Mr. Osborn, I told you from the beginning. As long as the number of sacrifices increases by 3 times, you will soon be able to get what you want." "How long?" "I need a definite time." Norman Osborn asked in a deep voice. After this incident, he completely did not believe this group of people. 3 days. The mysterious hooded man raised 3 fingers and smiled. "As long as the offerings are in place, you will be able to get what you want in 3 days." As he spoke, the hooded man slowly got up and leaned close to Norman Osborn's ear. He said in a low voice full of temptation, "A new batch of superhumans. They are even several times, more than 10 times better than the former Captain America." "Are you sure?" Norman Osborn's pupils shrank. The words of a superhuman who surpassed the Captain America moved him deeply. Of course. The mysterious hooded man's voice suddenly rose, becoming extremely high. There was a faint hint of fanaticism mixed within. The great ruler of darkness is omnipotent. The people he personally created are not comparable to the defective products of the Captain of the United States. Norman Osborn. Think about it. As long as you have the people of the ruler of darkness, your Osborn group will completely surpass the Stark group and become the emperor who monopolies the entire military of the United States. With the support of your superhumans, the armies of the United States will be invincible. You will become the next Washington, making the United States great again. Your name will be engraved into history, your appearance will be engraved on Mt. Rushmore, and your thoughts will shine on all the Americans. The mysterious hooded man's deep voice was like the beautiful song of the siren, echoing in Norman Osborn's mind, making him unable to help but fantasize. Okay. I promise you. Norman Osborn's eyes were burning hot. His face and neck turned red from the blood rushing to them. The blood vessels hidden under his skin burst out. He said with extreme excitement, 3 times the sacrifice, I will immediately get someone to take it and give it to you. Money, fame, and power seemed to be at his fingertips at this moment. And getting these, he only needed to pay an insignificant price, a mere 100 lives. Max once said, if there is a 50% profit, the capitalist will take the risk. If there is 100% profit, the capitalist will dare to trample all the laws of the world. If there is a profit of 300%, the capitalist will dare to commit any crime and even risk being hanged. It's a deal, Mr. Osborn. The mysterious hooded man's lips curled into a mocking smile. Just as Lord Caecilius had said, stupid humans would only pursue things that Hollow did not have. Just a small magic could make them submit. It's a deal. Norman Osborn's heart was burning, as if all his worries were gone with the wind. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to use those superhumans. Then I will wait for good news from Mr. Osborn. The mysterious hooded man used his right hand with a golden ring to draw a magic pattern in the air of Hollow. Zi-la. The orange-yellow magic moved like an electric current. A magic door appeared out of thin air, and then stepped into it and disappeared. Superhuman. Norman Osborn's eyes flashed with a cruel light. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Osborn, what can I do for you? Find a way to get 120 children. Those who are under 15 years old and do not have any social background, send them to my secret experimental base. I understand, Mr. Osborn. I will do it as soon as possible. I will only give you 3 days. The other side of the line was silent for a while, and then a firm voice came, yes, Mr. Osborn. I will do it in 3 days. Chapter 202. Central City High School. The school bell rang urgently. The course that symbolized a day had finally ended. The boys and girls rushed out of the classroom, walking together, chatting and laughing with each other. Their faces were filled with the aura of youth. And among this group of people, 3 people were very conspicuous. Peter Parker, with a haggard and tired face, with 2 big dark circles around his eyes, was like a panda that had just run out of a zoo. The other was that although he was not yet an adult, his weight had reached 200 pounds, and the school's famous electronic master, Ned. As for the last one, of course, it was one of the school beauties, Michelle. The 3 people walked together, only Peter Parker yawned and looked like he had not rested well. Hey, Peter, are you okay? Ned looked at his friend who looked listless, and his eyes looked a little strange. Although I know you really want to be in love, you should at least pay attention to your health, right? Don't talk nonsense, Ned. Michelle glanced at Ned, turned to Peter, and said worriedly, are you playing games all night? Don't worry, I'm fine, Peter Parker yawned and said with a tired face. Peter, what are you doing at night? Michelle frowned and said with some concern, "You have already hung up 3 classes. If you hang up another one, you will be punished by the parents." "Yes, yes." Ned shrank his neck, as if he had recalled some bad memories. He said with lingering fear, "You don't know how scary James' office is. I was so scared that I almost peed when I went in last time." "Ned." Michelle's beautiful eyes narrowed. She glared at the fatty who was interrupting and said in a bad mood, "Can you stop making trouble? Peter is really in danger now. If he is invited to his parents, he may go home to reflect on himself." "Oh. I know." Ned put his face together and curled his lips in grievance. "Relax, MJ, Ned." Peter Parker helplessly said, "I'm really fine. It's just that I haven't slept well during this period of time. I'll be fine in a few days." "Really?" Michelle obviously did not believe this rhetoric. She narrowed her eyes and stared at Peter, seemingly wanting to find a flaw in his expression. "Ahem, of course." Peter Parker did not dare to look straight into the eyes of the MJ, because he was afraid of being found out that he was in Hollow's heart. "I understand." Michelle thought about it and no longer asked, and said lightly, "If something happens, don't resist it alone. You still have us, Peter." "Yes." Ned warmly came up and hugged Peter by the neck. He laughed and said, "We are your best friends. If you have anything to say, you must tell us." "Well, I know." Peter Parker lowered his head deeply. He did not dare to let them see the sadness in his eyes. There was once a girl who smiled like a flower, who once regarded him as a close friend. But then the girl was gone. What was left for him was to inherit the will and inheritance of the hero. This matter left a deep mark in Peter's heart, making him unable to let it go for a long time. He decided to carry the mission of the hero alone and could not involve the people around him. "I still have something to do. I'll go first." Peter Parker took a deep breath, and then squeezed out a smile on his face. He waved to Ned and Michelle, and went away alone in the sunset. "I don't know why." Ned and Michelle saw Peter's back as he left, and suddenly felt a sense of desolation and loneliness. Ever since Gwen disappeared, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Michelle stared blankly at Peter's back. For some reason, she felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. It was as if her toy had been snatched away by someone else. Ned suddenly stopped smiling and turned serious. "He must have something to hide from us. He doesn't want us to know." "How can you be sure?" Michelle looked at the fat man in surprise. Ned raised his chest and said proudly, "We are close friends. Peter's thoughts can't hide from me." Michelle said helplessly, "Even if there is, what can we do? We can't force him to say it, can we?" He. Ned suddenly smiled mysteriously, patted his chest and said, "MJ, have you forgotten my nickname?" "Master Yoda." Michelle raised her eyebrows. "It's a computer expert." Ned retorted loudly, "Besides, what part of me looks like Yoda? I'm obviously Darth Vader." "You." Michelle sized him up and shook her head. "You don't even look like Yoda. You look more like Jabba." "MJ. Huh. Did anyone say that you look like a witch doctor?" "What is a witch doctor?" "It's nothing, a very strong hero." Michelle naturally did not believe it. She memorized this name and prepared to go back and check it out. "So, computer expert, what exactly do you want to say?" Ned smiled and said, "We can secretly monitor Peter and see what he's doing at night." Michelle hesitated for a moment. "This is not too good, right? Don't you want to know what Peter is doing every day?" Ned tempted in a low voice. "I'll listen to you." Michelle hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "All right, I agree, but this is for Peter, not for peeping." That's right, this is not peeping." Ned said righteously, patting his chest righteously. It was night. The moon was bright, and the dark clouds were thin. Peter Parker greeted Aunt May in advance, and then locked the door. He put on the spider combat suit and crept out of the window. He shot a spider silk from the instrument in his hand bowl and borrowed the force to swing his body. Spider-Man, go on stage. The red spider figure was active in New York City again. This was the reason why Peter Parker was tired. Every night, he would wander around the streets of the city, attacking criminals according to the police radio stations and eyesight. Sue sue sue. Peter used the spider silk to throw his body high up, and then spread his arms in the air. He glided like a free bird, and at the moment when he was about to land, another spider silk flung him away. The cycle continued, and Peter wandered among the tall buildings, soon finding his target. It was a huge truck driving on the road. Although it looked ordinary, Peter could hear the faint sound of children crying in the truck. Is this human trafficking? Peter Parker's pupils shrank slightly under his mask. He did not expect to be met with an adult scum this time. Now that I have seen it, your business is doomed to go down the drain. Peter thought in his heart, planning to follow the truck first, find their base, and then catch this group of scum. Chapter 203. The huge truck gradually moved away from the city and headed towards the remote suburbs. The truck drove along the steep mountain road for more than an hour. After passing through a dense forest, it finally stopped in front of a ruined villa. Two strong black men got off the truck and came to the back to open the tightly locked carriage. The children in the carriage were like cheap goods that were piled up in layers and filled the entire cargo box. There was no space left. All the children were squeezed to the point of crying. There were even a few children who were forced to bend their limbs and stuff them in because they were too big. Such a tragic and inhuman scene shocked Peter. Bastard! Bastard! Peter's back felt cold. He could not imagine what kind of pain those poor children were suffering. Just by watching from the side, he felt as if a raging fire was burning in his chest. His reason and morality were almost out of control under the flames of anger. Another group of people came out of the villa. Each of them was equipped with a unified weapon. They exuded a strong aura of a veteran. Even though they were more than 100 meters away, Peter's spider senses were buzzing. Intuition told him, if he dared to approach the group of people, he would be shot into a sieve in an instant. Even if his physical ability was outstanding and his reaction speed was fast, it was impossible for him to escape the lock of dozens of guns. Peter secretly clenched his fists, hiding behind the tree, and continued to observe. The people in charge of the rescue surrounded the car to prevent the children from sneaking away. Then, with a cold face, he pulled the children out of the boxcar, ignoring the cries of the children due to the pain. There were even a few people who were impatient from the crying and shouting and smashed the children with their guns. Shut up. If you cry again, I will kill you. Those people were as cold as wood, beating up the children as if they were animals, and drove them to the broken villa. After all the children and people left, two black people were left to be on guard. One of the black men released the unmanned reconnaissance machine, and the other black man installed explosives on the truck, and then skillfully detonated the car. Boom! With a loud noise, the truck was instantly swallowed by the flames. In this way, there was no evidence left. From the proficiency of this group of people in dealing with the aftermath, it was obviously not the first time they had done this. Hiss dash. Peter's heart tightened, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Fortunately, he had not chosen to hide under the car, or he would have turned into a roasted spider by now. Not good. Peter squatted on a tree trunk in the distance and looked at the group of people who were violently escorting the children. He was extremely anxious. Can I really save those children by myself? This group of people had ruthless means and rich equipment. It was far beyond his expectations. Military standard weapons, detonation devices, unmanned scouting machines, well-trained appearance. No matter how one looked at it, this group of people did not look like a group of mobs, but more like the rumored mercenary organization. What should I do? Should I save him? How to save? 3 questions appeared in Peter's mind, and he did not know how to choose for a moment. On the one hand, he wanted to rush up to save those children, but on the other hand, he was afraid of those well-trained soldiers, worried that he would be shot into a sieve if he rushed up. After hesitating for a moment, Peter suddenly remembered Gwen. With great power comes great responsibility. This was the final advice Gwen left him, and now it had become the courage to support him. That's right. This is my responsibility. Peter bit his lips and allowed the blood to flow into his mouth, sucking on the sweet taste as if pain could dispel fear. Buzz. The drone flew high in the sky, carrying out the search mission. Is this last time? The black man controlling the drone grinned and said, I really don't know what my employer is thinking. He actually bought a group of disabled children back. Ha ha ha, another black man who was in charge of alert laughed and winked at him. You don't know this. Americans like to play with children. Isn't the blonde fatty from the White House an example? Tisk, 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 I want to try everything you say. The black man who controlled the drone licked his lips and seemed to be a little excited. This time, there is a blind Asian among the children being escorted. Her face is pretty nice, give me an itch. Barn, you pervert. The vigilant black man smiled and said vulgarly, I think it's your XXX that is itching, right? Ha ha ha, Barn laughed as he straightened his lower body vulgarly. Woola. Something broke through the air and exploded like a dense cluster of firecrackers. Barn narrowed his eyes and looked at the forest. He found that there seemed to be a flash of light in the distance. Is there an enemy attack? Just as this thought surfaced in Barn's mind, he felt a strong gust of wind blow against his face, and his cheeks hurt as if they had been cut by sword. Pucci. It was a steel staff that had been thrown from afar. The staff violently pierced through Barn's chest, followed by a huge inertia. It dragged him alive on the ground, and his legs left 2 deep ravines on the ground. Along with the blood that gushed out, he flew back more than 10 meters. Bang! The steel staff dragged Barn and nailed him to a huge tree trunk. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs fell to the ground. The whole process happened very quickly, less than 3 seconds. It was not until Barn was nailed to the tree, breathing less and more, and seeing that he was about to die, the remaining black man reacted. Enemy. The pupils of the remaining black man shrank sharply, and just as he opened his mouth to say a word, his neck was firmly blocked by a hand. The man was very ruthless. Without any hesitation, he directly broke his neck. Kaka. The black man's neck rotated 180 degrees. Dense white bones pierced out of his muscles. He could no longer shout for help. His hands waved weakly, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Until the moment of death, they did not understand who killed them. Hiss dash. Peter sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the man's clean killing technique. Come out, boy. The man turned to the direction of Peter in the jungle and said lightly, don't hide. I saw you a long time ago. What a sharp sense. It's even stronger than my spider sense. Peter was shocked again. He was actually discovered by that person even though he was 100 meters away. After thinking about it for a while, Peter decided to go over. From the way the man dealt with the 2 black people, it should not be a bad person. At least in the matter of saving those children, they might be able to join hands. Hello. Peter swallowed his saliva and looked at the man in red tights with some fear. I am Spider-Man, a hero who recently debuted. I wonder if you are also a superhero. Chapter 204. I am Daredevil. The man pulled out his steel rod and felt that it was still not enough to vent his anger. He lifted his foot and crushed Barnes' head. Pachi! Barnes' head was crushed like a watermelon, and red and white sticky matter splashed all over the ground. If it was the former Matt, perhaps he would not be so ruthless. Unfortunately, what Barnes met was the Matt after becoming a Quincy. His mind and moral concept had already changed slightly under the influence of the soul fragment. For such a damn scum like Barnes, in the eyes of Matt, there was no value to live at all. Gulp. The impact of the scene was too strong. Peter's eyelids jumped wildly, and stomach acid surged up from his abdomen, almost throwing up dinner in his mask. But on second thought, if he were to vomit in his mask, wouldn't it be even more disgusting then, and he would forcefully swallow the acid that had welled up in his throat. Daredevil! Peter silently shifted his gaze away, forcibly diverting his attention. I don't think I've heard of it. Do you usually move around in that area? Superheroes are like police, and everyone has their own areas. Most of the superheroes have limited energy, so they are stationed in one area. Occasionally, they will go to other areas because they are chasing some criminals. Like Peter Parker, who is known as a good neighbor in New York City, but most of the active areas are in Queens. This is the first time he came to other areas since he became a superhero. Hell's Kitchen. Matt said lightly. Oh, that place is not easy. I went there once before and was almost killed by the gangsters. You don't know how powerful their weapons are. At that time, I accidentally got shot. If not for my fast recovery speed, I wouldn't be able to go to school the next day. It was the first time that the little spider had met a colleague. He had a lot of things to say in his heart and couldn't help but start to talk about it. From trivial matters to recent thoughts, he poured them out all at once. Your tight clothes are so cool. Are they transformed with a jacket? Is your weapon a stick? Where do you usually put such a long stick? Is it inconvenient? I heard that Hell's Kitchen is very messy. You should be very powerful, right? How long have you been a superhero? Buzz. Matt suddenly felt a bit regretful. This damned spider was like a fly, surrounding him and jabbering on and on. It almost made his brain explode. Why aren't you talking? Are you shy? That's impossible, right? I think you. Enough. Matt's eyebrows twitched, and he interrupted the chattering little spider. He said coldly, I am here to save those children, not to listen to your complaints. Oh, the little spider felt a little guilty. Matt rubbed his eyebrows and said, now is not the time to chat. We have to hurry in. If we are late, something will happen to the children. Something happened. You seem to know a lot, the little spider said sharply. Why did they catch so many children? I don't know the details. Matt paused for a moment and said in a low voice, I have been following them for a long time. The only thing I know is that they captured these children to sacrifice to the Dark Ruler. Dark Ruler? Sacrifice. Peter swallowed and laughed dryly. Are you joking? This is not a Hollywood movie. It's true. Matt sighed and said, Hollywood movies are fake, but sacrificial rituals and magic are real. I still can't believe it, Peter was conflicted. Do you mean that they summoned an evil devil like what they did in movies? That's more or less what I meant. Matt nodded and said with a sigh, I once fought with their leader, and I saw him use magic with my own eyes. He appeared out of thin air and then disappeared into thin air. In short, it is very tricky. Magic. The little spider suddenly raised its voice by 8 octaves. It felt as if its 3 views had been impacted. It said in shock, are you joking? Is there really magic in this world? Do I look like I'm joking? Matt said unhappily. I can't see your face. Who knows if you are lying to me? Peter muttered in a low voice. Although his voice was very low, For Matt, who had sharp senses, he heard it clearly. His temples twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! I regret calling you out. Shut up and don't talk. Just listen to me." "I was just saying it casually," Peter pouted, feeling wronged. He wanted to defend himself, but when he met Matt's murderous gaze, he immediately closed his mouth and motioned for him to continue. "Who?" Matt took a few deep breaths. After calming down the agitation in his heart, he continued, "Listen, kid, I don't have time to chat with you. If you want to go in with me, just shut up and listen to me. Do you understand?" "Understood." Peter nodded obediently. Matt said with satisfaction, "First of all, they belong to an organization called Zealot. The number of people is still unknown, but it is estimated that it will not be too many, but it will not be too few. Secondly, their leader is called Caecilius, and he is very strong. I almost died in his hands before, so I must be careful. There is one more thing. Do not forget. They are mages, and they can use all kinds of strange abilities. According to what I know, there are about 3 types, namely the rope magic used to bind, the transparent sword blade-like magic used to attack, and the shield magic attached to the 2 hands. I don't know if there are any left, so we must be careful." These were all very important information, and it was related to the safety of their lives after going down, so Peter listened very carefully. "Do you remember?" After Matt finished, he was a little worried that the offline guy would forget. He did not forget to ask again. "I remember." Peter nodded heavily, indicating that he had remembered it. "That's good." Matt removed the steel rod and placed it on the back of his waist. He said lightly, "There is no time to lose. Let's hurry down." Wait, is it just the 2 of us?" Peter's voice trembled slightly. He said, "I'm not afraid of death. I just said, should we call the police first?" "Huh." Matt was so angry that he almost laughed. "Are you kidding?" Peter shrank his neck. "Is there anything wrong? Didn't you hear what the 2 black men said just now?" Matt was speechless. "This is the last batch of children, which means that they have enough numbers. They will start the sacrifice immediately. Moreover, even if you call the police, how can you make the police believe you?" "But," Peter hesitated. "There is no but. If you are afraid of death, stay up there and wait for the police." Matt turned around impatiently. He was too lazy to bother with the spider and went straight to the broken villa. "You misunderstood me." Peter followed Matt in a few steps and said word by word, "I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that I can't save those children safely. There are only 2 of us. It's impossible for us to protect so many children." Crack. Matt paused and took a deep look at the little spider. After a long silence, he said, "Don't worry, it's not just the 2 of us. There's another person who hasn't come. She will arrive soon." Chapter 205. "Are you sure?" The little spider expressed his doubts. After all, Matt's tone did not sound very confident. Instead, it sounded like he was comforting himself. Ever since he had been modified by the super spider gene, all of Peter's senses had been magnified dozens of times. So he could clearly feel that when Matt said that sentence, his heart beat faster, the sweat secreted by his pores increased, and his eyes unconsciously looked to the right, and his slightly hesitant tone, and his subconsciously clenched fists. These performances were exactly the same as when he was deceiving Auntie May, Uncle Ben, Ned, and MJ. In terms of micro-expression psychology, this was a sign that people had no confidence in themselves. In other words, the man in the red jacket in front of him was not sure if he had any support. I'm not doubting you, but you should know that our primary goal is to save those children safely. Next is to eliminate those evil magicians, right?" Peter said. You are right. Matt took a deep look at the little spider. Compared to the long-winded look just now, he didn't expect it to be so reliable when it came to business. So what about our support? The little spider asked. Don't worry, the support will definitely come, but first of all, we must first confirm whether this is their nest. Matt rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. When he was following the big truck, he had already contacted Jessica, but the reply he got was to investigate the internal situation first, including the distribution of personnel, the number, and so on. That damned crazy woman. It was obvious that he had offended her last time, and this time he deliberately used the excuse of stalling for time to make him suffer a little. The little spider suddenly understood. With a touch of pity in his eyes, he patted Matt on the shoulder and sighed, "Mr. Daredevil, you are really unpopular. This spider child is really annoying." Matt felt as if his heart had been pierced by sword. The veins on his temples bulged, and he said, "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute." After saying this, Matt quickly walked towards the villa. Looking at his hurried back, it was as if he was afraid of being caught by someone. "Wait for me, Mr. Daredevil." Peter trotted all the way. The villa was quite large. From the overgrown garden in the front yard, to the simple and rotten furnishings in the hall, and then to the dried-up pool in the backyard, it could be seen that this house had not been inhabited for many years. Snake, insects, rats, and ants everywhere, as well as the spider silk in the corner, and the dust everywhere, gave off a desolate atmosphere in the air. The little spider looked around and found that something was wrong. He asked doubtfully, "Strange, where did they go?" "Look here." Matt pointed to the messy footprints on the ground and said lightly, "The truth is hidden in the details. Pay more attention to it. Follow these footprints and you will be able to find them." Peter widened his eyes and looked in the direction that Matt was pointing at. He could barely recognize it with the help of the thin moonlight. There was a line of messy footprints on the ground. Because it was night and the light in the villa was not very sufficient, the footprints on the ground were relatively difficult to find, so he did not see them at the first time. Peter scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I didn't see it just now." Matt ignored him and followed the direction of the footprints carefully towards the backyard. Peter stuck out his tongue and knew that he was bored, so he lowered his head and followed Matt. The two of them passed through the hall and arrived at the backyard of the villa. They found traces of the footprints and suddenly disappeared at the edge of the dried pool. "Wait. The footprints disappeared. Where did they go?" Peter widened his eyes and stared at the pool that had long dried up. He was confused. Matt squatted down and carefully observed the footprints. His eyes narrowed slightly and his eyes fell on the dried pool. He muttered, "They went down. This pool is used to cover up the entrance." "Are you sure?" Peter expressed his doubts. Matt glanced at him, too lazy to explain the reason. He got up and walked around the edge of the pool, looking for something that might be a mechanism. Unfortunately, Matt circled the pool 3 times, and even jumped in to check carefully, but he still could not find the mechanism to open the door. "Did I guess wrong?" "Then where did you say they went?" "Maybe they flew away." Matt was so angry that his chest hurt. He twisted his neck and ignored Peter, continuing to search for the mechanism. After about 10 minutes, Matt, who was looking for the mechanism, suddenly frowned. He seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and rushed to the shore. He dragged Peter to the side and hid in a corner. "What are you doing?" Peter was shocked. Before he could finish speaking, Matt covered his mouth. "Shh." Matt raised a finger to his lips, signaling Peter not to speak, and then pointed in the direction of the pool. Peter did not understand, but he still nodded obediently, indicating that he could not speak, and looked at the pool. Rumble. There was a slight tremor from the ground, and the bottom of the dried-up pool suddenly split open from the middle. The floor opened to both sides, revealing a dark passage that extended downwards. It turned out that there was really a hidden passage under the pool. Peter turned his head and looked at Matt, his eyes full of worship. Matt curled his lips and did not say anything. He continued to stare at the secret passage. A person walked out from the secret passage. He was one of the mercenaries responsible for escorting the child. SHH. The man hummed a song. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he went to the side and lit a cigarette. He put it in his mouth and took a deep breath. Then he began to untie his belt and water the weeds. What should we do? Peter was afraid of being discovered by the man. He deliberately lowered his voice very low, like a mosquito. If not for Matt's sensitive hearing, he might not have been able to hear what Peter was saying. Catch him and ask about the information underground. Matt thought for a moment and said, "No problem, leave it to me." Hearing that there was no need to kill, Peter immediately volunteered. "Can you do it?" Matt expressed his doubts. "Don't worry, I promise I will complete the mission." Peter did not wait for Matt to respond. He immediately jumped out of the grass and leaped into the air, aiming at the mercenaries under his wrist. Whoosh! 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 3 soft sounds were heard as white spider silk shot out from the device on his wrist. The spider web stretched out in the air, and before the mercenary who was hissing could react to what had happened, he was tied up by a pile of sticky spider silk and turned into a mummy. He dash. Pachi. As soon as the mercenary spoke, he was hit by a spider web on his mouth and even his nose was covered. Oh, perfect. Peter rolled over beautifully and landed firmly on the ground. He said to Matt in a dazzling manner, "How is it?" I said it was okay. "Not bad." Matt rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little tired. Chapter 206. Matt dragged the mercenary back to the main hall of the villa. The main hall of the villa was more than 10 meters away from the secret passage. There were several walls and doors between the pool and the main hall, which could very well cut off the sound and spread. It was the best place for interrogation to prevent this mercenary from jumping over the wall. Ugh! The mercenary twisted his body like a maggot, and his face turned purple because of the lack of oxygen. The little spider reached out and poked the spider web that sealed the mercenary's nose and mouth. Otherwise, this guy would probably be suffocated to death. Pant pant. The mercenary gasped for breath and greedily inhaled the air. Peter stared vigilantly at the mercenary, his wrists slightly pressed down, ready at any time that the mercenary had the tendency to open his mouth and call for help. He would immediately use the spider silk to block his mouth. The mercenary was also very tactful and understood his current situation, so he did not shout casually. Matt held the steel rod and said coldly, "Now, I will ask you to answer. If you answer the wrong word, you will prepare to say goodbye to your XX. Bang! The steel rod smashed heavily into the ground, and the tiles shattered into pieces that flew out. Those children are all imprisoned underground. I can take you in, and I only beg you to let me go." The mercenary's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he spoke extremely quickly, afraid that if he spoke too slowly, he would be poked like the tiles just now. "What about your professional ethics? Aren't mercenaries supposed to keep it a secret for their employer?" Peter's mouth twitched and he asked, "What is that?" The mercenary asked in a different way, "Compared to my life, my professional ethics are worse than a toilet paper. What a strong desire to survive." The corners of Peter's eyes twitched. Sure enough, all the tough guys in Hollywood movies were fake. Matt did not want to waste time. Sword directly said, "Tell me everything you know. If I find anything wrong, I will kick your XX to pieces." The mercenary was shocked and his mouth was like a machine gun. "There is a laboratory underground, composed of 2 parts. We are only responsible for escorting the children. As for what they are used for, we are not very clear either. Who else? There's also a group of mysterious guys. They wear yellow robes all day long and their faces can't be seen clearly. There are about dozens of them. What about the power of the guards? It's us. There are a total of 32 people. They are responsible for guarding the safety of the outside of the laboratory and escorting the children. Where are the children? Where have they been sent to? We will escort the child to the back and then hand it over to the group of yellow-clothed people. I am not very clear about the specific location, because the boss strictly forbids us from going to the back. Is there any other information? No. If we have to say it, the group of yellow-clothed people seem to be very excited today. It is very successful to say that it is only missing this batch of children. The two people asked and answered, and Matt soon understood the situation inside. The underground was a very large laboratory, divided into two parts, the front and the back. The front was guarded by the mercenaries, and the back was the fanatic organization he had been investigating for a long time, and the children who were escorted were imprisoned at the back of the laboratory. Gulp. You promised to spare my life. The mercenary swallowed his saliva and said carefully. Yes, I did promise you. Matt was expressionless. He nodded and said, but unfortunately, I lied to you. You. The mercenary's eyes widened in anger, and the veins on his face bulged. His lips squirmed as if he wanted to ask him why he had gone back on his word. Bang. The steel rod fell and smashed the mercenary's head into pieces. Bright red blood mixed with white and sticky brain matter splashed out like a fountain. Peter was caught off guard and was sprayed all over his face. The fishy smell rushed straight into his nose, and his stomach couldn't help but surge up. He took off his mask and sprayed it out on the spot. Ew. Ew. Peter was about to vomit out his dinner when he felt a little better. Have you finished vomiting? Matt wiped off the filth on the steel rod with his hand and said calmly, get ready to go down. You. Why did you kill him? Peter wiped the filth from the corner of his mouth and looked up. His young face was full of anger. You clearly promised to let him go. Ha. Matt sneered and asked, you asked me to let him go. Have you ever thought that he would let those children go? This, Peter's pupils contracted slightly, and his mind recalled the miserable state of the children. His throat seemed to be blocked, and he could not say a word for a long time. If you think that I did something wrong, then you can continue to stay here. Matt turned around and left. He said coldly, even if I am alone, I can save those children. Peter bit his lips and said in a deep voice, I don't agree with your idea. The crimes they commit will be punished by the law, not by you. So. Matt sneered in his heart. If the law was really that powerful, there would be no superheroes like them. So. Peter took a deep breath and put on his spider mask again. For those children, I will go with you, but your way of doing things must be wrong. You talk too much. Hurry up and catch up. Matt glanced at him, then shook his head. He did not argue with Peter about who was right and who was wrong. The dark path extended down diagonally. There was no lighting device set up. It was pitch black and bottomless. Coupled with the heavy and oppressive atmosphere around him, Peter felt that this place was like a huge mouth that could devour people. The two of them walked in the dark for about 4 or 5 minutes. Finally, a light appeared in front of them. Matt lowered his footsteps and said in a low voice, their nest is right in front of us. Don't make any noise, understand? Don't worry, I understand. Peter was careful not to make any noise and alert the people inside. Behind the tunnel was the laboratory that the mercenaries had mentioned. Matt closed his eyes and used the spirit particles in the air to sense the environment in front of him. The area at the front of the laboratory was not big, only half the size of a football field. The metal tunnel that spread out in all directions was like a spider web, connecting to the room that the mercenaries usually used for rest. Fortunately, there was no monitoring equipment installed here. Although they did not know why, it was a good thing for them. Matt continued to extend his perception and found a metal tunnel with several mercenaries in the same attire. They were guarding a huge metal door. If there was no accident, that door was the back end of the laboratory where the children were imprisoned. "Come with me, I found the way," Matt said and rushed out. "Wait. If we didn't sneak in, what would we do if we were discovered?" Peter subconsciously followed and asked worriedly as he ran. "It's infiltration," Matt emphasized and pulled out the steel rod from his lower back. He said coldly, "As long as we kill everyone who sees us, it means that no one has seen us." "Who did you learn it from?" Peter was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had heard of such a fair and open method of infiltration. "A crazy woman." The corner of Matt's eyes twitched slightly, as if he had thought of something bad. Chapter 207. In front of the superhumans, well-trained mercenaries were no match at all. The 29 mercenaries in charge of guarding the underground laboratory were all silently knocked down. Attention! It was a knockdown, not a shot. Due to the little spider's repeated emphasis and repeated promises, Matt did not kill them. He just knocked them out with a steel rod and then handed it to Peter. He tied all the mercenaries into mummies with his spider silk. After making sure that all the mercenaries could not break free, Matt and Peter came to the big door leading to the back of the laboratory. Unexpectedly, they found that the door was not locked. It could be opened with just a gentle push. Strange. Why is the door not locked? Matt frowned slightly and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Isn't this a good thing? Peter didn't think too much about it. He said, "Maybe I forgot to lock it when I came out last time. I often have this kind of illusion. I clearly remember that the door has been locked, but when I went back to look, I found that the door was not locked." Matt stared at the metal door that had opened a crack, and felt a little uneasy. "I always feel that something is wrong. The door opened a crack, and it feels like it was specially left for us. How is that possible?" Peter shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "If it's really like what you said, why didn't they rush out directly? They even left a crack in the door for us. Could it be that they intend to welcome us?" "That's true. If that group of fanatics had really discovered them, with Caecilius' methods, the two of them would have died a long time ago. How could they still be standing here?" Matt let out a long breath, thinking to himself that he was too nervous. Perhaps it was just as the little spider said, it was just that the group of people were careless and did not lock the door, or perhaps this group of mercenaries had not closed the door at all. "Let's go. Be careful when you go in." Matt took the lead and pushed the metal door open a little, revealing a gap that could accommodate one person. Then, he entered. Peter followed him closely and followed Matt through the gap between the door. Behind the door was another tunnel. The two sides of the corridor were very spacious. It was enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people walking side by side at the same time. The two of them walked along the corridor. After walking for about 3 to 4 minutes, they suddenly saw a dark and empty environment. This place seemed to be a laboratory. In a rather spacious room, several blood-stained beds were placed side by side. Blood and broken limbs could be seen everywhere on the ground, and it looked like a scene of slaughter. Matt and Peter's faces were pale, as if they were shocked by the scene in front of them, and they could not say a word for a long time. There was no need for too many words. They were very clear that these broken limbs that were casually thrown on the ground, as well as the blood that was everywhere, all came from the children who had been kidnapped. They, Peter's lips trembled slightly, and his pupils were as big as needles. He felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest, making him want to find a place to vent. It was too cruel. He would never have thought that those people were so cruel. From the casually discarded limbs, these children who had been killed were no older than 12 years old. Such a cruel scene had dealt a deep blow to Peter's heart. It even made him start to suspect that Matt was right to punish these crazy animals with the law. It seemed to be the greatest tolerance for them. Let's go. Don't forget our mission is to save the rest of the children. Matt sighed deeply, patted Peter on the shoulder, and continued to walk inside. Peter did not say a word, clenched his fists, and followed Matt with red eyes. After leaving this bloody slaughterhouse, there was a strange. Peter and Matt stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. It was a natural underground cave that had never been built. The area was as big as a football field, and the height was about 20 to 30 meters. The group of fanatics in yellow robes were using blood to smear a huge pattern on the ground. The pattern was very strange. The lines were crooked and formed a five-pointed star. In the center was a pupil, and there were dense and complicated words around it. He did not know what it meant at all. Hiss. There is something wrong with this pattern. Peter quickly retracted his gaze and said, I feel very uncomfortable just by looking at it a few times. Do you feel anything? Stop looking, there is something wrong with the pattern. Matt said seriously, let's go down first and find those children. Okay. The two walked along the edge of the cliff, carefully avoiding the eyes of the people below, all the way to the bottom of the underground cave. The rock wall at the bottom of the cave was full of densely packed holes, just like a beehive. Matt chose one of the passages, turned his head and said to the little spider, come with me, let's go over there and take a look. The two sneaked around the fanatics and came to one of the holes. They found that deep inside was actually a prison. Are you sure they are here? Peter asked, puzzled. I don't know. Let's go and take a look first. Matt shook his head, indicating that he was not sure either. He needed to get closer and take a look. The two of them walked to the entrance of the prison, and their expressions suddenly changed. This was a monster. What was locked in the prison was a flesh-shaped monster that was not human. At this moment, on the surface of the disgusting piece of meat, dozens of eyes suddenly opened. Pairs of black, lifeless pupils rotated unconsciously. Matt and Peter felt their bodies go cold. They were so scared that they took a few steps back and crashed into the wall behind them. They looked at the wriggling huge piece of meat in horror. What the hell is this? Peter was so scared that his legs were trembling, and he felt that his brain was going to crash. No. I don't know, Matt swallowed his saliva. It was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Rustle. 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 The huge piece of meat suddenly made a strange sound in the process of squirming. It was like the sound made by the airflow through the vocal cords, accompanied by the horrifying friction of the muscles, and the sound made after combining. It was a hoarse, low, and painful voice that they had never heard before. From the disgusting piece of meat, a chilling wail burst out. Save me. Please, save me. Dad, Mom, I feel so painful. I'm so hungry. All the howling, pleading, and begging rushed into their ears like a storm. Peter and Matt's pupils gradually expanded, and they felt as if their bodies were becoming colder inch by inch. All the heat was leaving them, and they froze in place like puppets. Until this moment. When they looked at the meat, they finally found out the truth. It was not a piece of meat. Instead, dozens of children were like conjoined human beings, forcibly twisted and glued together by some unknown force. In the end, what appeared was this disgusting piece of meat. Matt and Peter were surrounded by a deep chill. Unlike the direct shock just now, this chill was so heavy that it was like a mountain, heavy on their hearts. Brother. I am so hungry. Brother. I feel so painful. Brother. I miss my mother. Brother. Brother. Brother! Save us! I beg you. The children who had been bonded together begged Matt and Peter. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here on earth. Chapter 208. The deepest and heaviest emotion of humans came from the fear of the unknown. It was like putting a fake tiger doll in front of a cat and dog. They would feel very scared, panic and want to run away, and even more extreme, they would bite their master instead. Humans could not understand why animals would have such a great fear of dolls. In fact, this was a fear engraved in their genes. The reason why humans were not afraid of a tiger doll was because they understood and knew that it was a rag doll. But the creature in front of them was different. They had completely exceeded the scope of human understanding, stimulating the fear that was engraved in their genes, making Peter and Matt retreat in horror, and their bodies were shrouded in a deep chill. At this moment, they saw the evil of human nature. It was so horrible, so deep, so disgusting. Before seeing this monster with his own eyes, Peter had imagined countless times what the purpose of these people kidnapping the child was. Child fetish, kidnapping, selling organs, buying and selling slaves. But even if he exhausted all the evil deeds he could imagine, even if he repeatedly belittled human nature, and even stepped on it ruthlessly, he never thought that human nature could be despicable and disgusting to this extent. These were all children. They were supposed to enjoy the best times at this age, but they encountered this kind of brutal behavior. Why? Why did they do this? Peter's heart was bleeding. He clenched his fists and bit his lips, letting the blood flow into his mouth. Only this kind of self-mutilation could prevent him from roaring angrily because he could not control himself. Those piece of she asterisk. Matt could not stop the anger in his eyes. If anger could turn into power, he would probably be able to turn into a Hulk at the moment. The monster created by innocent children. Was this sacrificial offering Caecilius and the others wanted? The ruler of darkness that the zealots believed in was not a good thing to be able to accept such a sacrifice. Dormammu. I regret it. Peter clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. I shouldn't have stopped you just now. Those bastards are not worthy of being punished by the law alive. Daredevil was right. The sins committed by people were divided into severity. The heinous sins committed by these people were not worthy of being punished by the law at all, because it was too light. Let's go. Matt forced his eyes away from the piece of meat and dragged Peter outside. Wait. Peter struggled violently and said angrily, are we not going to save them? Save them. Matt stopped and said without turning his head, open your eyes and look clearly. They are no longer humans. How can we save them? But, Peter bit his lips and said in a low voice, maybe there is another way. Kindness was a rare quality. Even if those children had become monsters, Peter still refused to give up and tried to save them. Matt's gaze softened, but he still shook his head firmly. Give up. They are hopeless. Don't forget that there are other children here. They are waiting for us to save them. Yet, they still had to save the other children. They could not waste time here. On one side was a child who had turned into a monster, and on the other side was a child without a monster. No matter from which perspective, the first choice was the children who had not turned into monsters. I understand. Peter's voice was hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. He forced himself to turn his head away, not daring to look at the monster again. I'm sorry. Peter and Matt lowered their heads deeply, as if they had used all their strength to squeeze out these 3 words from their teeth. I'm sorry. These 3 simple words seemed to be as heavy as Mount Tai at this moment, pressing down on Peter and Matt's chests, almost making them unable to catch their breath. They could not respond to the children's requests, nor could they save the children. The pain that they could only watch helplessly but could do nothing, was like thousands of sharp blades that pierced their soft hearts. The piece of meat seemed to understand something. The airflow vibrated and made a hoarse voice. Brother! Brother! Leave us! Go! Save! We are hopeless. Must help. Other. Whoosh. At this moment, the tears could no longer be contained. The faces of the two men who had their backs to the monster were soaked with tears under their masks. Even though they had become monsters, even if they had suffered unimaginable torture, even if their consciousness was about to dissipate, these children still maintained their kind nature. They knew that they could no longer be saved, so at the last moment of their lives, they prayed for them to save the other children. The evil of humanity, the good of humanity. The two completely different lights were vividly displayed on the children who had transformed into monsters. Don't worry. Matt turned his back to the monster and raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He said in a deep voice, I swear with my life that I will save them. Me too. Peter choked, tears in his eyes. I will save them. I will never let you down. Goodbye. Brother. The meat made the last faint sound, and then fell into silence again, as if the children had fallen asleep. Good night. I wish you a good dream. Matt and Peter lowered their eyes and said in soft voices at the same time. This life is too bitter, don't come back in the next life. He only hoped that these children could have a good childhood in their dreams. Good night, goodbye. Let's go. Peter took a deep breath and strode outside. He buried all the grief and anger in the bottom of his heart. Only a firm thought supported him, and that was to avenge the dead children. You seem to have changed. Matt was slightly stunned. He sensed a strong killing intent from Peter. Maybe. Peter's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was suppressing endless anger. But I don't think it's a bad thing, do I? A hint of self-mockery flashed through Matt's eyes. He said bitterly, yes, it's a good thing. You grew up. I would rather not pay such a price for growing up. Peter clenched his fists and bit his lips. Sometimes. From a boy to a man, it only took an instant. Be it experiences, setbacks, or... The Peter before had eyes full of immaturity and immaturity, like a fledgling child, full of innocence and naivete. Then the current Peter seemed to have been baptized. His eyes were determined and cold, and the immaturity aura completely disappeared, and he truly became a man. I want to kill them all. Peter's eyes were blood red, and he roared like a beast. His heart was like a burning furnace, emitting hot and shocking heat. What law? What morals? What heroes? Go to hell. Peter only wanted to kill those bastards who had no bottom line. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Eye for an eye. Chapter 209. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Those fanatics did not give them time to rescue the trapped children. All the kidnapped children were driven away by the group of fanatical people and gathered at the square in the center of the underground cave. And under the feet of the children, there was a huge pattern that the fanatics had drawn with blood just now. Shit. Even if there was no explanation for this action, Matt and Peter could guess a thing or two. Obviously, the zealot was about to start the sacrificial ceremony. Peter's pupils contracted slightly. He turned to look at Matt, who also had a gloomy face, and asked anxiously, "Is your support not here yet? Their ceremony is about to begin." "Not yet, not yet." Matt tightened his grip on the steel rod in his hand. The veins around his eyes bulged, indicating that he was very anxious. He added, "She will definitely come, but I'm not sure how long it will take. It's too late. Let's go on our own." Peter said impatiently. "Relax, don't make yourself too nervous. This is a battle of life and death. Being too nervous will make you make mistakes." Matt frowned. He noticed that Peter's muscles were tense, and his breathing rhythm was obviously disordered. He gave a suitable reminder. Pay attention to your breathing. Don't be affected by external things. Also, you need to relax your muscles. Don't keep being stiff all the time. Otherwise, it will cause you to cramp in battle. This will be a fatal mistake. Matt patiently taught Peter what he needed to pay attention to in battle. He told the child who had just debuted without missing anything. Yes, Mr. Daredevil. Peter threw him a grateful look. Breathe, puff, puff, puff. Then, Peter tried to adjust the rhythm of his breathing again. His originally nervous and impatient mood had indeed relaxed a lot. Very good. It seems that you have remembered it. Matt took in Peter's performance and nodded with satisfaction. He continued, now, I will make a plan. After we get out, I will be responsible for killing those fanatics. Your task is to rescue the children in the chaos. Do you understand? Wait. Mr. Daredevil. Peter heard the assignment. He thought that Matt was deliberately taking care of him, so he said with some dissatisfaction, why are you the only one fighting? Why do you want me to hide at the side? Not at the side. Matt glanced at him and repeated, your mission is to rescue those children amidst the chaos. I don't agree. Peter shook his head decisively and said hatefully, I want to fight with you and kill those damn bastards. Matt's gaze was a little stern. He said without any leeway, there is no room for discussion. You have to follow my plan. Is it because I am too weak? Peter lowered his head deeply and could not help but clench his fists. There was a strong sense of unwillingness in his eyes. That's why you took care of me and kept me away from the battle, right? You are wrong, Spider-Boy. Matt shook his head and said, you are very strong. I have no intention of taking care of you. Peter asked, then, why don't you let me kill those bastards? Because this is your mission. Matt raised his hand and patted Peter heavily on the shoulder. His eyes were extremely serious. He said word by word, I don't have high mobility like you, so I can only pin down those fanatics on the ground. Don't forget that our primary goal is not to kill these bastards, but to save those children. Peter was silent for a long time. Finally, he nodded and accepted the mission. I will rescue those children as soon as possible and then come back to help you. Yes. Matt gave a short reply, but his heart gradually sank. He knew better than anyone else that by himself, he could pin down dozens of fanatics and the leader Caecilius who had yet to appear. This mission could be said to be a death sentence. In contrast, although the chances of rescuing the children in the chaos were slim, there was still a chance of survival. If Jessica could appear in time, it might be able to change the situation. But, it was unlikely. He had already guessed what Jessica was thinking. She was simply trying to use the hands of the fanatics to put him to death. However, Matt did not complain about this, because this was his own way of doing things. He intended to drag the Wandenreich into this muddy water, so it was understandable for Jessica to do this. The only thing that made him regret was these innocent children. With just Spider-Man's strength, it was almost impossible to save hundreds of children present. There would inevitably be some children left here, becoming sacrifices in the chaos. Although it was cruel, it was reality. Matt shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. Then he said in a low voice, "Are you ready?" "Yes. I am ready." Peter's eyes narrowed, and his limbs stretched out, sticking to the ground like a spider. 1, 2, 3, attack. The moment the word attack rang out, Matt's spiritual power erupted like a volcano. His feet stomped on the ground and smashed the air like a cannonball that had just been fired. A transparent wave of air was pulled up around his body, and he rushed into the crowd like a blue meteor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The steel rod that was forged from fine iron swung out a series of after-images, and the slender body of the rod cut through the air, releasing a sharp whistling sound. Those yellow-robed mages who were focused on the sacrificial ceremony obviously did not expect that there was another person hiding in the dark. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were as wide as copper bells, as if they were asking, "Who is he? Where did he come from?" From discovering to being close to him, it was only a short second. Even though these mages were usually good at close combat, and their reaction speed was considered fast enough for ordinary people, it was still not enough to face a true close combat expert. Question: what would happen if a mage got close to a warrior? The answer was beatdown. As the staff shadows flew, more than 10 yellow-robed mages vomited blood and flew backwards. Matt was as fierce as a tiger entering a pack of wolves. Wherever the pole shadows swept by, the sound of bones breaking rang out. In just a few breaths of time, it had pierced through the crowd of yellow-robed mages. In the name of Vishanti, the red ring of Ragator. One of the mages chanted an incantation, and orange-yellow magic energy jumped in both hands, each building a magic shield at the front end of the two adjusted arms. This was one of Kamartaj's white magic, but after Caecilius led people to betray Kamartaj, he could still borrow the power of Vishanti. It had to be said that the meaning behind this was very intriguing. Matt suddenly took a step forward. He held the front end of the steel rod with both hands and focused all his strength on the tip of the rod, directly stabbing at the mage who was holding the shield. Hulala! The tip of the rod shot out at a speed that surpassed the retina capture, making a cracking sound in the air. Pucci! The mage was completely unable to keep up with the defense and was pierced in the chest by Matt's staff. Matt retracted his staff and said disdainfully, "Next time, learn how to use a shield and then use this magic." Chapter 210. When Peter, who was hidden in the dark, saw this scene, he felt that the anger in his chest had dissipated, and he waved his fist in excitement. It should be like this. Kill all these inhuman bastards. Let them have a taste of the feeling of their lives being taken away by others. The fanatics were completely in a mess. They were only a group of freaks who pursued immortality. They were not well-trained iron-blooded warriors. Although they acted high and mighty in front of ordinary people, when facing Matt's brutal slaughter that was close to crushing, they could not help but feel fear. Their morale dropped to the extreme. "Everyone, don't be afraid. He is only one person. Use the magic whip to tie him up." With the reminder of one person, all the fanatics reacted. Their hands lit up with orange-yellow magic light. See I la la. As the orange-yellow magic energy pulsed, the mages threw out magic chains that intertwined in the air, forming a huge net that covered the sky. Shit. Matt frowned. The situation was disadvantageous to him. He had originally thought that with the massacre just now, he could effectively intimidate this group of mages who were not mentally strong, but he did not expect that someone would wake up so quickly and use a binding magic to deal with him. Peter, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene. His heart was in his throat. He subconsciously wanted to rush out, but before he could get up, his reason gained the upper hand and forced him to stay where he was. No, no. Peter recalled Matt's instructions. Without his signal, he could not rashly go out. He had to forcefully suppress his impulse and continue to hide in the dark to observe. On the battlefield, Matt moved through the gaps of the magic whip. In a word, the effect of the magic whip was that it was useful, but not very useful. Although the number of magic whips had multiplied, it effectively limited his activity space. Unfortunately, the release speed and accuracy were too chaotic, so it was still unable to stop his killing pace. When the two sides compared, the gap was obvious. The level of these fanatics was quite limited. The most lethal spell in their hands was the spatial blade. It was a weapon that compressed space into the shape of sword's blade. Because it was essentially a broken space, the sharpness and lethality were great. But the problem was, spatial blade was a close combat spell. Everyone present had witnessed how terrifying Matt's close combat skills were. The swinging steel rod, which was like a tiger dancing in the wind, and the fierce astral winds that burst out when it cut through the air, all of these mages felt a headache when they felt the terrifying power of a fracture if they were touched. What should we do? We can't win close combat or long-range combat. At this moment, the fanatics sincerely felt powerless. How annoying was it to face a warrior with sharp positioning and explosive damage. Bang! 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 The staff shadow swept out an afterimage, sending several fanatics flying. Matt looked around, paying attention to the fanatics who were preparing to release magic while approaching the children in the center. Quick, stop him. He wants to destroy the sacrificial ceremony. When the rest of the fanatics saw the dagger in Matt's hand and pointed at the children who were used as sacrifices, their faces were instantly filled with extreme fanaticism, and they rushed forward regardless of their lives. F***ck, a bunch of lunatics. Matt's expression changed slightly, and he cursed in his heart. This group of people were clearly in low spirits a second ago, but when they saw that he was planning to destroy the sacrificial ceremony, they immediately seemed to have changed into a different person, as if they had transformed into members of the base organization, and rushed forward with fanatical faces to stop him. Spatial Blade. Wind of Vatum. Crimson Gaze. Magic Whip. For a moment, red and orange energy surged, and all kinds of magic bloomed in the hands of the fanatics. Facing the fearless attacks of the fanatics, Matt relied on his flexible movement technique to barely avoid dozens of fatal attacks, but he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, so it was inevitable that his body was covered in wounds. Don't even think about destroying our immortality ceremony. A fanatic rushed up with a face full of excitement, as if he had been injected with stimulants. You're courting death. Matt's eyes narrowed, his legs slightly bent, and his hind legs suddenly exerted force. The ground cracked like a spider web, and he hacked down with the steel rod in both hands. The steel rod smashed down with great force, and the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Milky white sticky substance mixed with blood sprayed out. Before he could catch his breath, another 7 or 8 fanatics rushed up. Matt spun the long stick with both hands, leaving behind a series of afterimages around him, blocking everyone outside. Hoo-hoo! The dense wind and shadows of the stick could not even be splashed by water, let alone a single person. After the death count increased, the hothead suddenly calmed down and found that it seemed impossible to use human lives to kill Matt. Even if the lineage of the Quincy was not fully awakened, the plundering spirit, which had one of the basic abilities, led to Matt's physical strength and recovery speed, which was much stronger than ordinary superheroes, and achieved the meaning of can keep fighting. In other words, as long as it was not a fatal injury or a serious injury, the first person to be exhausted was only the fanatic, not Matt. The killing continued. The fanatics did not retreat a single step. They attacked like madmen, but they still could not stop Matt from advancing. Seeing that the sacrificial ceremony was getting closer and closer, Matt seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He waved the stick in his hand even faster, followed by the sounds of tendons and bones broke along with the splashing blood. The group of fanatics collapsed like wheat. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Matt was bathed in blood, and behind him were the corpses of the fanatics. He was like a sharp awl, completely cutting through the defensive human wall of the fanatics with his own strength. Monster! He is not a human. The fanatic was horrified and let out a cry of fear. Matt held a steel rod in his hand and was about to step into the sacrificial ceremony when his pupils suddenly shrank. There was a burst of tearing pain in his abdomen. Chi! Matt looked down in disbelief. He saw a transparent sword blade slowly pierce through his abdomen. We meet again. A familiar voice came from behind. Matt stiffly turned his head and saw a pair of deep black eyes with cracks in them. It was the leader of the fanatic organization, Zealot, Caecilius. Matt spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed a few times and he almost fell to the ground. Stupid. Caecilius wiped the blood off his spatial blade and sneered, I spared your life last time. I never thought that you would still dare to come back. Chapter 211. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. All of this happened too quickly, and no one had expected it. Matt, who had the upper hand in the last second, was stabbed in the back by Caecilius, who had suddenly appeared just as he was about to enter the ceremony. Mr. Daredevil. Peter's pupils shrank, and the hairs on his back stood on end. The coolness spread throughout his body like a thread. When did he appear there? I actually didn't sense him at all. This was too horrifying. The spider sense had extraordinary perception towards all threats from the outside world. It even surpassed the so-called sixth sense to a certain extent. This was also the ability Peter had relied on the most since he became Spider-Man. This was because spider sense had saved his life several times in crisis. But just now, spider sense had actually failed. He had not noticed Caecilius, who had suddenly appeared, at all. No, now is not the time to think about it. I have to go save Mr. Matt. Peter patted his cheek to wake himself up. Just as he was about to get up and go out, he saw the latter make a hidden gesture. The gesture meant that he should continue to lurk and not show his face. Obviously, Matt did not want him to be exposed. Peter hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to believe Matt and stay put for the time being. Matt covered the bleeding wound, staggered a few times and fell to the ground. His eyes were full of disbelief. He completely avoided my spirit particles detection. The space 5 meters around him was filled with spirit particles that he had spread out. These spirit particles were like countless invisible eyes that expanded all of his senses by 10 times. Any creature within this range would not be able to escape his probing nerves. As the leader of the Zealot, Caecilius had exchanged blows with him before, and even how strong he was. That was why Matt had already made preparations before entering the base of the Zealot, and even now, when he charged into the crowd, he was still wary of Caecilius, who might be secretly attacking him. However, after all his calculations, only Caecilius was able to avoid detection. He was careless. Caecilius was a mage. If there was a way to avoid detection, it should be within the scope of consideration. Oh no, the injury is too severe. Matt clutched his severely injured abdomen, his face as pale as paper. The intense pain hit his nerves, and beads of cold sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. After the spatial blade pierced through his body, it left a huge tearing wound, which affected the internal organs in his body, causing a large amount of blood loss, causing the scenery in front of him to appear. This kind of injury can be said to be quite serious. If it was the Spider Boy, he would have fainted from the pain if he had been hit by the spatial blade. The reason why Matt could still hold on was firstly because his willpower was extraordinary, and secondly because of the special constitution of the Quincy. For the Quincy, as long as it was not a one-hit kill, even if it were for such a serious injury, as long as he was given enough time, he could absorb Reishi to recover slowly. The missing blood and damaged organs could be temporarily replaced and repaired by Reishi. In this way, it would not affect the action in a short time. Caecilius, how did you escape my detection and suddenly come behind me? Matt asked as he used the conversation to buy time, taking the chance to absorb Reishi to repair the internal organs that were injured in his body. However, it was a pity that Matt's thoughts could not escape Caecilius' eyes. Trying to buy time. Caecilius' lips curled up slightly, forming a cold arc. I am not the talkative villain in the movie, and you are not the hero who saves the world. I do not have the mood to explain this to a dead person. Only the male lead in the movie could enjoy the special treatment of killing the boss. Obviously, Matt was not the main character. These two simple and easy to understand principles were commonly used in that country, and Caecilius, who came from Carthage, was obviously well versed in the principles behind. He was fierce and decisive, ruthless and merciless, not giving the slightest chance to turn the tables, directly killing his hope at the budding stage. He was seen through. Matt's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive, not giving him the chance to buy time. Goodbye, nosy fellow. Be careful in your next life. Don't be a superhero. Caecilius gave a cold smile as he slashed at Matt's neck with the spatial blade. The spatial blade created a fierce wind that blew towards the door. Before the transparent blade even landed, it had already cut open Matt's skin, leaving behind tiny blood marks. Matt gritted his teeth and tried to get up to dodge, but the laceration on his abdomen and the weakened body caused by the large amount of blood loss caused him to stagger and miss the best opportunity. It's over. My life is over. Matt mourned in his heart and closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the arrival of the goddess of death. Swoosh! A sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly exploded in the air, setting off a violent hurricane that rushed towards him like sword. Caecilius' expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously dodged to the side, but the speed of the arrow was too shocking. In the blink of an eye, it had already broken through in front of him. It was obviously too late to dodge. In the name of the Vishanti, the ring of Ragama. Caecilius gritted his teeth, his arms flashing with orange-yellow magic lightning. He turned into two shields in front of him. Bang! The blue arrow hit the magic shield and burst out a dazzling light like fireworks. The surrounding air shook with a bang, like a 1,000-pound boulder being thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a rolling storm. Finally, it's here. The moment he got familiar with the azure arrow, Matt's solemn expression relaxed slightly, and his tense nerves finally eased up a little. Caecilius held his magic shield and was pushed back more than 10 meters by the huge force of the arrow explosion. His feet rubbed against the ground, leaving a charred mark. Who is it? Caecilius' face was gloomy. He raised his head and looked towards the source of the arrow, only to see a mysterious person standing in midair. That person was dressed very strangely. Outside, he wore a western white cloak. He wore loose clothes with his own hood, completely covering up his body and face, making it impossible to see if he was male or female. On the right side of the white cloak, there was a 5-pointed star pattern embroidered with gold threads, as well as an exquisite golden buckle, which tied the cloak to his chest. Jessica completely ignored Caecilius, stepping on the stairs formed by the air, and then slowly walked towards Matt. Cough cough. Matt coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at the woman with a face as pale as gold paper. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. You are finally here. If you are late, you might have to collect my corpse. Trash is indeed trash. Jessica's voice was extremely hoarse and extremely sharp. It sounded like glass scratching a blackboard. It sounded very uncomfortable. It was obvious that she had gone through a special disguise. You are right. Matt was powerless and revealed a bitter smile. I am indeed trash. I only ask you to save those children. No matter what grievances we have, those children are innocent. Jessica was silent. Her gaze landed on the wound on Matt's abdomen. After a short pause, she turned to Caecilius and said in a hoarse voice, You were the one who injured him. So it was a companion, humph. Caecilius narrowed his eyes. His deep black eyes looked extremely horrifying. That's right, I did it, so are you going to avenge him? I can't say for revenge. Jessica stretched out her right hand with a loose cloak, and a silver 5-pointed star pendant wrapped around her wrist slipped down, making a crisp and melodious sound of silver weapons colliding. I just want to retrieve the glory he left here. Chapter 212. No matter how useless Matt was, he was still a member of the Wandenreich. As one of the members of the Wandenreich, he had been defeated by the same person twice in a row, and he had almost lost his life. This was unacceptable to Jessica, who regarded him as an honor. It would be fine no matter how he closed the door. But when it came to the outside world, protecting the glory of the Wandenreich was the most important task for Jessica. The spirit particles in the entire underground cave seemed to have been summoned. They suddenly became like boiling water, turning into a surging tide, surging wave after wave towards Jessica. The silver five-pointed star pendant, under the impact of this spirit energy, blossomed with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the dark underground cave, covering the rock wall with a layer of clear blue like sea water. As the spirit energy tide gradually receded, everyone could see clearly that Jessica was holding a strange weapon in her right hand. Spirit Bow, Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow. It was forged by Nemu, Bureau Chief Technological Development Department, and Hashwolf together to bestow her the exclusive spirit tool of. The Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow was surrounded by a light blue light. The main body of the bow was shaped like a long cross and an octagon, shaped like a magnified pentagram. As a personal spirit tool of the Quincy, the greatest advantage was to absorb the surrounding Reishi and condense it into a bow and arrow. It greatly reduced the consumption of the spiritual power when attacking, and the maximum range of the Silver Ridge Arsperd was 1,200 shots. Jessica held the Silver Ridge Arsperd in her right hand and placed her left hand on the light blue bowstring. Divine, exterminating arrow, fast. The spirit particles in the air condensed in an instant and turned into a light blue arrow of light. Before Caecilius could do anything, a light arrow as fast as lightning shot out. Buzz. As the bowstring vibrated slightly, the light arrow was like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Caecilius. What a fast speed! The light arrow pointed at Caecilius' forehead, making him feel like the next second, he was pierced through by the sharp aura of the arrow. Without thinking, he leaned back and made an extremely difficult iron bridge. Shua! The light arrow brushed past Caecilius by a hair's breadth. Whew! Caecilius had just let out a sigh of relief. Before he could get up and counterattack, his pupils suddenly shrank by a circle. The mysterious person who was covered in a cloak had suddenly appeared in the air above him. Furthermore, his left hand had already pulled back the light blue bowstring. Rain of light. Jessica stared coldly at Caecilius. Her lips opened slightly as she coldly spat out 3 words. Her left hand released the bowstring that had been pulled until it was a full moon. Boom! 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 An extremely dazzling brilliance erupted from the Silver Ridge Arsperd. Countless light arrows were like a violent storm that swept through the heavens and earth, releasing deafening roars as they descended from the sky in an imposing manner. 1,200 light arrows turned into a torrent of terrifying energy that flooded Caecilius like mercury, drowning him within the spirit arrows. The waves of spiritual energy that erupted caused a billowing cloud of dust, and the ground was overwhelmed by the crazy bombardment of light arrows. Huge cracks that were like a spider web continued to expand outwards. Did she won? Matt gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, a trace of bitterness and envy appeared in his heart. He really wanted such a spirit bow. After Jessica landed on the ground, she frowned and shook her head. No, the rain of light did not hit him. He disappeared. Gone. Mate was shocked, unable to figure out how Caecilius managed to dodge the rain of light. His aura has disappeared. Jessica's expression was solemn, feeling that it was a little tricky. The rain of light could be considered one of her moves. It was a move that combined both speed and power. Originally, she had planned to end the battle in an instant. However, she never expected that Caecilius would be able to dodge at such a close distance. It shouldn't be a matter of speed, Jessica analyzed calmly in her mind as she observed her surroundings. She observed that when Caecilius was about to be hit, her hands had drawn an orange magic pattern. Considering that he still had a layer of identity as a mage, she thought that it might be some kind of teleportation spell. Teleportation. Jessica was on high alert, wary of any sneak attacks that might appear at any moment. Just at this moment, Cecilia suddenly appeared behind Jessica. Mate was shocked and shouted, "Jessica, he's behind you." Jessica seemed to have been prepared. The moment Matt reminded her, she had already completed the 3 movements of turning around and shooting arrows. It was done in one go, and it was as if she had been thoroughly tempered. Divine arrow, 3 continuous shots. Her fingertips released the light blue bowstring, and 3 light arrows shot out like lightning. Stupid. Cecilia smiled coldly as he pushed his hands forward. Boom. The originally complete space suddenly shattered, revealing a multi-layered, fragmented mirror. The 3 light arrows collided with the multi-layered mirror and instantly disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. This is spatial magic. Jessica instantly understood the reason behind Cecilia's disappearance. Humph, humph. Let's change our location. Cecilius laughed coldly and slammed his hands on the ground. Mirror dimension. Bang. The space suddenly rippled, and the ground beneath their feet was stretched infinitely. Jessica and Matt were completely unprepared for this move. In addition, the speed of the mirror image dimension expansion far exceeded their speed, so Cecilius forcefully pulled them into the mirror space. In the infinite mirror space, all the scenery was reversed. Welcome to the domain of the mages. Cecilius slowly opened his arms, a calm and confident smile on his face. This is my home ground. Mirror dimension was the home ground for mages. Furthermore, those who did not wear their suspended rings would forever be trapped in the mirror image dimension. Ha 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 ha. Cecilius played with the golden ring on his right hand, his eyes revealing a hint of ridicule. From the moment you stepped into the mirror dimension, you were destined to lose. Do you know why? Why? Matt looked at the reversed world around him and had a guess in his heart. Because. Cecilius purposely paused for a moment. After whetting Matt's appetite, he revealed a mocking expression. Everyone in the mirror dimension will definitely not interfere with what happens in the real world. In other words, right now, all of you can only watch helplessly as the sacrificial ceremony goes on. Absolutely not. Matt's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his eyes and asked, "You mean to say that even you cannot interfere with the outside world?" That's right. Cecilius thought that he was certain of victory and naturally did not care about Matt's thoughts. He said, "Unless you wear a sling ring, no one can leave this place. This is a cage that I specially built for you. Are you satisfied?" Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The corner of Matt's mouth crazily rose, and he could not stop laughing. Satisfied? I am very satisfied. Thank you, Cecilius. If not for your mirror image dimension, I would still be hesitating if I should call that spider brat out. But now, there is no need to worry. Since both sides cannot interfere with the real world, it is time to let the Spider Boy go on stage. Go, Spider Boy. Become a hero and save those children. Chapter 213. Ha 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 ha. Cecilius, you should be the one losing. That laughter was like a sharp tip of sword, viciously stabbing into Cecilius' heart. Don't forget, since I can pull you into the mirror image dimension, I can naturally leave this place. After the initial shock, Cecilius actually calmed down. A mocking sneer flashed across his face. As long as he had the sling ring, he could go out at any time. There was only one more person outside. Wouldn't it be fine if he went out and pulled that person in? Cecilius thought to himself. He raised his right hand that was wearing a sling ring and drew a circle in the air in front of Hollow. Chi-la. The orange-yellow magical electric current appeared once again, and a circular teleportation door appeared. As the real world on the other side of the teleportation door gradually became clear, Cecilius' expression gradually became sinister. All of you will die in the mirror dimension forever. Ha 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 ha. The next moment, Caecilius' expression froze, his pupils suddenly shrinking to the size of a needle. His throat seemed to be stuck, and his laughter stopped. This was because Caecilius caught a glimpse of a white cloak from the corner of his eyes. The light blue spirit bow was faintly glowing, and an arrow that gave off a sharp aura was pointed at his forehead. The distance between the two was only 1 meter. Do you want to try? Jessica held the spirit bow in her right hand. Her string was like a full moon as she calmly said, let's see if your spells are faster or my arrows are faster. So fast. When? Caecilius' expression was gloomy and his hands stopped moving. What kind of joke was this? No matter how fast the teleportation gate was, it was impossible for him to be faster than the mysterious person's arrow. Furthermore, it was in such a close distance. Caecilius, why do you think I have to ask you? What is the way to leave this place? Matt snickered. B asterisk starred. Caecilius' face was green and purple. He thought that they were the ones trapped in the mirror image dimension, but from the looks of it, he was the one trapped. It would take at least 3 seconds to open the teleportation door. Normally, it might have passed in the blink of an eye, but in front of this mysterious person, 3 seconds of casting time was too long. It was enough for him to die dozens of times. Hulala. The air exploded continuously, and Caecilius received a kick on his waist. Bang. Caecilius threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with its string cut, his entire body was embedded into the rock wall. This almost caused him to die on the spot, feeling like his internal organs had been displaced. Foo-foo. Caecilius sucked in a breath of cold air, and a black halo appeared on his body. This was not Kamar-Taj's orthodox white magic, but a black magic from the dark dimension. It could recover all the injuries within a few breaths of time. But in contrast, the price one had to pay to cast black magic was even greater than white magic. Oh, a recovery spell. Jessica raised her eyebrows slightly, her lips forming an invisible arc. Licking her lips, she said with a little excitement, looks like I don't need to show any mercy. I hope you can hold on a little longer, Mr. Caecilius. Hiss. Caecilius suddenly felt a chill on his back. He did not know if it were for an illusion, but he felt that the other party seemed to be even more excited. Amen. May God bless you. Matt drew a cross on his chest with his right hand and silently prayed for Caecilius. What spell did you say was not good, but you had to use recovery spells? This time, they must have hit the muzzle of a gun. The crazy women over there were all shaking. Lord Caecilius has trapped them. Prepare the ceremony. Time is almost up. We cannot delay the ceremony. Offer his blood to the great ruler of darkness. Ha ha ha. We will soon receive eternal life. Just as the fanatic was about to start the sacrificial ceremony, a red figure suddenly descended from the sky and appeared in front of them. The red figure slowly stood up. There was a black spider pattern printed on its chest. Spider-Man, appear. Welcome to my nest. The anger in Peter Parker's eyes rose. He slowly opened his arms, and his cold voice echoed in the cave. Now is the punishment for scum. There was another person. And it was a red skin tight suit. The fanatics were horrified and subconsciously took a step back. The fear that Matt had brought them before was too deep, so much so that now as long as they wore red skin tight clothes, they felt their legs trembling. Peter's eyes were like swords, and he slowly took a stance. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked, and Peter swept over like a gust of wind, rushing into the crowd of fanatics. For a time, screams were heard again and again. The bone-aching sound, accompanied by the violent blood, filled the entire underground cave. Although he had not learned any fighting techniques in the system, under the enhancement of his reaction speed and strength, Peter was even more threatening than Matt. Every punch and kick contained a long-suppressed anger that devoured all the scum who had fallen into his nest. The body of a mage was as fragile as a thin piece of paper in front of Peter. A casual touch would make one's teeth ache, and then a mouthful of blood would fly out. In the name of Horgus. Oh! One of the mages was just about to cast a spell when his hands and mouth were stuck by the spider silk. Then he was kicked sideways by Peter, and his entire chest caved in a few centimeters. He was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. Casting a spell? Before he could finish chanting the spell, he had to be covered in spider silk. Moreover, the stickiness and hardness of the spider silk was amazing. Once it was stuck on his face, it could not be pulled off. Not only was he more flexible, but he could also use the spider silk to shuttle back and forth in the cave. In addition, he had a nearly abnormal sense of danger. Although he was not as intimidating as Matt, the feeling Peter gave them was obviously more troublesome than Matt. No, we can't stop him. Even if it can't be blocked, it has to be blocked. Don't let him approach the sacrificial ceremony. No, no. Damn it. The fanatics were in a mess, their mentality completely collapsed. They couldn't hit, they couldn't touch, they couldn't touch. How could they fight? If the leader Caecilius was still there might be a way to solve it, but with their group of half-baked, they only knew a few simple spells, they couldn't stop Peter Parker at all. Soon the fanatics were completely wiped out, the heavy casualties on the ground. Peter Parker did not stop for a moment and strode to the sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 214. Mirror Dimension. In the reversed world, the two figures collided fiercely, creating layers of clearly visible air rings that emitted ear-piercing sounds in the air. Raggeda ring. The moment Caecilius' voice rang out, a shield shining with magical light blocked in front of him. Boom. The magic shield that had just been erected shattered like fragile glass in the next moment. A fist wrapped in a pale blue light exploded with a terrifying strength that was unstoppable. It pierced through the magic shield and smashed into Caecilius' chest like a heavy cannon. Kaka. Several ribs were broken by a punch. Caecilius threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mixed with the broken pieces of his organs, his chest caved in a few centimeters. The strength of his fist did not decrease, directly sending Caecilius flying more than 10 meters away. His entire body crashed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom. The entire cave seemed to shake. The huge impact tore the earth apart, and the falling point deeply caved in. Shocking cracks covered the surroundings. Jessica licked her lips, excitement flashing in her eyes. Her toes touched the air once again, and she instantly disappeared. Hiran-kyaku. Before Caecilius could crawl out of the pit, Jessica had already appeared in front of him, not giving him any chance to breathe. She raised her foot and landed. Jessica stepped on Caecilius' head, forcefully pushing him into the ground. This battle fully revealed the weakness of the mages. If Caecilius were given enough time to chant and cast spells, there would not be such a one-sided crushing situation. But the problem was, he did not have the time to chant a spell. Although he could give up on chanting, a spell cast like this, whether in terms of strength or power, was far weaker than a complete chanting spell. He tried to give up on the ring of Geiger Dole that he had cast, but he could not even block a punch from the other party. Unless it was Sorcerer Supreme. Otherwise, no one could overcome this weakness. This was an inherent weakness of mages. Our recovery. Caecilius' voice was extremely weak. He struggled to move his lips and released a black magic to recover his injuries. So tough. The excitement in Jessica's eyes grew even stronger. She reached out and grabbed Caecilius' head, dragging him out of the ground and throwing him towards the rock wall. Restore. Bang. Restore. Bang. Recover. Bang. Every punch from Jessica happened to be within the limits of Caecilius, forcing him to use black magic to recover. Then, After recovering from his injuries, Caecilius would fall into a new round of abuse, just like a nightmare of endless reincarnation. How tragic, tisk tisk. Although they were all enemies, seeing Caecilius in such a miserable state, Matt could not bear to look straight at him and subconsciously turned his head away. Damn it! Caecilius' face was covered in blood as he roared, I didn't want to use it here. You forced me to do this. After being beaten up like a sandbag for over 10 minutes, even a clay Buddha still had some anger, let alone Caecilius who believed in the power of darkness. Great God, grant your believers power. Caecilius shouted with a face full of fanaticism. He took off his clothes, revealing flesh that looked like it had been corroded by strong acid. Jessica frowned, but she did not choose to continue chasing. She carefully distanced herself from him. Ah dash! Caecilius' face twisted and he let out a horrifying scream. Black lines spread out from the festering flesh and blood, like some kind of evil creature, slowly wandering on the surface of the body, bit by bit devouring his flesh and blood, and constantly overflowing with an unknown black sticky substance. Guji! Guji! The strange black sticky substance flowed out, and the ground was instantly corroded into a ravine, emitting a pungent stench. What a strong corrosion! Jessica was shocked. If a human body was touched by that sticky substance, it would instantly be corroded until only bones remained. Matt frowned. What the hell is this? I don't know. Jessica frowned, already feeling that something was wrong. Her eyes were serious as she said, but it definitely isn't anything good. This ominous aura gave her a very similar feeling to Great Hollow, but Great Hollow's evil aura was far inferior to Caecilius. The two had an ominous degree of evil that was like clouds and mud. Ha, ha, ha. Caecilius stood up shakily. His body was covered in black lines, saliva flowing out of his mouth like a wild beast. His eyes were blood red as he laughed sinisterly, you all, don't think of stopping me. In the real world. A sharp, ear-piercing cry suddenly came from the depths of the cave. It was like a red-hot steel needle had pierced into his brain, fiercely stirring it, making Peter kneel on the ground with his head in pain. These are, the transformed children. Peter's pupils contracted slightly, and his body trembled slightly. From the dense cave on the rock wall, huge pieces of meat wriggled out one after another. Then, the pieces of meat wriggled towards each other amidst the constant screams. The pieces of meat and pieces of meat merged together and finally turned into a giant black creature that resembled a tree trunk. It was like a product that had been twisted together by countless roots. Its body was as large as an ancient tree trunk, and it had 3 legs that were as strong as the hooves of a sheep. A large number of whip-shaped tentacles that were covered in sticky liquid hung down from the crown of the giant body like branches. Green stinky slime dripped down from the mouths that were full of sharp teeth, emitting an unpleasant smell like the corrosion of corpses and vegetation. Guji, goo, goo. On the tree-like trunk that hung down like a whip, there were many white and ferocious eyes growing. The pale white pupils were rolling and staring at Peter. This horrible horror that was enough to challenge the record of the world of Guinness made Peter Parker uncontrollably retreat backwards. His eyes were full of horror, and his stomach was in turmoil. F***ck. Peter choked for a long time and spat out a rare curse because he really couldn't think of any other tone. With this disgusting and terrifying appearance, calling it a monster might be a bit too modest for Hollow. The people who were shocked were not only Peter, but also Matt and Jessica who were in the mirror dimension. Eek. Matt's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and he did not feel too good. What the hell is this? Ha, ha ha ha. Caecilius laughed crazily and said, it doesn't matter even if I tell you now. Anyway, you can't stop the ceremony. That is, the cub of the Black Mountain Goat. Black Mountain Goat, cub. Matt's mouth twitched, why don't I remember that there is such a weird breed among goats? Chi. Caecilius sneered, Don't associate the black mountain goat cubs with those inferior species. They are the descendants of the great mother of thousands, the messengers who spread the blessing. Blessing. This ugly thing has nothing to do with the blessing. Matt and Jessica's faces twitched. Just a glance at that thing could make people unable to sleep for several days. Chapter 215. My name is Peter Parker, and I am also called Spider-Man. During the day, I was an inconspicuous high school student in Middle City High School, and after school, I was a superhero who had just debuted. My daily activities include but not limited, help the old lady cross the road, save the pets trapped in the trees, attack the robbers, help the police uncle arrest the fugitive, and sometimes part-time tasks. Although I have not been out for long, I have worked hard enough, and the people of New York call me the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I never expected that. My business area has been forced to expand. May I ask what to do if I encounter a disgusting and ugly monster with a height of 15 meters and full of tentacles and eyeballs? It was Peter Parker's psychological activity. Boom. 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 There was a sudden violent tremor on the ground. The entire underground cave seemed to be shaking. The surrounding rock walls were constantly falling with gravel and dust. A huge shadow covered the only light in the cave. Peter's neck was stiff up, and the whole person was like a toy with a hair bar, staring at the ugly monster in horror. The cub of the black goat moved its feet that were as big as the hooves of a sheep. It moved its body that was as big as a tree trunk, waving its tentacles that were as long as branches and eyeballs in a meaningless manner. It was like a turtle in an old dragon bell, approaching the sacrificial ceremony bit by bit. Its speed was not fast, but it was full of oppression. The ugly body that was large enough to occupy half of the cave was filled with the smell of vomit that seemed to come from plants and rotting corpses. The strength of the whip tentacles that kept swinging around was astonishing. They made a series of cracking sounds as they whipped the air. The green mucus that dripped from the huge mouth corroded everything in its path. Every time the cub of the black goat approached, Peter subconsciously took a step back. An indescribable sense of fear surged into Peter's heart. The trembling from the depths of his soul quickly spread throughout his body. His instinct kept urging him to leave this place quickly. It was as if he would be dragged into the endless dark abyss if he was even a second slower. Buzz. Buzz. Since the moment this monster appeared, the warning of Spider's senses had not stopped. Run. Run. Otherwise, you will die. That was the survival instinct engraved in the deepest part of human genes. It was also the fear of unknown creatures. Spider's senses had never deceived him. So Peter believed that if he chose to stay here, he would die without a doubt if he fought with this monster. Perhaps it was unconscious, perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was some other reason. Peter Parker was retreating. I am still young. I don't want to die yet. I have Aunt May, Uncle Ben, MJ, Ned. Yes. I can't die here, I can't make them sad. I just became a superhero. I still have a beautiful future. I still have a lot of delicious food that I haven't tasted. I haven't confessed to MJ yet. I. The moment Peter had the thought of retreating, countless reasons came in succession, as if finding a proper excuse for himself to retreat. He was not afraid of death, but he didn't want to die. If his opponent was a human, he would never retreat a step. But the problem was that this enemy in front of him, whether from the outside or from the inside, could no longer be considered a human being. It was a monster. Peter turned and fled to the exit. But his back was so panicked, and there was even a sense of loss, as if he had abandoned something important here. As for Matt, who was in the mirror image dimension, his eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water. There were no waves in his eyes as he silently watched Peter's back. Ha 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 ha. Caecilius' laughter became even more arrogant. His face, which was covered in black lines, was twisted and ferocious. He let out a beast-like roar. Do you see that? This is human nature. No, you are wrong. Matt's lips moved slightly and he said lightly, fear death and stay away from death. This is just the survival instinct of humans. Ha, you are so stubborn. Caecilius coldly snorted, that brat ran away. I want to see if you have any way to stop me. No. Matt stared firmly in the direction Peter had left and said, he will definitely come back. I believe in him. Stop dreaming. Caecilius mocked, after seeing the true face of the black goat cub, it is impossible for a human to muster the courage to fight it. You are wrong, Caecilius. Matt's lips curled into a confident smile. You do not understand humans at all, much less know the greatness of humans. Oh. Caecilius looked high and mighty, as though he was looking at them as ants. He said with a tone full of contempt, then why don't you tell me, in front of a black goat cub, how great is a human that is as small as an ant? How great is it? He. Let me tell you. Matt staggered up from the ground. Even though the wound on his abdomen was still convulsing with pain, he still straightened his back. His entire body was like a sharp blade that would never bend. His eyes revealed a divine light that was enough to shock people. It was like two bright suns that were blooming with dazzling light. The greatness of humans lies in the lofty attitude when facing fear. Even if we are as small as ants, our desire for survival is definitely not weaker than any other existence. You underestimate us too much, Caecilius. Don't forget, he is a superhero. Caecilius' pupils slightly trembled, as though he was stunned by Matt's bold words. After a few seconds of silence, he angrily said, no matter how many beautiful words you say, it can't hide the despicable nature carved into the bones of humans. Matt closed his eyes, no longer arguing with him. What? Caecilius seemed to be very keen on attacking Matt. He mocked, this superhero, those children are about to become food for the black goat cubs. May I ask where is the great human you are talking about? Ha 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 ha. I think he ran away. What superhero? What justice? What protection? It's all fake. Only eternal life is real. You bunch of fake and stupid superheroes, you don't understand how great my pursuit is. Facing Caecilius, who had been shouting, Matt suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Caecilius, look back. That is a human facing fear. A song called Courage. Caecilius stopped laughing and suddenly turned back. His entire person was stunned. It was the person who escaped. He came back. My name is Peter Parker. I am Spider-Man. The young man's roar resounded through the entire underground cave, as if all the fear and trembling in his chest had been released. The man in the red spider suit stood alone in front of the black goat cub. Behind him were 120 children. Chapter 216. The black goat cub continued to move forward. It didn't need to care who was in front of it. Whether it was Peter Parker or Matt Murdock, in its eyes, it was just a mantis trying to stop a car, asking for death. Crack! A whip-shaped tentacle wrapped in mucus lashed out with a violent and fierce force. It was as if a heavy object weighing dozens of tons was falling down at an extremely fast speed. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of explosion erupted. The airflow visible to the naked eye was forcefully blasted apart. The violent wind howled and howled as it was whipped. It was like a flood that covered the sky and covered the earth. The thick air that covered the space around him suddenly made Peter feel as if he was suffocating. The space where the tentacle fell was faintly showing signs of collapse. If he was hit, he would probably turn into meat paste. Peter raised his hand and shot out 2 strands of spider silk from the rock wall next to him. Then, while his body leaned back, he tightened the spider silk to its limit. Shua! With the strong toughness and elasticity of the spider silk, Peter shot himself out like a slingshot. Boom! The tentacles then fell down with a loud bang. It was as if dozens of tons of objects had fallen to the ground. In the earthquake-like sound of vibration, the entire cave was torn apart. It let out an unbearable wail. Huge ravines that could accommodate adults were spread throughout the entire cave. With just one strike, the black goat cub almost destroyed the entire cave. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Peter swallowed hard, and his heart became more and more determined that he should never get close to this monster. With his fragile little body, he was not as strong as the rock wall. If he was touched by those tentacles, he would probably die on the spot. But it was also a blessing in disguise. Peter found that this monster was very heavy. Whether it was the speed of advancing or the speed of waving the tentacles, it might be very fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but for him, who had spider senses, it was simply as slow as an old lady selling popsicles at the door. Although the destructive power was amazing, as long as it could not hit him, it was meaningless. If it is to this extent, I can do it. Peter suddenly had confidence. He turned his eyes to the ritual and muttered thoughtfully, "Since it is so slow, can I save these children first?" "Can do it?" "Absolutely." Peter no longer hesitated. He shot out a spider silk and stuck it to the wall of the cave, using the force to swing at the sacrificial ritual. All the children in the ritual had faces like mud dolls. Their expressions were dull and stiff, as if they were not angry at all. They were obviously controlled by some kind of spell by the fanatics. Time was of the essence. Peter had no time to think about who to save. He could only casually pick up a child, and then shoot out the spider silk again, pulling his body high into the sky. But fortunately, the monster seemed to be afraid. It did not attack the child in the ritual. Instead, it waited for Peter to come out and then waved its tentacles to attack. Peter used the spider silk to nimbly dodge the tentacles in the air, and then threw the child into the depths of the passage of time. Shua! As the spider silk fell, it had to turn around to avoid the tentacles. Its body was as flexible as a swallow, dodging every attack. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15. 20, 30, 40. Peter did not stop for a moment. Under the increasingly crazed attacks of the tentacles, he risked again and again to rescue the children from the ritual, and then threw them into the depths of the passage. Huff, huff, huff. Under the high intensity and dense attacks of the black goat cubs, they had to not only split their attention to avoid, but also constantly travel underground to save the trapped children. The mental and physical loss was quite serious. Save one more. Save one more. Just let me, save one more, please. Peter was left with only one belief in his heart, breathing heavily like a broken bellows. His lungs felt as if they were burning, but his eyes became brighter. At this moment, the cub of the black goat seemed to be angry. Ying! The cub of the black goat suddenly stopped, and then let out a scream that went straight into the depths of his soul, like a shrill cry. The sound was like a red-hot iron, forcibly inserted into Peter's mind, and then crazily stirred, making him unable to help but let out a scream. Everything in front of him had a double image, and his consciousness had a strange feeling of leaving his body. Wake up! Wake up! Peter immediately bit the tip of his tongue, using the intense pain and blood to force himself to wake up from that state. But, it was too late. A whip-shaped tentacle of the black goat suddenly attacked, accompanied by a wind pressure that was as terrible as material, aiming at Peter Parker, who could not dodge in the air. No, not good. Peter's pupils contracted slightly, and all the hair on his body stood up. But then his action was subconsciously thrown out the child in his arms, and his wrist ejected a spider silk to stick the falling child to the top of the cave, lest the child was attacked by the tentacles. But this way, he had no time to adjust his position. Bang! The thick tentacles were like a huge whip, whipping fiercely at Peter. Crack, 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 crack. The human body was so fragile. Although Peter had tried to dodge as much as possible, he was only swept by the tentacles. The bones and flesh of his right leg were instantly smashed, and a dazzling blood mist splashed in the air. Ah! One of his legs exploded. The heart-wrenching pain caused Peter's face to twist and he let out a miserable scream. Bang! The spider silk was cut off by the strong wind. Peter crashed into the rock wall like a kite with a broken string. Then, he rolled down from more than 10 meters away and finally hit the ground heavily. Bang! The dull body collided with the solid ground. A huge pool of blood sprayed around. Peter Parker was lying on the ground like a dead body. There was only a slight rise and fall of his chest. It seemed to prove that he was not dead yet. Yes, he was not dead yet. But such a serious injury, he was afraid that he would not live for long. He is dead for sure. Seeing this scene, Caecilius revealed a smile once more. I already said that no one will stop the black goat cub. He is just sending himself to his death. No. I believe him. Matt bit his lips and stared at Peter with his blood-red pupils. He kept repeating, stand up, stand up, stand up. Ah! Peter seemed to have heard Matt's encouragement. A roar that had been suppressed for a long time burst out from his throat. His two arms supported his body and stood up. He stood up. Even if one of his legs was broken, even if all the bones in his body were broken, Peter did not give up. He propped up his upper body and crawled to the sacrificial ceremony with both hands. At that moment, Matt and Jessica were deeply touched. They seemed to see a shining soul on Peter Parker. Dazzling, resplendent. Even the sun in the sky could not match his soul. This was a great brilliance that had been passed down for generations and continued in the human body. Even the darkness that could cover the sky could not stop this brilliance. God, if you really exist, please let me hold on a little longer and let me save a child again. Please, just one more. God. Peter prayed in his heart. He had never believed in God before, but now he was begging God. Just for letting him to save another person. Chapter 217. Ying. The black goat cub let out a sharp cry, and a whip-shaped tentacle rushed out. Its speed was far faster than that of a cannonball, and the air exploded in a huge circular shape. Just as everyone thought that Peter Parker was dead, a miracle appeared, and God seemed to hear his call. Boom! A scarlet figure that was filled with a violent aura was approaching. And around the body of the unknown figure, the speed was too fast, causing violent sparks to fly in the air. It dragged a scarlet hot wave of air and emitted a series of explosive roars. Zero. A roar filled with rage exploded in the cave like thunder. Then, a scorching red light flashed, and the astonishing destructive force caused space to distort. The scorching red light streaked across like a comet, colliding with the tentacles of the black goat cub. Rumble. The scarlet light was blazing and dyed the entire cave red. The surrounding space shook violently. It was as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread out in circles and spread throughout the entire underground cave in the blink of an eye. The shock waves were like a hurricane that could destroy the heavens and earth as they bombarded the surface. For a time, the earth erupted like 100 beasts galloping. The entire underground cave shook with a rumble. After the thick smoke dispersed, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in front of them. Spider-like cracks spread out and a broken tentacle fell to the side. The figure looked petite and slim. It was the size of a human. Its skin was gray and white like a dead person. Its face was covered with a white bone mask. Its two long and narrow scarlet eyes revealed an eerie evil aura and killing intent. Mirror dimension. Caecilius' heart jumped for no reason. What kind of monster is this? Matt and Jessica's expressions changed when they saw the strange figure. They exclaimed in unison, "Ajitchas." Unlike Jillian's appearance and the ominous crimson spiritual power, it was Ajitchas, Gwen. She had originally listened to Grim Joe's suggestion. She came to the modern world to find the meaning of filling the hole in her chest, as well as the death she symbolized. But in the process of her loss and finding the answer, perhaps because of the residual consciousness, Gwen followed the smell of Peter Parker and found this secret place. At the moment of discovering Peter's life was in danger, Gwen suddenly could not control his emotions. Rage filled his mind, and then the above scene happened. "Who are you?" Gwen looked at Peter, who was on the verge of death, and suddenly felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. It was as if he had lost something important and became empty. A red mask. The spider pattern on his chest. And that familiar smell. All of this gave Gwen an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" Gwen asked again. This time, her voice became a little anxious. She had a faint feeling that the person in front of her could fill the hole in her heart and let her find the death she symbolized. But unfortunately, now that Peter was still alive, it was already a great blessing. He could not answer her question at all. "Answer my question," Gwen growled, and her heart suddenly surged with irritation. He stepped forward and tore off Peter's mask. Rip! The red mask was torn off, revealing a young and tender face. There were a few strands of bloody brown hair attached to the bloodless face. It was a common face that couldn't be more ordinary. But it was this ordinary face that caused Gwen to freeze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Peter Parker. Gwen himself did not know why this strange name suddenly came out of his mouth. After falling and becoming a creature after Hollow, it would not have any memories of its previous life. Even if it finally evolved into Vastolord, it would be impossible to find the memories of the previous life. This was the iron law of evolution. Although she did not have memories. But this did not stop Gwen's instinct, and he had a good impression of this young boy. Anger was spreading. There was no reason at all. Just because she saw Peter's miserable state, Gwen felt that she could not contain her anger. This strong impulse of emotion was countless times stronger than her defeat at Grim Joe's hands. Unforgivable. He absolutely could not allow anyone to hurt him. A majestic red spiritual power burst out from Gwen's body, and the surrounding ground was instantly sent flying. "Kill! Kill you!" The roar accompanied by the shockwave spread out. The ground beneath Gwen could not withstand the violent impact and collapsed layer by layer. Dust and smoke rolled up like a giant dragon, rushing straight to the top of the cave. Ring, ring. The next moment, Gwen's eyes erupted with a cold killing intent. He smashed the air in front of him with one step, raised his fist that was wrapped in spiritual power, and smashed it onto the black goat cub. Bang! The black goat cub, which was more than 10 meters tall and as large as a small mountain, was actually forced back by this punch. Boom! 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 Without a moment of pause, the violent spiritual power filled the entire cave, and the entire space was filled with her after images. The black goat cub cried and screamed, screaming in pain. Its huge and ugly body was beaten to the point where green pus continuously flowed out. Those disgusting whip-shaped tentacles were easily torn apart by Gwen. Every time his figure passed by Hollow, the remaining dark red spiritual power fluctuations would cause ripples in the cave, causing the rock wall to crack open and be covered in terrifying cracks. A large amount of dust was swept up to the top of the cave by the passionate storm, and then it was torn apart by the violent waves of air. Gwen turned around and teleported to the front of the black mountain goat cub. Then, he raised his hand and aimed at the mouth that emitted a foul smell. He directly blasted out a Siro at a distance of 0. The heat spread out and directly evaporated the air within dozens of meters. A scarlet destructive beam spread out and filled the mouth of the black mountain goat cub. Boom! An extremely terrifying energy exploded from within his body, directly destroying the upper half of the black goat cub. The aftershock from Siro's attack blasted a deep hole in the ground nearby, and deep cracks spread out like a spider web. The black goat cub was dead. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Matt and Jessica revealed shocked expressions. This was Ajich's. After evolving to the second stage, not only did he have self-awareness, but his quality and quantity were completely different from the great hollow they had seen before. Ajich's, could it be that she evolved herself? Jessica's pupils trembled slightly. She secretly recorded this information and planned to report it to Lord Hashwalth. On the other side, Caecilius' expression was as ugly as if his entire family was dead. Dead, dead. Caecilius opened his eyes wide, his face filled with shock. The invincible black goat cub had been dealt with so easily. 5 seconds. Or 10 seconds. From the appearance of the masked monster to the fall of the black goat cub, the entire process probably took less than a minute. Was the black goat cub too weak? No. No. As the summoner, Caecilius knew that the monster with the white bone mask was too strong. Chapter 218. When everyone thought that this was all over, the black mountain goat cub that was only left with half of its body once again released a terrifying aura. The green viscous liquid was like a soft creature that slowly flowed out from the dead shell of the black mountain goat cub. Chi. The green viscous liquid was extremely corrosive. Everywhere it passed, it would appear to be an irregular pit that had been corroded. A strong pungent smell spread out. This was the first time Gwen had seen such a strange situation. It had clearly lost its life force, and there was no soul fluctuation. Logically speaking, this ugly monster should have already died, but she still felt uneasy. The strange situation continued. The black goat cub that had been blasted into a broken body, the scattered pieces of meat squirmed together and then violently collapsed and contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye until it turned into a huge black. The black blob was about 5 or 6 meters tall. The sticky surface was covered with thick, bright red blood vessels, and it looked like the heart of a giant creature. Boom! 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 The blob contracted and expanded violently, and then a strong and powerful heartbeat burst out. It was like a dull and melodious drum that echoed in the empty underground cave. There was a low murmur mixed in the huge drum. As Gwen listened to the ravings, her head felt a sharp pain as though it was being torn apart. Darkness, fog, squirming, festering. A huge black fog that kept rolling was sometimes scattered, sometimes converging, sometimes forming a certain giant organ. Countless tentacles covered in mucus were waving around like the feet of an octopus, and greedy mouths full of sharp teeth covered its entire body. She floated above New York. Below them were countless black mountain goat cubs that were walking on the ground. They waved their tentacles, as if they were celebrating, cheering, singing, and strange melodies mixed with unknown languages. They were like singing, praising the great mother that had given birth to thousands. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart, forcefully pulling Gwen out of her fantasy. Sue. On the surface of the huge black blob. All of a sudden, countless hair-thin tentacles stretched out, turning into a black tide that covered the sky and covered the earth as it surged over. Although every tentacle was as thin as a strand of hair, this number was truly too terrifying. Gwen picked up Peter, who had fainted beside her, and immediately turned away. Even though her reaction speed was already fast enough, she had been forcefully awakened from her reverie, causing her brain to feel dizzy, and there was a sharp pain of being torn apart. In the end, she was still unable to completely avoid those tentacles and was accidentally stabbed in the left arm by one of them. In just a breath of time, the left arm was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flesh, blood, life essence, spiritual power, all of the materials that possessed energy were being crazily and greedily squeezed out by that tentacle. Gwen did not hesitate at all, waving his palm-like sword, was slashing down. Chi-la. Her left arm was severed at the root, and her flesh was instantly squeezed dry by the tentacles. Not even her bones were left. What a fast devouring speed! Seeing this scene, Gwen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. She felt a chill in her heart. If her reaction had been a little slower just now, she would have become a dead hollow. Dong. After squeezing out the arm of Ajichas, the powerful life essence and spiritual power returned to the black blob. The ferocious blood vessels on the surface became brighter and brighter, and the contraction and expansion also burst out with more vigorous jumping sounds. It is absorbing my power. Gwen covered his broken arm, and his scarlet long and narrow eyes suddenly became serious. Every part of the body of Ajichas contained their power. It was a sign that spiritual power had been completely condensed into a physical body. Although losing an arm would not cause the evolution to stagnate, it would also cause her strength to decline a lot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black blob had tasted the sweetness, and it was obviously not satisfied with just an arm. It manipulated the dense, sea-like tentacles to launch an overwhelming siege on Gwen. Ring, ring. This time, Gwen was not stabbed. With his super high-speed movement, he completely threw the tentacles behind him. Then, he took advantage of the gap between dodging the tentacles and thinking. All biological behavior generally had a certain purpose. Just like how Hollow devoured the souls of humans or companions, in order to survive and to evolve to a higher level, this was an instinct engraved in every Hollow's body, unrelated to self-will. Humans eat animals in order to satisfy the desire to eat and torture them to satisfy their spiritual needs. Then, what about this black blob? Although it is ugly and disgusting on the outside, Gwen believes that it can barely return to the creature category. Since it is a creature, then its behavior must have a. Perhaps it was to survive, to prolong life, or to evolve. From the behavior of the black sarcoma, it did not seem to have an individual consciousness. It should be acting on instinct. Then there was a problem. The black blob was not to satisfy the appetite, not to reproduce, and it was not possible to meet the special spiritual needs. Then there was only one possibility left: evolution. Did it consume flesh, blood, and life essence to evolve to a higher level? Its target is those humans. Gwen's eyes moved slightly. She found that the tentacles had let go of her and continued to encircle her. Instead, they were heading towards the humans in the bright red pattern. A deep chill immediately emerged in her heart. The black blob swallowed flesh and blood to evolve to a higher level, so when it swallowed those young humans, it would definitely become more terrifying than it was now. No, I have to stop it. Gwen's eyes turned cold, and her brows revealed a violent aura. I absolutely can't let it devour those humans. Ring, ring. Gwen instantly appeared outside the base. After placing Peter on the soft grass, he disappeared again. The next moment, Gwen returned to the underground cave again, blocking the tentacles that pounced at the child. Sizzle. As the scarlet spiritual power flashed, Gwen's fists instantly sent out countless after images. Zero. Boom boom boom. The energy shells were like a torrential rain, filling up the entire underground cave. Accompanied by a terrifying energy surge and a huge roar, they completely drowned out the black tentacles that covered the sky and covered the earth. But in the next moment, everything came to a standstill. It was not an illusion created by the confrontation, but a real stagnation. The red zero, the black tentacles, and the howling wind were all forcibly pressed on the pause button at this moment. Humph. An extremely disdainful snort suddenly sounded in Gwen's ears. Poochie. A piece of flesh was suddenly dug out from Gwen's abdomen. She grunted and retreated, clutching her wound as she stared coldly in front of her. A person slowly walked out from the dense tentacles that were like a tide. An ominous black fog surged around his body, as hazy as an illusion. Gwen's gaze was grave. You. Who are you? He. The person was shrouded in black fog, and hollow was illusory and indistinct. Its voice was as sharp as a sharp object streaking across a mirror. I am the greatest witch. Agatha. Agatha Harkness. Chapter 219. A witch? This profession full of mystery, suddenly evoked Matt's memory. When it came to the profession of a witch, many people believed that the first thing that came to mind was the religious trial launched by the Church in Europe during the medieval period, the witch hunt. The act of hunting witches was full of bloody cruelty and ignorance. It originated from the medieval Europe. The current Pope of Rome, Norton VIII, an imperial order issued in 1484 years. The witch trial, also known as the witch hunt. The Christian interrogation of heretics swept through the entire European continent for nearly 300 years. It was one of the darkest periods in the history of Europe and even the entire history of human civilization. Such a brutal hunting behavior lasted until the end of the 17th century before disappearing. Matt's expression became a little strange. He originally thought that the witch was the fake truth, that the church and the nobles had deliberately created it, but now it seemed that it was not the case. The person shrouded in the black fog actually claimed to be the greatest witch. This was a little intriguing. In that case, was the church really chasing after the witches at that time? In fact, Matt only guessed half of it correctly. The church massacred innocent women in the name of religion. This was an indisputable fact, and it was also the darkest scene in human history. But there was actually a part of the reason, which was the witch union. The early witch gathering was the place where all the witches gathered and studied magic together. However, due to the uncontrollable research of the witches, it had already threatened the legitimacy of the church, and even had a tendency to replace it. That was why it had triggered the witch hunt operation. And Agatha Harkness was one of the members of this witch union. She lived in Europe in the 16th century and was in the period of witch hunting fanatics. Because she learned black magic in 1693, she violated the law of the witch gathering and was sentenced to death. However, Agatha was proficient in black magic at that time. Not only was she not executed, but she also absorbed the magic power of other witches. From then on, Agatha Harkness became one of the only two remaining witches, and the other witch was the famous Crimson Witch in Marvel's Future. A strange biological structure. Agatha showed great interest in the existence of Gwen. I have never seen a creature like you that is condensed from negative emotions and souls. Can you tell me what you are? Gwen did not answer her question. Her throat let out a low roar and he assumed an attacking posture. Intuition told her that this person was very dangerous. She had to always tighten her nerves and not relax even a muscle. Otherwise, if she relaxed, she could be killed at any time. This mysterious person named Agatha was so terrifying. Aren't you going to tell me? Agatha smiled gently and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. After I catch you, I will slowly study it. All of his words revealed a feeling of superiority, like a god looking down at the dust and sand beneath his feet when he lowered his eyes, directly treating Gwen as his precious test subject. Such arrogant words completely infuriated Agichas. You don't deserve it? Gwen roared angrily, and a deep red spiritual power appeared on the surface of his body, like a burning ball of fire. Boom! The ground within a radius of dozens of meters with Gwen as the center of the circle let out a loud cry the moment the foot landed. The hard rock structure collapsed layer by layer, and a ring of air visible to the naked eye exploded behind her, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning flashing in front of Agatha. The speed was very fast. But it was only limited to this. You are too weak. Agatha casually waved her hand and a surge of magic power surged through the air like a tidal wave. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Gwen was severely injured after being hit by the surge of magic power. His entire body was covered in cracks, as if he was a fragile porcelain. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The disparity was too great. The heavenly chasm that lay between them was so great that it was enough to make one feel despair. After suffering 2 consecutive injuries, the super-speed regeneration almost squeezed spiritual power out. She seemed to really welcome her own end. Gwen's pupils dilated, her vision gradually becoming blurry. Her body swayed, and in the end, she fell to the ground like a golden mountain falling on a jade pillar. The situation was changing rapidly. Ha 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 ha. In just a few minutes, his mood had risen and fell several times, but after seeing Agatha's strength, Caecilius laughed loudly. Did you see that? The one who won in the end was still me. Gwen suffered a crushing defeat in one move. This situation was completely beyond Matt and Jessica's expectations. That was Ajitja's spiritual power, who was comparable to a captain, was actually killed so easily by that person? Matt felt a chill in his heart. Even Ajitja's was not a match for him, so it was even more impossible for them to stop that person. Unless Lord Hashwalth made his move. After all, in the present Wandenreich, the only existence that could contend against captain-level death god was only Hashwalth. If he wanted to stop that mysterious person, he could only place his hopes on Lord Hashwalth. Matt had a heavy heart, and deliberately lowered his voice, forcing it into a line and sending it into Jessica's ear. Jessica, will Lord Hashwalth come? Will. Jessica was silent for a moment before nodding her head. A light flashed in her eyes. I believe that he will definitely come. Gwen fell down. Bright red blood sprayed out, recklessly splashing onto the ground. Between the scarlet lines, it was like a scene of despair that was painted with a brush. The black mist that shrouded Agatha slowly faded away, revealing the whole picture that was hidden. Hiss dash. Matt, who was in the mirror dimension, was shocked when he saw Agatha's appearance. He could not help but gasp. It was really too ugly. The charming and attractive image of the witch in her impression was completely destroyed at this moment. Agatha, who had taken off the black mist, was simply wearing a black robe. Half of her face was corroded by strong acid, and the right half of her body under the black robe had been replaced by some soft tentacles. Agatha's terrifying glory could no longer be called a human. Even Jessica, who had a higher tolerance, could not help but frown when she saw this. It could be seen how ugly she was. Compared to their disdain and disgust, Caecilius opposite them had a fanatical face, and even his eyes revealed a hint of envy. Ah, what a wonderful body structure. This is the real eternal life, ha 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 ha. This disgusting appearance, how is it wonderful. Matt's mouth twitched, completely unable to appreciate Caecilius' unique beauty. For example, Agatha, who was half human and half squid in a strange form, any normal human aesthetic would not use the word wonderful to describe it. Chapter 220. Stupid. Caecilius sneered and said in disdain, in the end, they are just a group of mortals. They only know how to feel about the outer shell made of protein. They do not understand how great Agatha's body is. Is that so? Matt raised his eyebrows and retorted, then I have to congratulate you first, great man, first fish, first life. The squid was also a fish. Half a person and half a fish, naturally it was a mermaid. However, the mermaid that Matt mentioned might be different from what the general public thought. It was not the upper half, the lower half, but the left half, and the right half. Whatever you say, ha 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 ha. Caecilius did not care at all. In his eyes, there was only Agatha's body. He licked his lips and said excitedly, soon. I will be able to obtain that kind of blessing. At that time, I will truly be immortal. The person in the way has finally disappeared. Agatha raised her tone, carrying a bit of joy. She waved her hand and laughed, go, my child. This blood can't be wasted. It can make up for the missing part of the sacrifice. Suo suo. The slender tentacle that extended out of the blob was obedient like a docile pet under Agatha's command. It greedily sucked the large amount of blood that Gwen had scattered on the ground. Soon, all the blood on the ground was taken away. The tentacles that were as thin as hair were not satisfied with this and spread towards the unconscious Gwen. "Stop!" Agatha raised her hand and stopped the tentacles. Her tone was full of greed. "Don't move that child. He is my precious test subject." As expected, the tentacles stopped moving and slowly retracted back into their original form. The life energy contained in the blood of Agichas. It was far more than the amount that hundreds of children could supply, and there was also the negative emotion that Agatha valued the most. These were the nutrients that her child needed. Dong dong. As the huge black blob contracted and expanded, the violent beating sound that burst out became more and more urgent. It sounded like a dense drum, indicating that the thing inside was about to be born. Agatha raised her hand and gently stroked the surface of the black blob. Her voice revealed a hint of fanaticism and obsession. "Ah, my child, it seems that you can't wait to be born." "Almost." Agatha's voice seemed to be a little excited. She strode towards the array dyed red with blood. "Let us welcome her together, the great mother of thousands." However, Agatha had just taken a few steps when she was stopped by another person. That was Gwen. Her entire body was bathed in blood, her fragile figure that was covered in cracks like porcelain, but she firmly and resolutely blocked in front of Agatha. "Don't, go over." Gwen propped up his swaying body and stood up. His small body seemed to have turned into a high wall. Agatha was not angry. Instead, she was quite satisfied and said, "You can still stand up after suffering from the dark curse. My dear experimental subject, you are making me more and more surprised." "But..." Agatha's voice suddenly became cold and she waved her hand. "I don't have time to play with you now. Get out of my way." The surging magic power turned into a heavy hammer, causing Gwen's chest to collapse a few centimeters before retreating backwards at several times the speed of sound. Bang! Gwen crashed into the rock wall and was deeply embedded in it. This time, she no longer had any extra strength to stand up again. Spiritual power was exhausted, the super speed regeneration stopped, and even moving his fingers seemed to be an extravagant hope. "Is it over?" Gwen's scarlet pupils gradually dimmed, and his consciousness uncontrollably fell into endless darkness. "Is it really over?" No, not yet. Although she was infinitely close to death, she had not truly died. In the endless darkness of consciousness, there seemed to be a faint light, like a candle in the wind, supporting the last hope of this world. Everything in the world froze for a second, leaving only Gwen, who was on the verge of death. Why save that child? Why protect those humans? Why? Gwen was questioning his heart. Whether it was on the logical level or on the instinct level, she should not save the humans who should be food. But, she still did it. It was because of her soul and instinct that drove her to do these things. With great power comes great responsibility. I'm sorry, Gwen. The next time we meet, I'll treat you to the best pizza in New York. Thank you, Gwen. In the endless darkness, the voices of immaturity and maturity alternated in Gwen's ears. It was like a weak flame in the winter, warming her gradually stiff and cold body. The light grew bigger and bigger, to fill the emptiness in his heart and seek the meaning of death. At this moment, Gwen finally understood the death that he had always been pursuing. Sacrifice. Bang. The violent sound suddenly broke through the cave, and a huge ring of air exploded behind Gwen. Like a flood dragon surging in the sea of clouds, Gwen relied on the ultra-high-speed movement of the sound to break through the layers of air currents, dragging a long wave of air. The dark red spiritual power seemed to be solid as he roared wantonly on the tip of his fist. An indescribable momentum spread throughout the entire underground cave in the blink of an eye. The fierce wind that surged out was extremely sharp. It mercilessly swept across the ground, leaving behind a crisscrossed ravine. This punch pushed Gwen's essence, energy, and spirit to the limit. She pressed forward with indomitable will, not stopping until she died. Rumble. The point where the fist was aimed at was accompanied by an immeasurable amount of astral winds. Crimson spiritual power roared like a dragon, forcefully blasting out a vacuum tunnel. Even space was trembling, faintly showing signs of collapse. The surging astral winds mixed with the aftermath of spiritual powers overflowing, setting off a massive wave of energy that rushed straight to the top of the cave, and then pierced through the entire cave. The dense cold light cut through the ground. This underground cave that had existed since ancient times, the rock walls that had been washed by the river for countless years and the movement of the earth's crust had cracked and shattered. The sand and dust that instantly rose up like a curtain. For a time, even the spectators in the mirror image dimension felt dazzled. They could only see the airflow in the sky whistling, and the sound of metal colliding echoed in their ears. They could not even see the figure. Only Jessica could barely see the situation in the field. In the surging gale, Gwen used all her strength to attack, but she was still unable to change the outcome. The fist stopped in front of Agatha, but it did not break through the barrier formed by the flood of magic power. Ha ha ha. Agatha smiled contemptuously, "You are just an experimental subject. How dare you try to hurt me? No, you are wrong." Gwen slowly raised his head, and his narrow scarlet eyes flashed with a cold light. "My fang, have hurt you. Kaka. 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 Kaka." A series of explosive sounds suddenly rang out. Under the drastic change in Agatha's expression, the magic barrier that protected her like a heavenly moat was currently shattering inch by inch like a mirror. Agatha lowered her head in shock and realized that a white fang had been pierced into her abdomen at some point in time. Have a good taste. Chapter 221. Ta, 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 ta. Agatha took a few steps back and distanced herself from Gwen. There was a deep shock on her face, as if she could not believe her eyes. The last second, Gwen, who was still on the verge of death, suddenly exploded in the next second, breaking her magic barrier with one blow. What on earth happened just now? Why did this white masked monster give her a feeling that there was a world of difference compared to before? If the previous Gwen was still considered a test subject by her, then the current Gwen was enough to make her feel threatened. Why did you retreat? Gwen's eyes turned into a thin line as he stared at Agatha with a narrow scarlet light. Did you feel the fear from my body? Don't be too arrogant, you damn test subject. Agatha had a ferocious look on her face and her eyes revealed an ominous glint. She shrieked, "It's just some poison. Do you think you can kill me like this?" Poison. It was simply a joke. She was the greatest witch. She had absorbed the power of all the witches and was proficient in hundreds of black magic. Even if it was poison that could kill an elephant, with more than 100 times the dosage, she would not be able to hurt her at all. This sentence was absolutely not exaggerated at all. Because she was no longer a human, but an existence of a half-god. A mere poison. Gwen revealed a strange smile. You are underestimating my toxin. In an instant, the poison flared up. Ah! Agatha's face was distorted and her throat let out a scream that did not sound human. The deadly poison invaded her body, causing her flesh and blood to rot. It was showing signs of festering. My poison is not that simple. The poison that has been injected into your body is the most violent and fatal poison that I have extracted from all the spiders in the natural world. There are more than 4,000 species of spiders that have been discovered in nature. Among them, there are less than 500 species of spiders, which are completely free of toxins. The remaining 3,000 species of spiders have various toxins. Question. What is the most fatal method of hunting among the countless creatures in the natural world? Was it a sharp tooth, a strong body, or a fake disguise, or a shocking speed. None of them were. The most fatal killing method was poison. The moment she stabbed the grey-white horn needle into Agatha's abdomen, she injected dozens of deadly toxins. Because judging from Agatha's appearance, she was likely to belong to the category of human beings, so to be safe, Gwen deliberately secreted more venom. The venom was mixed with neurotoxin and tissue solvent toxins, and any one of them was enough to kill people with just 1 milligram. Of course, Gwen knew very well that these most violent toxins in nature might be fatal to humans, but not Agatha. So, she also injected another kind of poison. In the venom injected into Agatha's body, there is also an extremely special poison, soul-dissolving poison. This poison is very special. It will not target the nerves, nor the physical body. It will only target your soul and cause dissolution. Once this poison invades the body, unless Gwen himself wishes to inject the anti-poison serum that is secreted, the victim of the poison will never be able to remove the soul poison. Pay attention, it is permanent. The most terrifying part of this poison is not the ability to dissolve the soul, but the moment it is injected into the body, it will be like a maggot attached to the bone, forever remaining in your soul. It cannot be removed. Unable to cure the poison. Unable to get rid of. Rather than saying that it was a terrible poison, it was more like some sort of soul effect from the level of rules. Gwen named it Apollo. In ancient Greek mythology, Apollo symbolized both light and death. It was in charge of plagues and medicine. The difference between the two was only one line. Just like the sun hanging in the sky would always shine on the earth, the poison of Apollo would always exist in your soul. But this did not mean that she was invincible. On the contrary, the poison of Apollo still hid a huge risk. Every time it was used, not only would it consume a huge amount of spiritual power, but it would also have a great impact on the soul. After that, it would take at least a month of rest before it could be used again. In other words, Gwen could only use Apollo as her last trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she could not use it easily. Agatha was very lucky. She was the first person that had tasted the taste of Gwen's Apollo after comprehending the true meaning of sacrifice for the first time. No, impossible. Agatha's expression changed drastically and she howled in horror, "What kind of poison is this? Why can't I get rid of it?" Apollo. Gwen was so weak that she was shaking even as she stood. Only her scarlet eyes were still filled with a cold murderous intent. Remember this name forever, because it will accompany you until death. Ah-dash. Agatha wailed and retreated. The rotten flesh and blood continued to fester, and yellow pustules bulged all over her body. After the skin showed a necrotic color, the blood scab covered the surface of her body and turned into a deep black color. Chi. Yellow pus and festering flesh emitted an unpleasant smell. The smell was strong and pungent, as if the corpse had been marinated by thick sulfuric acid after decaying. No, impossible. Agatha let out a crazed howl, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Agatha's left side, which belonged to the human body, had already been mixed with venom, corroded until only a ghastly white bone was left. However, this was not a problem for Agatha. The source of her pain was the soul. She could clearly feel. Her soul was rotting, as if it was burned by a raging fire. The indescribable pain was constantly eroding her brain and nerves. Ritual. I still have a ritual. As long as there is a ritual, as long as there is a ritual, as long as there is a ritual, just a little bit of poison. It is not a problem at all. Agatha shouted crazily and stumbled towards the ritual. She was like a drowning person who grabbed the last straw to save her life. After being poisoned by dozens of mixed toxins and Apollo, you can still move. Gwen was shocked and her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. She wanted to stop Agatha. Get out of my way. Agatha screamed and a surge of magic power surged out like a tide. She slapped Gwen away and then rushed towards the ritual. That was her last chance. As long as the ritual succeeded, she would evolve into a god at that time. There was no need to worry about a mere poison. Chapter 222. Bang. After being hit by the magic power, Gwen, who hit the rock wall, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No, not good. Gwen forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood. When she saw what was in front of her, she wanted to stop Agatha from entering the ritual, but it was already too late. Agatha stepped into the ritual and slowly spread her arms. Her black robe moved without any wind, and violent magic power surged around her body. It turned into a huge black tornado that swept through the entire underground cave. Boom! The underground cave erupted with a violent 18 Richter scale vibration under the impact of the magic power. Huge cracks covered the entire rock wall, and huge rocks constantly fell from the top of the cave to the ground, as if they were about to collapse. The ceremony has begun. Caecilius stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Stupid humans, open your eyes wide. Next, you will see with your own eyes, the great mother of thousands. Shit. Matt's expression changed drastically. He had never expected that after going through so many hardships, he would still be one step behind. Agatha had activated the ritual. An extremely evil and terrifying aura suddenly gushed out from the blood-drawn magic circle. The children who were placed inside did not even have the chance to scream. Under the surging magic power, they were squeezed into a pile of minced meat. Large amounts of blood wrapped around the minced meat. Under the guidance of some mysterious power, they gradually gathered together. Listen to my call. The black goat that gave birth to tens of thousands of descendants. The goddess of darkness. The wife of the unspeakable. From the source of darkness to the abyss of the starry sky, from the abyss of the starry sky to the source of darkness, it will always be a compliment to you. The supreme being whose name cannot be spoken of, the black goat of the forest will prosper, your most faithful servant, calling to you. Grant me eternal glory. Agatha was like a devout believer, kneeling in the blood-red array, holding a bright red beating heart in her hands. Her lips moved, and a string of strange words came out of her mouth. The strange lines of words fell down, and the tone that was pieced together did not seem like a sound that could be made by a human's throat. Most of them were unclear and could not be comprehended what she was talking about. But even so, Gwen still felt a chill. Fear that she had never felt before spread wildly in the depths of her heart. It was as if an invisible hand was holding her heart tightly, and even breathing became very difficult. When Agatha finished chanting the prayer, the red lines that spread on the ground became erratic under the influence of the minced meat and blood. It was as if it had really turned into an eye and was staring at everyone with an evil gaze. Suddenly, flesh and blood mixed with magic power were flowing, and the space was suddenly distorted by an invisible force, like a mirror shattering into pieces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the space was shattered, a huge dark black vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Through the shattered space, Gwen stared at the huge dark black vortex. Vaguely, in the deepest part of the vortex, she seemed to see a giant blood-red eye. Just this one glance caused Gwen's brain to tremble as if it had been struck by 10,000 bolts of lightning. In an instant, blood gushed out from her 7 orifices and she screamed in pain. Huff, huff, huff. Gwen hurriedly retracted her gaze. She gasped for a few breaths with lingering fear in her heart. Only then did she gradually calm down. No matter what the giant blood-red eye in the depths of the darkness was, it was clearly not an existence she could look with her eye. Agatha raised both her hands and threw all the sacrificed flesh and blood into the dark black vortex. Then, a change occurred. The huge dark black vortex squirmed like a living creature, spitting out huge clouds and mist that were constantly rolling and festering. The black mist was as dark as thick ink, giving off an extremely ominous feeling. Sometimes it gathered, Sometimes it scattered, sometimes it formed into some kind of terrifying giant organ. It was covered with ferocious eyeballs and hundreds of terrifying beast teeth. A roar and a wild whisper wrapped around the ear, and an indescribable giant shadow was looming in the vortex. Ha ha ha! Agatha shouted fanatically, the great mother who gave birth to tens of thousands, your most loyal believer Agatha, begs you to grant me eternal life. The moment her words fell, a terrifying and heavy sense of oppression suddenly filled the underground cave. Boom! Gwen felt her entire body suddenly sink, as if she was directly crushed by a heavy stone mill. All the bones and muscles in her body were broken inch by inch, and all her nerves were screaming hysterically. Ho! The muscles and bones of Agichas that could withstand the impact of more than 10,000 tons all cried out in sorrow under this terrifying pressure. Their hearts beat violently like drums. Every time, they needed to burst out all their strength to barely support this body and not collapse under this pressure. The black fog gradually took shape, and Agatha's call became more and more vigilant. This is from my dream. Gwen's eyes became horrified because she found that this strange black fog seemed to have been seen in her dreams. And the ending she saw in her dream. The entire New York City was shrouded in this black fog. There were ugly monsters screaming all over the place, and the place was full of broken flesh and blood, as well as the ruined city. No, absolutely can't let it out. Gwen let out a low roar, his feet stepped on the rock wall, and like a gust of wind, he rushed towards the huge vortex. Stop Agatha! She had to stop her. We can't let this terrifying monster descend. Otherwise, not only will the humans perish, but the entire world. But soon, Gwen revealed a look of despair. She found that no matter how hard she tried to get close to Agatha, the distance between them seemed to never be shortened. It was like running on an invisible treadmill. Although it was very fast, she could never leave the place. The next second, Agatha's face twisted like a ferocious ghost as she let out a sharp roar. This is... Gwen's pupils dilated as she saw a scene that shocked her. The ball of strange black fog that was constantly changing forms, accompanied by Agatha's long roar, all of it poured into her mouth. Gulp, gulp. The rotten black fog filled the entire blood-colored magic array and seemed to invade Agatha's body. Ah dash! A blood-curdling scream resounded through the cave. Agatha screamed in pain, her body suddenly arched upwards, and her whole body was forced into a strange posture. An unknown black liquid gushed out from Agatha's nostrils, mouth, ears, and eyes. Agatha was mutating. Her skin began to become nearly transparent, and the blue lines in the shape of veins were extremely conspicuous. Her limbs were replaced by thick black tentacles, and she grew a lion-red curly beard that was as thick as fur. Chapter 223. Oh! Agatha high up in the air, a sharp sound similar to the friction between irons. Bang! The terrible sound echoed in her mind. Gwen felt as if she had been struck on the head by a heavy hammer. In an instant, her eyes were dyed red. There seemed to be some warm liquid flowing out of his 7 orifices. She subconsciously looked up. In the surging black fog, Agatha had completed her evolution. Evolution was over. Agatha Bao has the tentacles, which were used to replace the limbs, slowly rolled up like squirming squid. Under the skin that had become almost transparent, blue veins were faintly visible. Even the original head was replaced by a yellow gelatinous object, the sarcoma. The sarcoma was like a bulging pustule. There were no eyes, no ears, no nose, only an extremely exaggerated crack with sharp teeth. The black mist that was spat out from the deep black vortex was wrapped around Agatha. Sometimes it would gather, sometimes it would scatter, sometimes it would look like a festering organ. Agatha. No, now it should be called a monster, because she no longer had any characteristics that humans should have. Ah, so this is a god. Agatha moaned comfortably and then revealed a satisfied smile. This feeling. I can see magic flowing in front of my eyes, the meridians and breathing of all things, as well as endless knowledge. This is simply great. But this seemingly ordinary scene, when focused on the current Agatha, made Matt and Jessica, who were in the mirror dimension, feel a sense of horror. The corners of her mouth split up to her cheekbones, and she could even see the nerve tissues in Agatha's brain and the unknown substance squirming like maggots through her mouth. Oh my God! Is this a nightmare? If so, I hope I can wake up as soon as possible. Matt swallowed his saliva and tried his best to control his thoughts of escaping. If possible, he would rather all of this be a nightmare, just that he hadn't woken up yet. But unfortunately, this was true. Matt pinched his thigh, and the pain woke him up. All of this was real, not a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Jace lowered her eyes, her hand holding the spirit bow trembling slightly. Even though she was very unwilling, she had to admit that she could not muster the courage to face such a terrifying monster. One had to know that there was a world between them. Even when she was in the mirror dimension, she could not muster the courage to look up and peek at Agatha, not to mention if she was in the real world, facing the terrifying pressure Agatha brought. It was impossible to win. There was a voice in his heart that told Jessica that they could not defeat Agatha by themselves. It was like a weak sheep encountering a ferocious lion. No matter how much the sheep resisted, it could not defeat the lion at the top of the food chain. The above was just a metaphor, but reality was 100 times more cruel. The only difference was that they could not even be counted as sheep. They could only be the smallest ants. Agatha was more than 100 times stronger than the lions. The gap between the two sides was almost hopeless. But, we still have hope. Jessica took a deep breath. Her eyes were bloodshot and clearly visible. You mean Lord Hashwalth? Matt was startled, but after thinking about it, he lowered his head bitterly and sighed, but, if Sir wanted to come, he should have come long ago. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Jessica's eyes dimmed, and the expectations in her heart fell bit by bit. Yet, if Hashwalth really wanted to come, he would have already appeared and would not have delayed until now. There were only two reasons why he had not appeared yet. First, Lord Hashwalth did not want to come. Second, Lord Hashwalth was in trouble and could not arrive in time. If one were to use logic to analyze it, it was obvious that the first reason was more likely. However, Jace was unwilling to think about it like that. She could only grit her teeth and insist, I believe that Lord Hashwalth will definitely come. He will not abandon us. We are family. The Wandenreich was a family. It was only because everyone had the bloodline of a dead master flowing through their bodies. That great one would definitely come, definitely. Facing Jessica's stubborn thoughts, Matt's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say it. His gaze was complicated for a moment before he nodded and said, I also firmly believe that Lord Hashwalth will definitely come. In the real world. Agatha rubbed the sharp teeth in her mouth and imitated human pronunciation in a strange tone. You have witnessed the birth of a god. Are you still going to resist? Although Agatha's face did not have an organ similar to her eyes, Gwen could clearly feel that she was being watched by that ugly and disgusting monster. Evil, deep, frenzied. Her gaze seemed to be able to drag people into an endless abyss. The extremely deep and terrifying darkness surrounded her like a shadow. After a few seconds of silence, Gwen smiled and said, Agatha Harkness, you're not a god at all. You're just a disgusting monster. Agatha raised a tentacle and pointed it at Gwen, making a sharp and piercing sound. Kneel. Boom. In an instant, the air in the surroundings became incomparably heavy. An indescribable terrifying pressure descended, as if a vast ocean was pouring down. Gwen endured the tremendous pressure. Her pupils suddenly elongated into a line, and her bones and muscles all over her body exploded. Blood seeped out from the surface of her skin, and her legs sank deep into the ground. But even so, Gwen still did not kneel down. Instead, she raised her head unyieldingly and glared at Agatha with his blood-red eyes. "I will not submit. I don't care." Agatha let out a cold laugh. "It's just an experimental product anyway. It can be used even if it's dead or alive." A wild surge of magic power was constantly released from her body. It was like a roaring torrent that surged through the air. Under the surge of this magic power, the space appeared to be slightly twisted and torn apart. Woo! A lion-red tendrils pierced through the air, emitting a sound that pierced through the clouds and split the rocks. The lion-red tendrils pierced through Gwen's chest, and then violently dragged her all the way from the ground into the air. Bright red droplets of blood fell from the sky. Dash! Gwen spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath becoming even weaker. "Damned lowly creature, who gave you the illusion that you could resist the will of the god?" Agatha looking down from above, she looked down at Gwen who was being hung up by a tentacle. Her voice was filled with disdain for her. "Now open your eyes and deeply reflect the position of the god in your heart. This is the last gift I give you." Gwen used all her strength to barely lift her heavy eyelids. A relieved smile suddenly bloomed on her face. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, she said, "Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. I see. God." Without waiting for Agatha to speak, Gwen continued, "Raise your head, Agatha Harkness. Memorize God's power in your heart. This will be your last honor." Chapter 224. God. Agatha was slightly startled and then slowly raised her head. Under the dim moonlight, a person stood on top of the sky. The person was wearing a white double-breasted military uniform, a western white cloak, and a golden buckle in front of his chest. His features were as delicate as an angel's. His long golden hair fluttered slightly, and a cold look appeared in his emerald eyes. The Wandenreiches Quincy, the highest commander of the Stern Ritter, Jugram Hashwalth. In the mirror dimension. That symbol. Caecilius' heart suddenly trembled. He saw that the man's chest was embroidered with the same five-pointed star symbol as that woman. Another one? His mood rose and fell in a short period of time, which made Caecilius feel deeply tired. He suddenly missed the time in Camartage. Ha! Mr. Hashwalth. At first, Matt thought it was an illusion, but after rubbing his eyes to confirm, he found that the white figure was so clear. This was not an illusion, it was really Hashwalth. "It's him, he's here." There seemed to be mist in Jace's eyes. "I knew it. Lord Hashwalth would not abandon us." There was no need to say too much. Hashwalth's appearance here was enough to bring them courage. "You. Who are you?" Agatha suddenly felt her heart palpitate, and the tentacles beneath her immediately began to wave around more frequently, as if sensing the uneasiness and anxiety in her heart. Suddenly being approached from behind, was enough for her to feel that this man in front of her was different. Neither the magical torrent that filled the surroundings nor the tentacles that were used to sense the outside world, they had not detected the arrival of this man. Jugram Hashwalth. Hashwalth said expressionlessly, "I don't like to talk nonsense, so, let's start directly." He was very unhappy. Originally, he thought that defeating Caecilius was just a simple task, and it was enough to solve the problem by sending out Jace and Matt, but he did not expect that there would be an accident, and even Gwen was almost involved. When he vaguely noticed that something was wrong in New York, it was already too late. Matt, Jace, Gwen, the three of them had their spiritual power exhausted. He ran almost half of New York City, but he did not find the positions of these three people. If he hadn't sensed the spiritual link that Gwen had left on Peter Parker, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find this underground cave that was covered by magic. Just a little more. Hashwalth glanced at the miserable Gwen, and the anger in his heart was like a volcano, as if it was going to burst out of his chest. She was a gift for Lord Laud. But now she was beaten like this, which was tantamount to slapping his face, simply unforgivable. After a short period of brewing, an invisible spiritual power rose violently like volcanic lava. The friction between spiritual power and the air burst forth with blazing blue flames. Waves of air that could be seen with the naked eye howled and wreaked havoc, causing the earth and rock walls to continuously crack apart and let out cries that could not bear the burden. Bang! A ring of air visible to the naked eye suddenly exploded under Hashwalth's feet. Hiran Kyaku, a high-level movement skill. Jessica had once used it in front of Caecilius, but her speed was far less than 1 in 10,000 of Hashwalth's. Even Agatha's almost abnormal perception was unable to capture his movement trajectory. The next moment, Hashwalth stepped in front of Agatha. His emerald eyes burst out with a cold killing intent. His right hand pulled out the night sword at his waist and cut out a cold light from below. This sword was not a spirit weapon. It was just that Hashwalth had forcefully constructed the spirit particles that he had casually gathered into the shape of a sword. It was not as sharp as Zanpakuto, nor did it have any special abilities. It could be said that it had almost no characteristics or advantages, but it was enough for him. Clang! The night sword with a light blue halo cut through the air and cut off several dark and thick tentacles of Agatha. The pungent mucus sprayed out like ink and fell on the ground below. The highly corrosive blood fell and corroded the already broken ground again, making it look as ugly as the surface of the moon. Even if it evolved into the form of a god, the severe pain of being forcibly cut off a part of her body still caused Agatha to make a shrill scream and throw Gwen away. Although Agatha was screaming very fiercely, Hashwalth did not have the idea of showing mercy to the fairer sex. It was definitely not because Agatha was ugly, but because he was simply not interested in women. Crash! The blood in his body flowed rapidly under the stimulation of Rishi. The scorching blood energy came out from the surface of Hashwalth's body, and the surface of his arm formed lines of bright red electric lines. Blood artery. Hashwalth raised his fist expressionlessly, and then punched at Agatha's face. He really couldn't stand the disgusting pustule. A fist burning with high concentration of Rishi, accompanied by scorching hot energy, smashed on Agatha's gelatinous head, forcing her scream back. Boom! Agatha screamed and flew backwards at several times the speed of sound. Her body violently rubbed against the air and exploded into a ball of fire. Like a meteorite dragging a tail flame, she crashed into the rock wall. The force was then scattered on the rock wall around her. A huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared on the collapsed rock wall. A large-scale holy annihilation arrow. The knight drew a huge bow and arrow in the air. The scattered spirit particles in the air were forcibly plundered and condensed into a huge blue arrow, which was placed on the bowstring that was pulled to the full moon. The arrow was aimed straight at Agatha. Then, Hashwalth's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand casually. Rumble! The bowstring that was pulled to the limit loosened, and along with a visible sonic explosion, a 10-meter-long sacred arrow fell down like a meteor cutting through the sky. The mighty airflow broke through the space in an instant, accompanied by a violent roar that resounded in all directions. Layers of air waves burst out like the roar of a giant dragon. The Rishi compressed to the critical point, intertwined and gathered together. Finally, a mushroom cloud rose up and suddenly exploded. The sacred arrow burst out in astonishing force, pushing Agatha down to the ground until a huge sinkhole 100 meters deep was dug into the ground. Hulala! Hashwalth, who was in the air above the explosion, held his sword with one hand and looked down at the inhuman thing under the abyss. Chapter 225. Come out. Hashwalth looked down at the abyss and said indifferently, I know you are not dead yet. The evil aura that permeated the abyss and the ominous energy fluctuations were as eye-catching as fire in the dark night. Bang! A terrifying aura rose from the abyss. A black figure rushed out. It was Agatha. Damn human. The tentacles that had been cut off by the sword had completely recovered, and there were even a few more. Super speed regeneration? What a boring ability. Hashwalth was expressionless. The night sword condensed by Rishi pointed at Agatha and said lightly, "Looks like I have to be more careful next time and completely eliminate you." Although the super speed regeneration was a bit tricky, it did not mean that there was no way to solve it. All he needed to do was to eliminate all the cells before the other party could regenerate. Simple and effective. This was the standard of his behavior all along. Die, 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 die. The black mist around Agatha suddenly surged, and along with the lion-red tendrils gushing out, a sharp and venomous roar came out from her terrifying mouth that had cracked to her cheekbone. "How dare you hurt my divine body? I will suck your blood, devour your bone marrow, and devour your flesh." Boom. The lion-red tendrils suddenly multiplied at an astonishing speed. In just a blink of an eye, they had turned into a raging red wave. The tendrils wriggled through the air like sharks that had come for the smell of blood, sealing off all possible paths of retreat around Hashwalth. Lord Hashwalth. Seeing this scene, Matt and Jace felt their hearts jump out of their throats. With just one person's strength, how could he contend against God? With countless of powerful and terrifying tentacle? Impossible. Such a huge tsunami formed by the tentacles was absolutely not something that a human could contend with. Run! Lord Hashwalth! Jessica shouted in her heart, clenching her fists tightly, her eyes full of worry. Tisk tisk. Hashwalth clicked his tongue lightly. His unchanging ice face finally showed some expression. He frowned slightly and pursed his thin lips. In this case, it would be good if there was Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. In the face of such enemies who intended to win with numbers, using Senbonzakura Kagyoshi was the best way to deal with them. But unfortunately, he did not have one. Moreover, there are still Matt and Jace. Using the power of Death God will only reveal himself, so he can only use Quincy techniques. Holy Sing! Hashwalth's green eyes were slightly closed, completely ignoring the tentacles that surrounded him. His left hand slowly lifted from under the cloak, and then it fell down as if pressing down, sacred tribute. The huge blue circular domain expanded to the surrounding space, and a surge of spiritual power that seemed to have turned into a physical substance instantly surged within the range of 10 meters around him. Numerous huge crosses of destruction stood within the circular domain, as if they were divine angels who were responsible for protecting him. They bloomed with an incomparable brilliance, gorgeous and holy. This was a powerful defensive spell that could destroy and defend. Once the enemy stepped into the sacred tribute area, they would be killed by endless sacred arrows. Go to hell! Huge red wave with thousands of tentacles rushed into the forbidden zone. Just as the tentacles were about to touch Hashwalth's clothes, the surging domain of spiritual power in the ring suddenly surged up, and a strong wind visible to the naked eye emitted a piercing sound. The magnificent yet sacred cross of destruction that stood towering within the azure ring domain erupted with a deafening roar that sounded like a tsunami, as if countless bolts of lightning had exploded out of thin air, and countless large arrows had condensed into form. The next second, it was impossible to discern the number of sacred arrows with the naked eye, and it was like an azure galaxy that flowed down from the 9 heavens, carrying a vast and terrifying aura as it descended and annihilated all the tentacles that had entered the sanctuary. Boom 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 boom. Was it a rainstorm or an arrow? No, none of them. It felt as if the entire sky had fallen down and was filled with endless divine arrows. Even the air that was everywhere was compressed by the arrows to the point that there was almost no space for them to exist. The visible layers of waves of air seemed to want to escape from the terrifying domain. Wave after wave of air surged out in all directions. The strong winds in the entire azure ring domain crazily roared and emitted a sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Other than the blue torrent, there was nothing else. This is the real Quincy. Matt and Jace, who were watching from the mirror dimension, could not help but shrink their pupils when they saw this scene, and their hearts were shocked. Just one person. However, it made them have an illusion that there seemed to be a magnificent army of thousands of soldiers and horses firing at the same time. This was the first time that Hashwalth showed the real strength of the Quincy in front of them. Looking back at himself again, Jessica and Matt could not help but lower their heads in shame. The pride that had been hidden in the bottom of their hearts was completely shattered. This was the real way to fight as a Quincy. Obviously, they had not even touched the threshold. The rain of arrows finally stopped. Hashwalth did not move half a step. The white cloak was spotless, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Agatha. Her whole body was covered with wounds after being pierced by the arrows. The tens of millions of lion-red curly whiskers were all cut off, and even the squirming tentacles on her lower body were all cut off. Thick black liquid flowed out from the inside, looking very miserable. In a series of hair-raising squirming sounds, Agatha's destroyed tentacles slowly grew out of her body again. This scene was seen by Hashwalth. The latter's eyes flashed a touch of anger. "You actually dare to regenerate in front of me? You are looking down on me too much. Shua! Shua! Shua!" Hashwalth raised his hand and threw out 5 silver short swords, using the layout of the 5-pointed star to nail on Agatha's body. Radiance breaking formation. Cold light flashed in Hashwalth's eyes, and he concentrated the spirit particles in the atmosphere. Then, when the spirit particles reached the highest concentration, he ignited them in one breath. Rumble. The green spiritual fire emitted a piercing light, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire cave and even the surface of the ground. A huge mushroom cloud of flames rose up, and the vast airflow exploded into a ring. It swept through every piece of land in the cave with a crushing force. Under the scorching heat of the fire, large pieces of rock walls appeared to be crystallized. Under the double impact of the flames and explosions, the rock wall in the cave finally could not bear the burden and was forcibly collapsed and cracked. The countless rocks that fell were swept up by the air waves and shot wildly in the air, emitting an ear-piercing sound that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks. Chapter 226. When a strange and inexplicable whistling sound suddenly cut through the sky like a siren. The next moment, the green Rishi flame was expanding violently, and there was a bloodthirsty scream of some kind of creature coming from inside, as if there were countless factory machines roaring and operating. The violent noise made people feel upset, and even layers of illusions appeared in front of them. Bang! Wave after wave of Hydra creatures gushed out from the blue flames. This group of creatures that looked like Hydra, each of them was 3 or 4 meters in size. Their bodies were covered with soft, round, pointed tentacles. At the bottom of their bodies, which were long like worm-like tentacles, there was a ferocious huge mouth. It was letting out an abnormal scream. There were no wings or energy fluctuations on their bodies, but these huge creatures could float in the air and even swim at an astonishing speed, as if the sky was the sea. Hashwalth's pupils slightly widened, and his eyes gradually turned from doubt to surprise. That is Hydra. The abnormal screams of these creatures seemed to be in line with some special frequency and decibel, causing him to inevitably feel dizzy when he heard them. Another strange creature. Moreover, this creature had clearly become even more troublesome than before. The only thing that could be considered good news was that this group of damn insects were not as many as the tentacles from before. There were probably less than 100 of them. When an abnormal whistling sound exploded at the same time. Hashwalth was only in a trance for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he found that those giant Hydra had already rushed over in groups. Divine Annihilation Arrow, Rain of Light. Hashwalth held the sword in one hand and drew forward again. The huge spirit bow was impressively shaped, and when the bowstring pulled to full moon, it burst out with a sound like the sound of metal colliding. The attack that Jace needed to use the spirit weapon to complete could be done in an instant in his hand. Countless blue light arrows shot out like a torrent, and there seemed to be countless thunder exploding in the air. It was like a falling galaxy, with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, drowning those Hydra. However, what Hashwolf did not expect was that those giant Hydras suddenly disappeared into the air, and then suddenly appeared in other places. The speed was so fast that even he could not react. After so many times, the Hydra almost flew to the front, and Hashwolf's eyes caught their traces. The moment these Hydra disappeared and appeared, their bodies would have a short glow and transparent phenomenon. However, this time was too short. Even Hashwolf's eyes and reactions could not accurately capture this opportunity. Phew. It's a bit troublesome. Hashwolf frowned slightly. This ability that was almost like teleportation was obviously the power of this kind of giant Hydra. However, it was just a little troublesome. Since he could not attack, he would wait for the moment when the opponent attacked and then seize the opportunity to counterattack. In the next instant, dozens of Hydras suddenly appeared in front of Hashwolf as they kept flashing. The tentacles suddenly entangled Hashwolf, and in an instant, an astonishing power erupted, as if wanting to crush him alive. Blood vein. Hashwolf calmly spat out 2 words. Reishi filled all of his blood vessels, and red lines appeared on the surface of his body. No matter how hard the dozens of Hydra tentacles contracted, they could not shake the man who was entangled. Even from the beginning to the end, he did not frown, as if he did not care about the tentacles that entangled him. In fact, that was indeed the case. Under the double enhancement of Blood Vein and the arrow, even if the Hydra's power was 10 times stronger, it would still be impossible to crush his body. Chi! An azure sword light suddenly cut through the air, and a cold light mixed with sharpness shot straight into the sky. Dozens of Hydra's movements instantly stiffened, and then a clear blood mark split open in the middle. Blue blood sprayed out like a storm. Is there no end to it? Are you a cockroach? Hashwolf swung his sword to cut off the incoming Hydra, and then his eyes, which were as calm as the lake water, finally showed a slight ripple. It seems that I guessed wrong. Your ability is not super fast regeneration, but infinite reproduction. Infinite reproduction was different from rapid regeneration. The essence of rapid regeneration was to increase the body's loss through cells to achieve the purpose of recovery. And infinite reproduction was to create a substance that did not belong to oneself through the infinite division of cells. Agatha's lost tentacles were not recovered by regeneration, but by the new tentacles that were reproduced infinitely. In this way, it could explain why the number of tentacles of Agatha was so large that it could even split out other creatures from the body. No, no, no. There was something wrong with Agatha's current state. She had obviously lost all of her humanity and rationality. She waved her tentacles like a wild beast, letting out an unpleasant screech that sounded like iron rubbing against each other. This is the great black goat that gave birth to tens of thousands of descendants. It gave me the right to give birth. Hulala. Hundreds of filthy tentacles fell with great force, like hundreds of tons of gunpowder exploding. In a flash, a huge airflow was set off. Hollow even showed signs of collapsing. It was not hard to imagine that if it landed on a person, it would probably explode into blood mist on the spot. The black goat that gave birth to thousands of descendants. The moment this strange and inexplicable word burst out from Agatha's mouth, there seemed to be a special rhythm. The obscure and awkward syllables were clearly forcefully translated and not the true meaning of the word. But even so, the word still affected Hashwolf. The joints all over his body were stiff, and he felt as if he had become a rusty puppet. His thoughts suddenly became sluggish, and countless thoughts came out uncontrollably, disturbing his normal thoughts of trying to avoid those tentacles. At the critical moment, Hashwolf bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain rushed into the depths of his brain, making him break free of that strange binding. Shadow space. With almost no hesitation, Hashwolf took a step back, and with the help of the large shadow cast by the tentacle, his whole body seemed to disappear into the space. Woo! It was very abrupt and without any warning. A loud and clear sound, mixed with the dense drum beats, and the strange tone of the words echoed in everyone's minds. If one were to appreciate it from the perspective of a human musician, then this sound could simply be regarded as the greatest noise of this century. However, in Agatha's ears, this sound was like the sound of nature, so wonderful that it was enough to make her stop attacking. After withdrawing all the tentacles and wrapping them around her body, Agatha let out a high-pitched scream and shouted fanatically, "Come on! Come on! Come on! The great mother of tens of thousands of descendants, your most humble servant, welcome your arrival." Dong! After a brief moment of silence, a dull sound that was as loud as a bell rang out from Agatha's body. Agatha stooped like a shrimp and shrouded herself in the black fog. Suddenly, her body swelled like a balloon and then withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the muscles, bones, and veins had been sucked out in an instant. Her face and skin were like dry and cracked old trees. In just an instant, Agatha had lost her breath. Not only did she stop breathing, but even the fluctuations of her soul had completely disappeared without a trace. This strange situation stunned Hashwolf for a moment. She's dead. Chapter 227. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Nearly a minute passed, and Agatha maintained the state of death. The withered body that was like a rotten tree bark, covered with cracks, was enveloped by the strange black fog. Hashwolf frowned. After thinking for a moment, he decided to test it out and flicked his finger at the black fog. Su! An azure arrow flew out from his fingertip and entered the black fog in the blink of an eye. The black fog, which looked like a festering organ, only slightly rippled, and then calmed down again. The arrow was like mud sinking into the sea, as if nothing had happened. Hashwolf did not believe it. He gathered Reishi in his palm with his hands and pulled out a huge arrow. Large sacred arrow. Shua! As his voice fell, a dazzling light flashed and disappeared. Only a faint blue light mark was left in everyone's retinas. In an instant, the target of the holy annihilation arrow was hit. But what surprised everyone, including Hashwolf, was that the large-scale holy annihilation arrow was swallowed by the black fog. That's right, it was swallowed. Hashwolf saw very clearly that the moment the large sacred arrow was about to touch Agatha, the festering black fog that was like an organ surged and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A thick black coiled tongue stretched out from inside and forcefully swallowed the sacred arrow. Dong! Dong! Boom! There were dozens of loud bangs that sounded like metal colliding against a bell. It suddenly echoed throughout the entire surroundings. Hashwolf looked towards the source of the sound, and his expression changed slightly. The source of the voice was Agatha shrouded in black fog. After the black mist expanded and contracted several times, the area it covered became larger. Through the gaps of the black mist, one could see that Agatha was also experiencing some kind of drastic change. Although they didn't understand Agatha's current state, everyone was certain of one thing, which was that this drastic change meant that something bad was about to happen. Dong! Agatha's heart suddenly beat faster, like the sound of hundreds and thousands of people playing a dense drum. Every time it shook, the strong force would set off a visible airwave. As time went on, it would become more and more intense. Unease, anxiety, anger, frenzy. All kinds of negative emotions accompanied the drum beats and drilled into his ears, as if there was an invisible big hand dragging his mind into the crazy dark abyss bit by bit. Pucci! 2 streams of blood flowed out of Hashwolf's ears. Facing this strange influence, he did not hesitate at all and directly shattered his eardrums. But this was destined to be futile. The violent heartbeat could still be heard, but it was slightly weaker. It didn't pass through the eardrum, but directly into the brain. Hashwalth frowned. Kaka. The shriveled skin slowly cracked open, and a certain black substance could be vaguely seen surging inside. It seemed to be restless, as if it wanted to get out of this body. From the body of Agatha who had died, a pool of disgusting black mud gushed out like a fountain. The black mud was like an irregular creature of some kind of soft tissue. The surface of its body was covered with slippery mucus and the mud that emitted a horrible stench. Moreover, more mouths, tentacles, eyes, and other organs were growing out. Soon, it grew more and more tentacles, and its mouth and eyes occupied almost 90% of its entire body. It was like a disgusting soft body with pus. Its entire body was covered in mud and mucus. Together with the organs that could cause someone with intensive phobia to die on the spot and the smell that was 100 times worse than the most rotten matter in this world, it would be insulting to use the word monster to describe it. If Agatha could still barely maintain any traces of human beings from before, then the monster now could no longer see any traces related to earth creatures. Weng. The disgusting tentacles of the creature swayed slightly, and a whisper suddenly entered the human brain. Maternal fluid. Mother. Almost without warning, Hashwalth suddenly said this word from his mouth. Is this mental power? Hashwalth's expression changed slightly, and he immediately realized that he was affected by it. This did not only mean that the disgusting creature in front of him had terrifying ability, but also that it was an intelligent creature with the same intelligence as a human. Blub 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 blub. The mother of pus secreted an unknown black liquid from its body and slowly spread towards the surrounding ground. Everything that was covered by the black liquid turned into an ecological environment similar to a swamp, and an even thicker stench wafted through the air. Great sacred arrow. A light suddenly flashed through Hashwalth's eyes, and the spirit energy in his body surged out like waves. He summoned many arrows that looked like giant spears in the air, and they fell down like meteors from the sky. Boom 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 boom. Several giant spear-like arrows whistled down and crashed heavily into the mother of pus. However, what was surprising was that the giant spear did not touch the mother of pus, but was blocked by a layer of transparent and soft power. Buzz, buzz. The mother of pus waved its tentacles slightly, and waves of invisible spiritual force were released. Ripples spread in the space and crashed into Hashwalth's body at a speed that was difficult to react. Dash. A mouthful of blood fell from the sky. Hashwalth was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He only stopped after smashing a rock wall. What a terrifying spiritual force. Hashwalth wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and his eyes suddenly became serious. The terrifying mental strength of the mother of pus was like a raging sea, causing him to even have some sort of illusion in that instant just now. It was as if the heavens and the earth were about to turn upside down, and he himself could be crushed at any moment. And, the most important point. From the moment the mother of pus appeared, his reason was on the verge of being overturned. The unknown power was constantly challenging the bottom line of reason, mixed with frantic murmurs. All sorts of illusions appeared before his eyes, and even his soul felt the urge to become one with the mother of pus. This made Hashwalth have to constantly be distracted to resist the terrifying spiritual influence. We can't drag this on any longer. Hashwalth let out a heavy breath. He raised his arm and looked at it. There was already a rotting pus on it. Unknown spiritual influence, rotting pus like a virus, and that evil body. All sorts of factors seemed to be warning him that if he continued to delay, the person who would die would be himself. Chapter 228. Can I use that? A hint of hesitation appeared between Hashwalth's eyebrows, and then his eyes flashed slightly. After thinking it over and over again, he made up his mind, there is no other way. If we continue to delay, I am afraid that the disaster range will become bigger. Ding. 5 fingernail-sized silver cylinders collided with each other, producing a clear and melodious sound as they landed on his palm. The style of these 5 silver cylinders was slightly different from the silver cylinders he had set up before. They were no longer pure silver on the outside, but a bit of deep gray that seemed slightly advanced on the outside. The more significant difference is that the surfaces of the 5 silver cylinders all have warning signs engraved in dark black paint. This symbol was made up of 3 fan-shaped and a circle, and it was believed that many people had seen it before. If you haven't seen it before, please recall the nuclear bomb sign in the movie, Extremely Dangerous. Hashwalth's cold face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, showed a rare touch of helplessness, and his eyes were full of indescribable complexity. He said to himself, "I hope this time, Lady Nimue will not trick me." The silver tube is the vessel to store the liquid reishi, and the Quincy can store reishi through these silver tubes in advance, quickly releasing the curse method and setting up the array, which can be said to be the best prop to support Quincy. However, Nimue seemed to have inherited the bad disease of the previous Director of Technological Development Department Kuratsuka Mayuri. Everything that was in his hands had to go through optimization before he stopped, and these 5 silver tubes with the mark of Extremely Dangerous were made by the current Technological Development Department. In these 5 silver tubes, the liquid of reishi that was compressed to the limit was stored. If the concentration of reishi contained in the silver tube was estimated, the silver tube used to set up the formation of light was probably similar to the ordinary TNT. But these 5 silver tubes with a mark on them. If the operation is slightly improper, once there is an explosion, I am afraid that 3 kilometers of land will be lifted up to a height of tens of meters by the shock wave of the explosion. As for why it turned out like this, Hashwalth could not help but sigh. He could only blame himself for letting Nimue watch a movie at that time, and the name of the movie was Hiroshima. The birth of these 5 silver cylinders was full of all kinds of opportunities and coincidences. He vaguely remembered that later on, Nimue asked him to test the power of the silver cylinders, and the result was that the operation was wrong, causing him to almost explode at that time. The horrible experience was still vivid in his mind, but he had no other choice. It was undeniable that this was the strongest attack he could use so far. Hashwalth closed his emerald eyes, took a deep breath, and then clenched his right hand. Bang! The 5 silver tubes shattered into pieces. Deep blue liquid flowed out of them, soaking his hands like thick oil. The next second, blazing green flames rose from his palms. Along with the terrifying heat emitted by the green flames, the surrounding atmosphere was ignited in an instant. A heat wave rose within a radius of 100 meters. White smoke curled up, and the moisture in the air was almost evaporated. Saint Spear. Hashwalth closed his palm and pulled it open. A green energy spear slowly appeared. Buzz. When the reishi was compressed to the extreme, the shape it presented was extremely unstable. From time to time, green flames would overflow from its surface, emitting a terrifying high temperature. The space around Hashwalth was distorted. Even if he took a breath, he could feel the heat in the air. It was only a few breaths of time. Hashwalth's right arm had already been burned by the blue flames, showing dark signs of burning. It could be seen how terrifying the energy spear created by reishi after compression to the extreme was. If he held it for a longer period of time, he wouldn't even need to attack to burn him to ashes. Shua. Hashwalth's eyes moved slightly. He gently raised the Saint Spear and then fiercely threw it out. X-axis, Saint Spear. The power that pierces everything was added to the Saint Spear, combined with the compressed spiritual blaze. Hashwalth was confident that this attack was enough to penetrate and burn all the creatures in front of him. Buzz. The world instantly darkened, only a ray of light that could crack the sky. Then, endless waves suddenly rose, as if the space was cracking. The earth was forcibly plowed out a gully several meters wide by the spiral airflow brought by the body of the spear, and countless gravel burst out like bullets, causing the surrounding air to emit an explosive sound. Rumble. The huge sonic boom rings exploded one after another. The azure spear dragged along surging waves of air behind it, letting out a roar that shook the earth and shook the earth. With an unstoppable momentum, it instantly pierced through the layers of air in front of it. Woo! The mother of pus let out a strange howl. As if sensing the terrifying power of this attack, it raised thousands of tentacles and wrapped itself around its body. At the same time, the spiritual force, which was like a vast ocean, instantly erupted like thousands of volcanoes. Visible spiritual force turned into a torrent and surged out. Layer upon layer of howling roared, like a huge tsunami that was hundreds of feet high, accompanied by a loud roar that resounded through the entire cave, erupting with a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The dark blue saint spear was wrapped in a violent storm, dragging a long wave of air that pierced through hollow, like a comet that tore through the sky, colliding with the spiritual force tsunami that was 100 feet high. In an instant, the world suddenly fell silent. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The saint spear and the spiritual force tsunami clashed against each other, and the scenery around them seemed to have lost their original color. Even the sound, light, smell, and so on completely disappeared at this moment. The next moment. Boom! The attack that could tear the sky apart easily pierced through the tsunami formed by the spiritual force, and the mother of pus hiding behind it was also unable to resist and was torn apart by the blue light. A violent wave of air rushed into the sky, bursting out a terrifying loud roar, as if it were going to pierce the sky. The wave of air that spilled out was like violent waves, surging, and the air currents were as sharp as swords' tip, drawing criss-crossed ravines on the ground. After an unknown period of time, all the storms and roars dissipated, and the dust scattered along with the wind. Matt and Jace opened their mouths wide and fell into a state of shock. A huge hole dozens of meters in diameter had been blasted out from the huge rock wall behind the mother of pus. It was like a massive rift in the east, extending from Hashwalth's feet into the darkness. But when Matt and Jace withdrew their attention and saw the mother of pus, their expressions suddenly changed. You actually didn't die after taking Lord Hashwalth's attack head-on. Almost 1/3 of the body of the soft body of the mother of pus was directly evaporated, leaving only a few bodies slowly squirming, as if they were going to continue to regenerate. Bang! Hashwalth stepped on Hyrankyaku and suddenly appeared in front of the mother of pus. The distance between the two could be described as face to face. Goodbye. Hashwalth flicked a pitch-black six-sided crystal and slowly sent it into the body of the mother of pus that was healing. Chapter 229. Kaka. The pitch-black crystal shattered. The space around was suddenly torn apart. The pitch-black dimensional crack twisted, and the powerful gravitational force that erupted from it forcefully dragged the mother of pus and devoured her body inch by inch. On the other end of the shattered space was a dimensional space filled with dimensional turbulence. Once any creature was devoured, it would stay there forever. Roar dash. The mother of pus seemed to understand this. Hundreds of mouths roared madly, thousands of tentacles waving around and hooking everything that could stabilize itself, trying to pull him out of the chaotic dimension. The tentacles stabbed deep into the ground and the rock wall, but they were unable to stop the outcome of being devoured. The ground and the rock wall were plowed into a messy deep ditch by the terrifying power of the tentacles. Hashwalth was afraid that things would change if he was too late. He used the last of his spiritual energy to create a giant spear and then threw it out fiercely. Boom! The giant spear carried the power of the meteor and crashed into the mother of pus. The mother of pus was already at its limit, and all of its power was used to resist gravity. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and it was completely pushed into the dimensional space. Roar dash. The mother of pus howled resentfully, missing her last chance to escape. She could only allow her body to be devoured bit by bit, and then gradually disappear into that dark dimension. The shattered hollow recovered in the air, and everything returned to peace. Whew! Hashwalth let out a long sigh of relief, and felt a sense of relief in his heart. He sighed and said, "Thanks to the Kaja negation, otherwise, it would not have been so easy." This dark crystal is officially called Kaja negation. This is a special material created by Eisen, a prop that can seal the object in the dimensional space. The sealing time vision is determined by the spiritual power of the target. For example, someone with a relatively weak spiritual power will be sealed in the dimensional space forever. On the other hand, if the spiritual power is as powerful as Espada, he can only be sealed for several hours. The original intention of this item was to use the item that Espada used to deal with his subordinates. Ever since Lod had drawn this item, he had never had the chance to use it. It could be said that it was slightly useless, so he simply handed it over to Hashwalth and let him use it to punish his subordinates. However, after Hashwalth got it, before he could even tested it, it was borrowed by Nimue, and she even used the excuse of helping him optimize it. After a series of magic modifications by Nimue, she even incorporated the restricted flow in the Danga into it, successfully making the dimensional space marked by the Kaja negation forcibly tampered with an unknown time-space turbulence. And this action caused any object that was sealed by the Kaja negation to be forever lost in the dimensional space. No matter how powerful one was, it was impossible to come out of that chaotic dimensional space. The Kaja negation that was originally used to punish his subordinates was inexplicably transformed into exile. This also almost cut off his thoughts of using it. He casually threw the into the shadow space to eat dust. However, he never thought that it would actually come in handy today. Once devoured by the Kaja negation, the mother of Puss would forever be lost in that unknown chaotic dimensional space. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to sealing it there forever. However, just as Hashwalth put down his guard, the sound of space shattering came from behind him again. Kaka. The space suddenly rippled like waves, and black dimensional cracks instantly covered the surface of the entire space. It looked like a shattered mirror. Could it be? No. This is impossible. Hashwalth's green pupils suddenly shrank to the point of a needle, and his face, which had very little change in expression, flashed with doubt, horror, and confusion. Even the dimensions full of dimensional turbulence can't expel it. Crack, 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 crack. There were more and more black cracks on the surface of the mirror, and the density was like a huge spider web. Roar dash. The roar of the mother of Puss came from the other side of the crack, and several tentacles directly smashed Hollow, who was on the verge of breaking. The next second, the familiar, disgusting, slimy, and terrifying creature dragged its incomplete body back from the hell once again. Hashwalth finally could not maintain the calm on his face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. It really broke the dimensional barrier and came back from the dimensional turbulence. The so-called pestering might be the situation. This is endless. This is absurd. Hashwalth's eyebrows jumped wildly, and he felt like vomiting for a moment. He had never seen such a difficult creature. Wave after wave, the tentacles broke one after another. They were like cockroaches, thinking that they were the last one. In the end, he found a lot of them in the blink of an eye. This was really. He was playing against a hungry predator. There's no other way. Now that things have come to this, I can only ask Lord Lod to make a move. A helpless look appeared on Hashwalth's face. He planned to lure this monster somewhere else. But just as he was about to dial Hell's Butterfly, something unexpected happened. Just as the mother of Puss was about to break free from the chaotic streams of space, a palm that was burning with fiery red flame suddenly appeared and pressed down on its head. Chi! The ground melted under the high temperature and turned into boiling red lava. Accompanied by a pungent smell of sulfur, a demon that was burning with flames squeezed out from the crack in space. The demon was about the size of a human. Its skin was dark red and it had a pair of ferocious horns on its head. Its muscular muscles were like Greek sculptures. At the same time, it possessed both strength and beauty. Ding dong, the takeaway from hell is here. With one hand, the demon stopped its movement and let out a low, sinister laugh. It's you bunch of damn things again. You still haven't given up? Earth isn't a place you can lay your hands on. Roar dash. The mother of pus let out a miserable scream under the burning of the flames. The difference in size between the two was so huge, but in front of the demon, the mother of pus was like a newborn baby, completely powerless to resist. The demon squeezed the mother of pus with both hands, forcefully kneading it into a ball, and then kicked it into the depths of the dimensional rift like throwing away trash. Bang! As the mother of pus screamed and disappeared into the depths of the dimensional turbulence, the dimensional rift closed once again. This time, the mother of pus would never come back. Pa! The demon casually clapped his hands, as if he had dealt with an insignificant thing. Then he turned his eyes to Hashwalth. Young man, do you want to make a deal? The demon's eyes were cunning and playful. He stared at Hashwalth and slowly said, whether it is strength, life, soul, power, money, love. As long as it is what you want, I can give it to you. No, thank you. Hashwalth's eyes moved slightly. He vaguely guessed the identity of the other party, and immediately shook his head and refused. What a pity. The demon did not seem surprised. He just sighed regretfully, and then took out a dark red card from nowhere and threw it at Hashwalth. Hashwalth raised his hand to catch the flying card. Before he could take a closer look, he heard the voice of the demon again. Young man, I like you very much. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. The dark red demon had a treacherous and sly smile on his face, and then his body slowly sank into the lava until he completely disappeared. Hashwalth was silent for a moment, then turned the card in his hand to the front, and a treacherous demon with a sly smile appeared in his eyes. On the card was a dark red demon, with a treacherous and sly smile on his face, and under it was written in hot gilt words, with the word Mephisto. Chapter 230. The word Mephisto first came from Faust. According to research, it may be ancient Hebrew, meaning, destroyer and liar. And in Marvel World, Mephisto was one of the devil kings of hell, and his strength was almost the same as Lucifer's. He was a strong opponent who was also competing for the title of Satan. It really is him. Hashwalth saw this name and was not surprised at all. In fact, when he saw the dark red demon, he had a faint guess in his heart, but now it was finally confirmed. Never expected. In the end, it was Mephisto who acted and expelled the mother of pus. This was a bit unexpected. However, what bothered Hashwalth was that Mephisto showed strong hostility when he saw the mother of pus, and also mentioned "it's you again" and "not giving up" sentence. From the information revealed between the lines, it was obvious that Mephisto had seen this kind of creature a long time ago, and had even fought with it. Even the always treacherous and cunning Mephisto showed a strong hostility towards this kind of creature, and even did not hesitate to descend from hell and personally expel it from the earth. This kind of behavior was not a problem for Sorcerer Supreme, but it was a little weird to throw it on a demon who was synonymous with fraud. One had to know that Mephisto was a person who did not get any benefits. To be able to force him to cross realms at all costs to personally expel such creatures, it was hard to imagine what deeper reason was hidden in this. It seems that this incident is not as simple as it appears to be. It actually involves Mephisto and some ancient secrets. A hint of exhaustion appeared on Hashwalth's face as he rubbed his forehead a few times. Based on the current situation, the information they knew was still too little. Whether it was Mephisto, the broken hell, or the unusual creatures this time, what was the connection between the three? It was not based on these 3 or 2 sentences. It could be analyzed. Chi-la. An orange-yellow ring suddenly appeared in the air, and then Matt and Jace, who had disappeared for a long time, fell out of it in a sorry state. It seems that I don't need to look for you again. Hashwalth raised his eyebrows and looked up at the orange-yellow ring. Inside the ring was the mirror dimension. When Caecilius saw Hashwalth cast his eyes on him, he was scared out of his wits. As if he was afraid of him rushing in, he quickly waved and closed the portal. Lord Hashwalth. A hint of embarrassment appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Just now, their attention had been attracted by the great battle on Hashwalth's side, causing them to not notice Caecilius' small movements, allowing him to secretly draw a transmission array and throw the two of them out of the mirror dimension. Sorry, Lord Hashwalth, I have disappointed you. Jessica lowered her head in shame and clenched her fists. Letting go of the mastermind behind the scenes because of carelessness was no different from throwing away the face of a Quincy. This was simply unworthy of Hashwalth's expectations for her. Just pay attention next time. Hashwalth did not pursue the matter. Instead, he waved his hand and said indifferently, "Such a big event. The death god who is stationed nearby will come soon. Let's leave here first." Wait, my lord, there is one more thing." Matt suddenly opened his mouth and stopped the few people who were about to leave. "Matt, what else do you want to do? Didn't you hear my lord say that death god is coming soon?" Jessica frowned slightly and cast a displeased look at him, as if blaming him for being too insensible. "Sir, I wonder if those children..." Matt looked a little nervous, and he was secretly sweating. Just now, when Hashwalth was fighting with the monster, the destructive power had destroyed the entire dungeon. Even the last attack of the Saint Spear directly tore a huge crack hundreds of meters long in the earth. Now, through this huge crack, they could see the moonlight on the surface. With such terrifying destructive power, he was worried about the children. "Don't worry." Hashwalth was expressionless. He said lightly, "Those children are all in the shadow space I built. They can come out soon." "Thank you. Thank you, my lord." Matt heaved a long sigh of relief, his face filled with gratitude. Then, Matt thought of something again. His throat rolled and he said in a trembling voice, "My lord, do you have a way to save these children who have been transformed into monsters?" Although the mother of Puss had been expelled, the blob that he saw underground had survived. The blob was affected by the residual power of the Saint Spear, and it dispersed from the state of convergence, turning back into pieces of flesh with the heads of countless children embedded on the surface. Matt wanted to save them, so he could only pin his hopes on Hashwalth. Hashwalth frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "No, the Quincy can't save their souls." Hearing this, Matt's face darkened, and his heart suddenly surged with sadness. His eyes gradually became moist. "But..." Hashwalth changed the topic and said, "The Quincy can't help them, but Death God can." "Death God?" Matt heard that there was still hope, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, it is Death God." Hashwalth's lips curled up slightly, and he said slowly, "Death God's Zanpakuto, in addition to killing souls, can also transcend the souls of the dead and lead them to soul society. It is called soul burial." Matt understood and nodded gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Hashwalth. Let's go." Under the dim light of the moon, the blood-stained white cloak slowly fluttered. Hashwalth stepped out and disappeared in front of everyone. "Let's go too." Jace grabbed Matt's shoulder. "Well," Matt looked at it worriedly, then the two of them disappeared together. An ancient, deep red arch appeared, and the white mist that flowed out from it slowly floated up like a dense mist. "You really know how to make trouble for me." Laud, dressed in a black death tyrant outfit and carrying Zanpakuto by his waist, slowly walked out of the realm gate. Originally, he did not need to personally deal with a small matter like soul burial. He just needed to let Frank handle it. But the key problem was that soul burial was not simple this time. These children had experienced inhuman torture before they died, and after they died, they were forcefully fused together by an evil ritual, causing the thousands of souls to be almost inseparable. If they wanted to bury these children, they first had to separate their souls. Of course, it was not that there was no way to save more trouble. That was to throw all these children into abyss of despair. In less than 3 days, there would definitely be a Ajichas, and it might even be Vastolord. But this kind of thing, he disdained it. If one were to blindly pursue strength and even abandon their bottom line and morals, could they still be called people of light? The true strength lies in one's beliefs, not one who would recklessly pursue strength. Children, be at peace now. Lod murmured softly and pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. Chiang. The cold sword light flashed past, like rain falling from the sky. From the rotting flesh on the ground, the souls of children appeared one after another. Then, under the guidance of an invisible force, they turned into a rain of blue light that filled the sky and rushed into the night sky. It was as beautiful and resplendent as a meteor shower. The place they were going to was the soul society who had no more disputes. There would be no more suffering and torture there. So long. Chapter 231. After sending all the souls to Soul Society, the system notification finally arrived. Ding. Killed black goat cub. Reward, medium soul *50. Expel the mother of pus. Reward, medium soul x100. Soul transfer. Reward, low grade soul *1000. Not bad. Lod glanced at the reward and felt a little better. Although he was only responsible for finishing up the work this time, the system was still very humane. It counted Hashwalth and Gwen's credit on his head. It could be said that it was an unexpected surprise. The mother of pus, the cub of black goat. Is it the Tulhu Mythos? Lod murmured. Although the memories of his previous life had become blurry, the Tulhu Mythos had left a deep impression on him at that time. Although many of the content had been forgotten, there was only one sentence he remembered very clearly. What was terrifying was not darkness, but the unknown. When humans looked up at the starry sky, would they suspect that there was a strange color that devoured everything in the endless darkness? Or perhaps, on the night of thunder and lightning hundreds of millions of years ago, when the first ammonia of life was born, was there a strange and terrifying giant beast walking on the primitive earth? And all of this originated from the unknown. If this was a fantasy story, then he would definitely praise it and continue to read it patiently. In the depths of the exciting places, he would even clap his hands. Perhaps he would even share it with his friends to discuss the so-called Tulhu Mythos. But, this is reality. No one would be happy with the real existence of the eldritch abomination. The matter. Lod didn't plan on investigating for the time being. In the worldview of Tulhu, there is such a law, only the foolish can live forever. The meaning of the sentence was to have respect for those unknown things and not excessively pursue the truth, otherwise it would incur the descent of disaster. Lod did not intend to court death, at least not at the moment. From that point of view, the secret that could involve Mephisto and Karl was obviously not something he could touch at his level. For some things, it was better not to know. The more he knew, the faster he died. He understood this principle. Who? Lod exhaled, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. Then he turned around and walked to the rock wall, reaching out to drag Gwen out of the shadows. It had to be said that Hashwalth was quite reliable in his work. He secretly hid Gwen in the shadow space while no one was paying attention to her to prevent her from being affected by the battle. Although Gwen was severely injured, she was still an Ajichas. Her recovery ability was far beyond that of ordinary people. As long as there was a supply of spiritual power in the follow-up, the superfast regeneration will kick in and her injuries could be healed quickly. I almost forgot. Lod slapped his forehead, turned around, and slashed out with his sword, wiping out the remaining pieces of flesh. These were the remnants of the mother of Puss and the cub of the black goat. Who knew if there would be any future troubles left behind? Therefore, for the sake of being conservative, it was better to eliminate all of them so as to avoid encountering people who were too curious that day and using these remnant organizations to stir up trouble. Yes, it's clean. After Lot confirmed that there was no meat left, he left with Gwen in relief. Not long after the two of them left, the roar of the engine tore through the night sky. Several pure black beak-shaped fighter jets slowly landed on the ground, their tails spewing out ring-shaped flames. As the hatch of the fighter jet opened, a bald man wearing a black leather windbreaker walked out with large strides. It was Nick Fury, who had not appeared for a long time. The person beside Fury was his most trusted assistant, Agent Hill. More than a dozen people came out of the doors of the other carrier Eagles, including a few familiar faces. Hawkeye, Natasha, and Shield were all here. Apart from the first time, there was also an elite team and some others. Hill, is the source of the pollution. Nick Fury had a gloomy face. Even in the night, he could see the flames of anger in his single eye. Hill held a professional detection instrument in his hand. After carefully observing the value on it, he nodded and said, "Director, from the detection data, the energy source that is emitting pollution is in the giant karst cave that is 100 meters underground." "Very good." Nick Fury nodded slightly and then ordered the people around him, "Barton, Natasha, take your people down and see what's going on inside. Destroy the source of pollution at all costs." "Yes, Director." Hawkeye and Natasha were fully armed, wearing black carbon fiber soft armor, and their expressions were quite serious. Originally, as the director of SHIELD, there was no need to personally come to the front line. However, the reason why he had no choice but to personally take action and even bring all the elites over was precisely because of this pollution source. Just a few dozen minutes ago, through the satellite, SHIELD's staff discovered that a large-scale strange phenomenon had occurred in a region with a diameter of 40 miles in Manhattan. Its specific form included but not limited to madness, ravings, self-mutilation, murder, and so on and so forth. Moreover, all the creatures in the area had smelly and rotten pus growing on the surface of their skin. For a time, they wailed everywhere. At first, when he got the news, Fury thought that someone had put in biochemical weapons. After all, these phenomena were almost similar to the damage caused by biochemical weapons. Moreover, the US military had always had a fairly mature experience in biochemical weapons, so Fury contacted the military immediately. However, the reply he got was, "This is not a biological weapon, nor is it a secret experiment of the military. SHIELD, don't think about throwing the blame away." Helplessly, Fury sent a tactical team to investigate the situation in the area. However, when the tactical team took the helicopter and entered this strange area, something strange happened. Everyone went crazy for no reason and killed each other, resulting in total annihilation. Therefore, Fury immediately realized that something was wrong. This was not an effect caused by biological weapons or conventional methods. When comparing the values, SHIELD found that there was a special energy fluctuation in this area. It was this special fluctuation that caused the strange phenomenon in Manhattan. And when they found the villa located in a remote area based on the source of this strange fluctuation, they happened to see the terrifying might of the Saint Spear tearing the surface of the earth and charging straight into the starry sky. Nick Fury was about to go crazy. What did it mean that one wave had not been leveled, yet another wave had risen? It had only been a few days since his butt had settled down, yet New York City had caused such a huge commotion again. Moreover, this time, it involved a large number of ordinary people. In this era where information was flying everywhere, it was almost impossible to suppress it. After World's Council learned of this matter, they scolded him in his face and ordered that Fury had to resolve the strange phenomenon in Manhattan within a day at all costs. Thus, there was the above scene. Chapter 232. What about the Thunder Squad? Nick Fury was obviously very impatient. He asked, "Are you ready?" All the members of the Thunder Squad were elites from various special forces. They were special combat squads that had gathered SHIELD's black technology. If it wasn't for the roaring commandos carrying out salvage missions in the Arctic, I'm afraid this mission would not have fallen on the Thunder Squad. The Thunder Squad has assembled. A fully armed soldier stepped forward and said, "A total of 18 combat personnel are waiting for the director's instructions. Barton, Natasha, the two of you are in charge of the command team." Fury nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Remember, your mission is to destroy the source of the pollution at all costs." "Yes." The 18 elite warriors and 2 top-notch agents slid down from the crack that had been split open on the ground. After hanging up the rope, they slid down one after another. They did not descend very fast and maintained a 3-3 formation. While one person descended, the other 2 remained vigilant. This cycle continued for more than 10 minutes before the team all descended to the bottom of the crack. At the same time, the people on the surface were not idle. The other personnel remained on guard outside, while the remaining technicians built surveying equipment. There were also some who continued to measure the underground pollution source. Time passed by bit. Everyone on the ground was waiting anxiously. Information came from below. The positioning device shows that they are close to the pollution source. Hill held the LCD tablet nervously, not even daring to breathe loudly, for fear of making the gloomy Fury next to him flip out. After a few more minutes of waiting, the communication device suddenly let out a rapid scream, as if it had suddenly been frightened. Ah! This scream made everyone's hearts jump. Not good, something happened. Nick Fury's pupils shrank. He grabbed the device and shouted, "Barton, Natasha, what happened?" "No, nothing happened." The person who replied was Hawkeye, but his tone was still a little shocked. It was obvious that he had seen something amazing. "Nothing." Nick Fury's eyebrows furrowed together. "Report the situation below." "What did you see?" Hawkeye hesitated for a moment, then said in a complicated tone, "Director, there is no danger below, but the situation is a bit complicated." "I can't describe it?" "I suggest you come down to see it yourself." The situation was complicated? Indescribable? No threat? Nick Fury had a black question mark on his face. What was this? "Director, how about I go down and take a look?" Hill came forward and suggested in a low voice. "No need." Nick Fury waved his hand and said, "Since the Thunder unit has confirmed that it's safe down there, let's go down together and see what's going on." Shua. 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 Everyone followed the rope and descended to the bottom of the crack. As they walked through the dark crack that was as big as a rift valley, waves of shock surged in Nick Fury's heart. To be able to create such a terrifying destructive force, it was almost comparable to the destruction of Death God and the Quincy back in the New York War. When they passed through the dark cracks and arrived at the underground cave, everyone was shocked speechless. More than half of the rock walls of the cave collapsed, and the ground structure showed signs of breaking. Huge rocks piled up in a mess, as if they had been bombarded by tactical missiles. Crystallized substances could be seen everywhere after high temperatures, as well as the pungent stench that remained in the air. This is... Nick Fury's pupils shrank to the point of a needle, completely unable to imagine what was happening here. "Director." Natasha trotted over and handed over the instrument in her hand. She said with a serious expression, "Please take a look. We detected residual spiritual energy here." Someone fought. Spiritual energy? Nick Fury felt a dull pain in his brain as soon as he heard the word. He frowned and said, "Do you mean, Death God caused it?" "I don't think so." Natasha shook her head and pointed at the holes on the walls. From the traces of the battle, I think the battle side should be the Quincy that Death God mentioned. Based on. Fury raised his eyebrows. Natasha analyzed, Director, please look. From the hole damage left on the rock wall, it does not look like the sword-type weapon that Death God often uses. Instead, it is more like the damage caused by a stronger penetrating arrow. As far as we know, only Death God, Hollow, and Quincy can use their spiritual power. Among them, there are only the combat methods of Quincy, which are mainly based on bows and arrows. Death God mostly fights with sword-type weapon, while Hollow fights with his limbs. Of course, my speculation may not be accurate. The other two may also cause this kind of damage effect, but I think it is more likely to destroy the Quincy. Barton carefully observed the damage effects, and also thought that they were caused by arrow-type weapons. Hawkeye, as a professional archer, had some credibility to his words. After listening to it, Fury nodded and felt that it was reasonable. He asked, then the target of the battle with the Quincy, do you think it is Hollow? It is not clear. Natasha shook her head and sighed, there is too little information that can be analyzed at the scene, and the residual traces are deliberately cleared. Director. At this time, Hawkeye suddenly ran over. I found something. I need you to come and take a look. Nick Fury's eyes lit up and he quickly followed Hawkeye. Because most of the cave had collapsed. There were huge rocks everywhere, so they could only make their way through the cracks. Nick Fury followed Hawkeye for a few minutes and came to a cave that had not collapsed yet. Director, look. Hawkeye turned on the light and shone the light on a piece of black meat that was only the size of a fingernail and still squirming. A piece of meat. Nick Fury frowned. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, he was stopped by Hawkeye. Don't touch it, Director. Hawkeye said with a serious expression, according to the detector, this piece of meat is emitting that strange pollution fluctuation. It's just that the fluctuation is too weak, so it can't affect us. It? Nick Fury was slightly stunned. Then, he recalled the infected lunatics and retracted his hand with lingering fear. Are you saying, the strange phenomenon that caused a large area of madness is such a small piece of meat? To be precise. Eagle Eye paused for a moment, then said with a complicated expression, it should be some kind of creature before this piece of meat was destroyed, causing the previous large area of madness. Creature. A ray of light flashed in Nick Fury's one-eyed eyes. He suddenly became interested in this creature. A piece of flesh that was only the size of a fingernail was still able to survive for so long on its own. It could be seen just how terrifying the vitality of its cells was. Moreover, there was an unknown and strange fluctuation that could affect living things in a large area. The heart of death was burning fiercely. The human's exuberant desire for knowledge urged him to understand what this creature was. Take it away. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, this matter is classified as a level 9 secret. Don't let anyone else know about it except you, understand? Yes, Director. Chapter 233. Laud naturally did not know about Schild's suicidal behavior. Even though he had deliberately wiped out the remnants of the organization before he left, in order to be wary of people like Schild who were overly curious. However, in the end, he still missed out on this piece of physical tissue. Time was also life. This fingernail-sized organization was cut off after being pierced through by the Saint's spear. It was just that this organization was too small, and it was blown into a cave that was close to collapse by the strong wind, so it just happened to avoid Laud's search and finally fell into Schild's hands. It had to be said that it was too much of a coincidence. If Laud knew that Nick Fury was trying to study the Thulhu creature, he was afraid that he would immediately send Grimjoe to descend, and then fire his Siro on Schild headquarters to destroy it. Do not doubt Laud's determination. A piece of Thulhu biological sample fell into the hands of the most deadly organization in the entire universe. The consequences must not be said, everyone should be able to guess. He never doubted Nick Fury's talent for courting death, much less the strange thinking of the Americans. But unfortunately, today, Laud does not know how much trouble this small sample will bring him in the future. Soul Society, Siritii. After throwing Gwen to Nemu and telling her to treat it well, Laud hurried back to the confession tower. There is a reason why he is so anxious. Thanks to Hashwalth and Gwen's contribution, he had gathered another 100 medium-level souls. Although it had not been too long since the last lottery, the lottery felt like an addiction, and he could not stop at all. When he thought of the glittering appearance, Laud felt that he could do it again, and there would be a big surprise this time. Don't ask. System, draw. Laud rubbed his hands together. He shouted excitedly. Ding. Are you sure you want to use 100 * medium level soul draw? Yes. The familiar Anohanaretsu came out again. But this time, Laud suddenly felt that something was wrong. Anohanaretsu's eyes were no longer dull as usual, but a little smart. But when he looked carefully again, he found that nothing seemed to change, as if it was his illusion. The treasure chest trembled slightly, and golden flames soared into the sky. Golden, Superman medicine. White, limb repairing serum. Golden, upper, spiritual power pearl *5. Golden, Keto experience book *5. Golden, special building, blood pond hell, spring water enters the body of the soaked through the skin to quickly replenish the blood and spiritual power, and the effect of matching the white bone hell is better. Golden, special building, spiritual arts academy, with a study room, training ground, and teaching institute. It is used to cultivate death god. There are 10 professional mentors inside. It cannot be used in battle. Purple, experimental notes, remnant. Purple, black cloak. White, Shinigami Women's Association flower, blazing special edition, dissipated Kenpeki edition. Purple, Kisukura Hera's special spiritual power, sword, specialized sword blade with a long-level spiritual power poured into the body of the soul, can forcibly awaken the power of death god in the body of the other party. Laud was very calm, not at all. From the bulging veins on his forehead, the crazily raised corners of his mouth, and the wrinkles on his eyes, it could be seen how happy he was. 5 gold, 3 purple, 2 white. This was the true opposite shore that could never be achieved in a lifetime. Spiritual Arts Academy. He had been looking forward to this special building that could be used to cultivate Death God for a long time. Today, he finally got it. With Spiritual Arts Academy, he would not need to worry about the problem of Death God being too few in the future. It greatly reduced his pressure. When the first batch of Death God graduated from the Academy, Soul Society would be the real Soul Society. The Blood Pond Hell was also not bad. When the time came, it would be used together with the White Bone Hell. One exploited spiritual power and his blood to recover from his injuries, the other restored spiritual power and his blood. It was simply the best healing artifact. Even if he was beaten until he was left with only one breath left, he did not need to worry. Even Nemu could use it. As for the last item, the superhuman medicine, Laud was willing to call it the strongest. There was only one effect, which was that it could make one's senses faster. At first glance, did it feel nothing? It didn't matter, he continued to listen. In the contest between experts, there were often people who saw the stagnation of the sword blade and the solidification of the surrounding space and time, and this situation was actually the extension of the time senses. When the senses were played to the extreme, it would cause a different phenomenon. Kuratsuka Mayuri developed the potion based on this theory. In simple terms, it was the spiritual force bursting out. This was not a real time freeze, but the time in his own senses had slowed down. Even an ordinary person would feel like they were stuck in a stagnant state when faced with the rapid bullets after using the drug. In a life and death battle, the feeling of extreme sensitivity could make them feel as if time had slowed down the moment they faced the sword. However, this drug could make the effect increase by several times, tens of thousands of times, several trillion times. Dilating a drop of super drug by 250,000 times was the most suitable weight to be used. But what effect would there be if he injected diluted raw liquid into someone else's body? The answer was that he would have the feeling of being 30,000 times human. In just a second. But to that person, it would be as long as 100 years. But compared to the feeling of superhuman, the physical body did not reach the reaction of superhuman, causing the result to be extremely slow. The movements captured by the keen senses were completely unable to keep up with the reaction of the physical body. Even if the palm was pierced by sword's blade, when you felt the pain of being pierced, it was as if 100 years had passed. This kind of feeling was like everything in the world stopped moving in your eyes, but you were like a rock. You could only watch the sea change into mulberry fields. Time passed little by little, and in the end, you died in the brain because you could not bear the thought of speeding. This was the horror of superhuman medicine. It could be used to strengthen oneself and also to hurt people. It could be said to be a trump card. He also had to thank the original Espada, Sailaporo Grants. Thanks to his self-sacrifice, everyone could see the drug. Otherwise, no one would know how many medicines that guy had hidden in Nemu's body. Good stuff, hurry up and put it away. Lod carefully hid the blue bottle containing the superhuman medicine in his own shadow space. After packing everything up, Lod used Spiritual Power Pearl and Keto's experience book. Spiritual Power plus 10,000. Spiritual Power plus 10,000. Spiritual Power plus 10,000. Keto Experience plus 10,000. Keto Experience plus 10,000. Keto Experience plus 10,000. Upgrade, 4th grade Spiritual Power, 3rd grade Spiritual Power. Upgrade, Keto, LV6. LV7. Chapter 234. 3rd class Spiritual Power. Lod closed his eyes to feel the surging spiritual power in his body, and the corners of his lips raised into an imperceptible arc. Not far away. I'm one step closer to the real captain level. Don't think that 3rd class spiritual power is very low. You have to know that most of the captains are actually only 2nd class spiritual power. Even in some weaker divisions, the 4th class spiritual power death god is enough to be a vice captain, such as the 9th division captain Meguru Mackenzie before being persecuted by Aizen. Spiritual power is only slightly better than the 3rd class. Like the several vice captain in the original work who mastered Bankai in advance, spiritual power is basically in the 3rd class. In the Captain of Soul Society Godi 13th, most of them are 2nd class spiritual power, but even so, there will be a big gap between them. For example, Ichimaru-jin, T. Sure. Hitsugaya, Swa Fon, Kukaki Byakuya, among the 2nd class captain death god, is also an outstanding existence, and his strength is enough to defeat other 2nd class captain spiritual power. As for a small number of 3rd class captain spiritual power, such as Meguru Mackenzie, Tetsuzaman, Isane, Ikawa Love, and others. Because he mastered Bankai in advance, and because there are no suitable candidates in a short time, he will be specially promoted to serve as Godi 13th Division. It is worth mentioning. In Soul Society's current Godi 13th Division, Death God, who is ranked first, are only Zaraki Kenpeiku, Ano Hanaretsu, Kyoraku Shunsui, and J. Sure. Yukatake. As for Aizen and Yamamoto Janri, Sai Shiji Kuni. It is special spiritual power. Slash, punch, walk, ghost, heart, body, skill. They have reached the end of the road. Not only do they have the top combat power above all death god, but they can also destroy the entire soul society with their own strength, and they can be ranked as special level spiritual power. Looking at the history of the entire soul society, there are only a few people. The road is long, you must not be proud and arrogant. When he thought of the mountain above his head, Lod could not help but rub his aching eyebrows and suppress the joy that had just risen in his heart. Third-class spiritual power seemed to be able to be ranked as a captain. Now, it is not the time to be proud. When spiritual power, who is ranked as special, is comparable to Aizen and Yamamoto Grandpa, he is qualified to speak loudly in Marvel World. As for now, it is better to stay idle. Finally, it has been upgraded. Lod turned his eyes to Kido, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Kido was a high-level curse technique. Generally, if Death God wanted to properly release Kido, he first needed to chant the correct incantation, and then he needed to guide the spiritual energy in his body to arrange the combination. Both of the above were indispensable, and there could not be the slightest mistake in the cooperation, otherwise, it would lead to failure in releasing Kido, and at worst, he would be injured by the spiritual energy in his body. When Death God was quite familiar with the combination of Kido's incantations and spiritual power, he could try to practice using breaking chant to achieve the effect of instant casting Kido. However, although the song could be used to release Kido instantly, its power would be about 1/3 less than the complete version of Kido. Aizen once used the number 90 Kido after the chant and killed Captain-level Death God in one move, but still called it failure because the destructive power was not enough. If he was not proficient in singing, Kido's role in combat was actually quite limited. No one was a fool. The higher the level of Kido, the more complicated and long the incantation was needed. Therefore, Lod never liked it because it was too long. It looked cool in the manga, but if it was a real battle, it would be too ridiculous. After all, in the real world, no one would stand there obediently and watch you sing a whole long incantation, unless the other party was a dumbass. On the other hand, it was a low-level Kido. Although it could be instant cast, due to the decrease in power by 1/3, the effect was limited. Most of the times, it could only be used to torture people. Could Kido, which was number 70 or above, be used? In fact, it could be used. He was familiar with the combination of incantations and spiritual power, and could completely use high-level Kido below number 80. But the problem was, would the enemy give him this chance? It was just like when he was facing the Destroyer and Gabriel, when he stood in place and chanted the incantation, his head would probably fall to the ground. This was also the fundamental reason why Lod rarely used high-level Kido in battle. It was not that he did not want to use it, but he could not use it. But now, the situation was different. After his Kido reached LV.7, all Kido below number 70, could be released instantly with the chanting, and its power would not weaken at all. Upgrading Kido's level did not mean that he could only use Kido who was below the current sequence, but it meant that he could break the chanting and instant cast all Kido who was below the sequence. Ignoring the combination of spiritual energy and the side effects of breaking the chanting, this was the true power of the system. And this was only the beginning. When Kido level rose to LV.10, he would be able to instant cast Kido above number 90. Kido, that was above sequence 90, was a powerful curse technique that was defined as forbidden. Thinking about instant casting single blade cremation, 5 dragon destruction, black coffin, 1000-hand bright heaven cannon and so on. Lod couldn't help but be fascinated. Lod came out of the Palace of Penitence, and then came all the way to the West Gate. This place was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery was excellent. As the location of the college, it could be said to be quite good. Yes, let's build it here. Lod was very satisfied and waved his hand. System, let's build the Spiritual Arts Academy here. When As the power of the system covered the entire western district, a huge amount of spirit particles was formed out of thin air. The houses with yellow bricks and white tiles rose up from the ground. The buildings were stacked on top of each other. The buildings, training grounds, teaching institutions, public squares, and so on were all complete. They covered an area of tens of thousands of hectares. A huge plaque was hung on a large arched door made of gray and white rocks. The plaque was written Spiritual Arts Academy. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, and there was a majestic and ancient atmosphere everywhere. 10 white-clothed death god with a white beard and a white hair walked out from the gray-white arched door. Laud smiled and thought that the system was really considerate. Knowing that there was a shortage of manpower, he specially gifted 10 teachers, which saved him the effort to find a teacher again. "Greetings, Director." The 10 old death god bowed in unison and said in a long voice, "We are Death God, who has retired for a long time. We are now the special instructors of this Spiritual Arts Academy." Chapter 235. Thank you, everyone. Laud put on a gentle smile and said, "I hope that all of you will do your best to continue cultivating the next generation of talents for Soul Society." The 10 old men all stroked their beards and laughed. To be able to nurture the next generation of talents for Soul Society, this is our lifelong wish. These people had been fabricated by the system with Hollow's fake memories, so they would not have any doubts about him and their own origins. Although they were craftsmen, they were not emotionless wood. In their memories, they were the old death god who had contributed his entire life to Soul Society and retired. Finally, he came to this newly built Spiritual Arts Academy and continued to bring glory to Soul Society. Everyone said that there was an old man at home, as if there was a treasure. Although they could not participate in the battle, for the newly built Soul Society, they were indispensable and important existences. The ones who supported the Spiritual Arts Academy were precisely these 10 aged death god. "Lord Director." The oldest old man among them walked out of the crowd and bowed towards Laud. He said in a loud voice, "We are all ready. I wonder when we can officially begin the recruitment." "In the next few days." Laud thought for a moment, then said, "I'll have to trouble you to take out the specific regulations, and then you can open the west gate and recruit students on Rukanga." "I will obey the orders of the director." The old men cupped their hands and bowed. Then, they turned around and entered the academy to prepare for the specific recruitment process. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the 4 major Rukanga. The Spiritual Arts Academy was recruiting students. All the souls can go to the 4 main gates of Rukanga to participate in the recruitment of Spiritual Arts Academy. Once you pass the test, you can enter the school. After graduation, you can directly enter the Goti 13th and become a death god of Siriti. Since this news came to Rukanga, all the souls that died here were crazy. After they were led to Soul Society, they vaguely learned some information, such as this was the world where Soul Society lived after everyone died, and inside the white wall, it was the place where Death God gathered. Now that they heard that the Spiritual Arts Academy established by Siriti is recruiting, and it is said that once it is possible to become Death God, all the souls can't sit still. For a time, the souls of each district all went to the gate of Siriti. Siriti, East Gate. The white murderous stone door slowly rose. Under the nervous eyes of all the souls, a white-clothed old man with a long beard and a white hair walked out from inside. "That is Death God." The crowd was in chaos, and many people asked. After all, the old man who came out looked so weak that he was far from the Death God they had imagined. There were many people who had this question. In their eyes, Death God should be the kind of person who exuded a gloomy and strange aura. Was this person really Death God? Although the souls all lived in Rukanga, there were not many people who had actually seen Death God. Only a very small part of the soul was drawn to Soul Society through the formal process of soul burial, and most of the souls were attracted by the power of hell after death, illegal stowaway. These people had never seen Death God, nor had they had relevant knowledge, so it was reasonable for them to have such an unrealistic idea. I am Death God, who is in charge of recruiting students this time, the Aoyama family. Aoyama's eyelids were half drooping, and it seemed that he had not woken up. He said lightly, "Everyone line up in turn and test here. Anyone who passes can enter Siritai with me." Although his voice was not loud, in such a noisy environment, it was very clear to everyone. The noisy crowd, which was still noisy, suddenly became quiet. According to what the old man said, they lined up in order. "Not bad, at least you have some brains." Aoyama nodded slightly. These wandering souls were quite sensible, which saved him the trouble of making a move. Next, Aoyama roughly explained the rules. The recruitment process of the Spiritual Arts Academy is very simple. You only need to walk forward and put your hand on a special instrument. Then, you can judge whether the level of spiritual power has reached the entrance standard based on the floating numbers of the instrument. And the requirement to enter the Spiritual Arts Academy was to reach the lowest grade of 10 spiritual energy. Don't think that the grade 10 spiritual power was very low. Although all the souls had spiritual energy, there were more than 70% of them. The spiritual energy they possessed was too weak, and it was not enough to be ranked. The grade 10 spiritual power was only the most basic requirement to enter the academy. For example, the vast majority of Death God in Soul Society were people with mediocre talent. In his lifetime of hard work, he could only raise 1 to 2 grades of spiritual power. On the other hand, those geniuses. For example, Sure. Hitsugaya had established contact with Zanpakuto in advance before taking the test of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Moreover, spiritual power's strength was close to that of the chief officer, and later became the youngest captain of Death God in Soul Society's history. This was the gap. There was an insurmountable chasm between geniuses and geniuses. No matter how hard you tried, you would never be able to cross this chasm. Some people had already stood at the end from the moment they were born. This was a fact that no one could change. The test officially began. The crowd walked over in turn and placed their palms on the instruments. Not qualified, next. Not qualified, next. Not qualified, next. People in the crowd came one after another, full of hope, but they had to return with disappointment. The selection mechanism was so cruel. Even the lowest level 10 spiritual power was 1 in 100 people who had the qualifications to become Death God. However, this was normal, and Lod was not surprised at all. After all, the concentration of spiritual droplets in Rukanga was too low and limited by the natural environment. It was quite difficult to give birth to a high-quality soul. The sun gradually set, and the enrollment continued. The number of people who had barely passed the test was less than 100, but the number of people who had been eliminated had already passed 10,000. Next. Aoyama was a little impatient, waving his hand to call the next person. "Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn." A tall and sturdy black man walked up confidently and pressed his palm on the instrument. The instrument vibrated slightly, but there were no numbers floating. Without numbers, it meant that spiritual power was too weak and not enough to be assessed. Aoyama glanced at the instrument and waved his hand expressionlessly. "Not qualified, next." "What? Not qualified?" The black man's anticipation was extinguished by a single sentence, and he instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. He roared, "I don't believe it. This is impossible. My body is so strong, why can't you let me pass?" Aoyama rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with this self-righteous idiot, and waved to the people behind him. "Next, don't waste time." Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter, causing the black man's face to turn green and purple. Before coming here, he had been so confident that with his strong physical fitness, he would definitely be the strongest in this group. Wouldn't it be easy for him to pass the test and become Death God? But unexpectedly, the old man did not look at this at all. The physical fitness he was so proud of was completely useless and he was directly rejected. Impossible. I am obviously so powerful, the black man complained, and there seemed to be some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Excuse me. At this time, a little girl whispered and then slowly walked over. Chapter 236. The little girl was dressed in tattered clothes, and her entire body was covered in mud and stains. She emitted a stench that made the people around her frown. She looked like a little beggar who had just crawled out of a garbage dump. Compared to the other clothes around her, which were clean and proper, in order to leave a good impression on the Spiritual Arts Academy, this little girl who was covered in dirt and reeked of a stench could be said to be a crane standing out from a flock of chickens. The little girl seemed to have been hungry for a long time. Her footsteps were abnormally slow, and her thin and petite body was shaking slightly. It made people worry that a gust of wind would blow her away. Despite this, she still persisted and walked to the front of Aoyama. "Hello, old grandpa." The little girl was very polite and bowed respectfully to the old man. "Well, let's go to the test." The old face of Aoyama showed a smile, and the good feeling in his heart was born. After all, a polite child was still pleasing to the eye. Yes. The little girl's physique was very weak. She only said a few words and took a few breaths. Then, she pressed her dirty little hand on the instrument. Beep. 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 In an instant, the instrument made a buzzing sound. The number on it began to jump wildly and finally stopped on the number 6. Huh. The eyelids of Aoyama, which had drooped down and seemed to be dozing off, suddenly lit up in their cloudy eyes. It's the 6th grade spiritual power. Everyone was shocked. They waited from day to night. This was the first time they had seen such a strong reaction from that instrument. They believed that as long as they were not fools, they would understand what this meant. That girl was different. Sure enough. Aoyama, who had been sitting for a long time, slowly stood up, a gentle expression on his face. He stroked his beard and laughed loudly. "Not bad, not bad. I finally found a good seedling. When I go back now, there will be no need for the other old fellows to laugh at me." This time, there were 4 recruitment strongholds, which were set up in the north, south, east, and west respectively. He was the examiner responsible for the test at the east gate. After a whole day, he had only recruited less than 100 people, and all of them were grade 10 spiritual power. Originally, he had already given up hope and was prepared to be ridiculed by the other old fellows when he returned. But he never expected. When it was close to the end, the heavens suddenly gave him a surprise. The first assessment was grade 6 spiritual power. If there were no accidents in the future, it would be almost certain that he would become a captain-level death god. This is impossible. The black man felt extremely angry and thought that he had been discriminated against. He roared, "You are discriminating against me. Why didn't I pass? Did this damn bastard pass? Damn old man, are you secretly playing tricks behind my back? Child, what is your name?" Aoyama completely ignored the black man who was like a clown and continued to ask the little girl. The little girl raised her head and said in a hoarse voice, "My name is Chen." Only then did Aoyama notice that although the girl was not old and full of dirt, he could still see the foundation of her beauty. The only regrettable thing was that her eyes had no pupils, only a pale white color, which looked quite terrible. "Chen." Aoyama stroked his beard and asked curiously, "Child, do you have a full name?" The girl shook her head and said sadly, I don't remember. F***ck. Baichi." The black man's eyes flashed fiercely, and the jealousy on his face grew stronger. "On what basis?" That thin little bastard could pass the test, but someone as strong as him was eliminated. This must be discrimination. That's right, that damned old man must have done something on purpose. Otherwise, how could someone with such a strong physical fitness fail the test? The more the black man thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. His heart was extremely unbalanced and gradually twisted. Since he could not get something, no one else could get it. Destroy her. Kill this damn bitch. Go to hell, you damn little bastard. The black man let out a roar and suddenly exploded from behind, punching at the defenseless girl. Ah! The crowd was stunned by this scene. It was too sudden. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The tall and sturdy body of the black man instantly formed a very strong contrast with the thin body of the little girl. There were even many people who closed their eyes and could not bear to see the end of the girl. With the physical fitness of the little girl, it was absolutely impossible for her to withstand this punch. Die, 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 die. The black man's eyes were filled with cruelty and brutality. He roared with a ferocious expression, "Die for me." However, everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was another death god present. How dare you? A cold light flashed in the eyes of Aoyama. He slowly raised his fingertips and said lightly, "Bakudo number 1, restrain." Pew. Invisible spiritual power surged out from his fingertips and instantly bound the black man's hands and feet. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free of the restraint. Ah! The black man fell to the ground fiercely. When he raised his head, he just happened to see the old man's cold eyes. The dense killing intent came, making him feel as if he was about to be frozen. "Ha, you're quite bold." Aoyama pulled the girl behind him and then sneered while stroking his beard. "How dare you attack a student of the Spiritual Arts Academy in front of me? The death penalty is hard to forgive. No, you can't kill me." The black man was completely panicked. Only then did he remember that the old man in front of him had walked out from the white giant wall, Death God. The black man looked frightened and wriggled wildly on the ground. He wanted to stay away from the old man in white and then began to talk nonsense. I am a citizen of the United States of America. You can't kill me. You don't have the right to judge me." Before he could finish his words, a light of sword swept past his neck. Chi! A head fell to the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. Hiss! The surrounding hundreds of people witnessed the scene and gasped, their faces turning pale. The law. The blood dripped from Aoyama's sword. In Soul Society, Siriti is the law. After that, Aoyama glanced at everyone coldly. "Do you have any objections?" "No, we have no objections." "That's right, that guy deserved to die." "Yes, yes." The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and turned into the righteous side. They pushed all the anger and guilt to the black man who had lost his head. What a joke! Who would dare to object to the sword in your hand? Many of them looked disdainful. They brought out the laws of the United States of America. This person's brain was probably flooded. This was Soul Society. "Child, come here." The cold expression on Aoyama's face disappeared. He then revealed a gentle smile and said, "From today onwards, you are my disciple." "Yes, teacher." Chapter 237. 3 days later. The first recruitment of the Spiritual Arts Academy ended. Lod sat in the S office and flipped through the student information that was compiled at the side of his hand. He raised his head and said, "Xianfang, how's the enrollment situation?" Xianfang was the oldest, most prestigious, and most powerful among the 10 instructors gifted by the system. Therefore, he was elected by everyone. After being approved by Lod, he became the deputy director of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Naturally, the director was himself. "Director." Xianfang stroked his white beard and said slowly, a total of 572 students. They meet the requirements of the enrollment test and officially become the first batch of students. Among them, 335 people has grade 10th grade spiritual power, 135 people has 9th grade spiritual power, 86 people has 8th grade, 15 people has 7th grade, only one person has 6th grade. Not bad, you've worked hard. Lod said with satisfaction. Currently, within the Rukanga street, the number of souls is around 70,000 people. In comparison, the number of souls with death god's aptitude is almost 1%. Overall, it was still considered a success. Although these 572 people might not all be able to graduate, at least one day in the future, some of them would become the backbone of Soul Society. Chen. Lod flipped to one of the pages and stopped. He noticed this name that was specially marked red. This is a genius recommended by Aoyama. She has already reached the 6th grade, spiritual power before she even entered the academy. Xianfang explained in a timely manner, we have all seen that child. Her talent is indeed outstanding. Oh. Since you all think so, then I will have to take a closer look. Lod's interest was immediately piqued. He carefully looked at the markings on the back and was slightly shocked. The reason for the recommendation of Aoyama was not because of the grade of this child, spiritual power, and his learning speed that was different from ordinary people. Rather, it was because this child was suspected to have learned part of Zanpakuto's real name in advance. It was only because her physique was too weak that she was unable to materialize it. Moreover, she was the only one who had not yet officially entered the academy and had already been selected by all the instructors of the academy as a super genius with the potential to become a captain in the future. After reading the information of this child, Lod's pupils shrank slightly, and he could not help but exclaim in his heart, this kind of talent. I'm afraid it's almost the same as sure? Hitsugaya. As long as such a super genius does not die in the middle, it is almost a certainty that she will become a captain-level death god in 100 years. And the premise of this 100 years is that there is no human intervention. If he could create the light-heavy spiritual land and increase the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere, then the time of his growth would probably be even shorter. There was one more thing that caught Lod's attention in the information about this child. According to the inquiry of Aoyama, they found that this child was a batch of souls that had just been transferred to Soul Society a few days ago. There was also a group of children who had come with her, and they were currently building an orphanage in the East District. A few days ago, a group of children and orphans. Lod had a hint of enlightenment in his heart. It turned out that this child was one of the souls of the mother of Puss who had been transferred over by him that day. Xianfang observed her expression and found that Lod seemed to be very interested in this child, so he asked tentatively, since thee is so interested, do you want to bring that child over and teach her personally? No need. Let her stay in the academy. It will be better for you to teach her than me. Lod shook his head and refused. He had a lot of things to do now. How could he have the time to teach students? Xianfang did not continue to insist. He nodded and said, this is also good. Please rest assured. Aoyama will do his best to teach that child. It was just a casual remark, and Lod did not agree. Otherwise, he really did not know how to explain it to the Aoyama. It was not easy for that old man to find someone to pass on his legacy. If he lost his disciple, he would not be able to keep his beard when he went back. Oh right. Lod took a sip of green tea and raised his eyes to ask, has the school term been set? It has been decided. It will be in 3 days. Xianfang paused for a moment, then asked, do you want to come over when school starts? Lod asked doubtfully, why should I go over? Xianfang stroked his beard and said, you are the director and also the Lord Spirit King. I think that if you come personally at the start of school, you can motivate the students and make them feel respect for you. What do you think? To win people's hearts. Laud chuckled and tapped the wooden table with one finger. He said lightly, gratitude is fine, but reverence is too much. I don't need this kind of thing. I only need them to act as my student and help me complete my mission. Xianfang was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Yes, Lord Spirit King has created this world. How can you need a little bit of gratitude or reverence? It was this old man who was rude. Lord Spirit King, please forgive me. It doesn't matter. Laud waved his hand and said in a low voice, but there is one thing that you have to pay attention to. Please speak, Spirit King. Xianfang straightened his expression and bowed. Don't reveal anything about me. Do you understand? The glimmer in Laud's eyes surged, accompanied by an invisible pressure. Xianfang's heart tightened. He hurriedly nodded and said, yes, this old man understands. We will never reveal anything about you. That's good. Laud slowly got up from his seat and said, Xianfang, I'll leave the Spiritual Arts Academy to you. Don't disappoint me. Yes, Lord Spirit King. As his voice fell, when Xianfang looked up, he found that Laud had disappeared without a trace. His tense nerves relaxed and he muttered to himself, I can't reveal any news about you. It seems that Lord Spirit King does not want others to know of his existence. 3 days later, more than 500 souls came together and stepped into the Spiritual Arts Academy in turn. This was the first time they stepped into the white wall that towered into the clouds and saw a corner of Siritii with their own eyes. This is this place where Siritii and Death God live. What a beautiful house, such a big square, such a rich, spiritual power. Wow, is this heaven? I just took a breath and I feel full. Everyone stood in the square made of huge white bricks, looking at the undulating houses not far away, feeling the rich spiritual power in the Spiritual Arts Academy, and their hearts were full of shock. Boom! A terrifying spiritual power rose up, and everyone felt as if they were carrying 1,000 pounds of burden. The huge pressure almost pressed them to the ground. However, there were still a few of them who still managed to maintain their standing posture under the terrifying spiritual power. Ta, ta, ta. The white-bearded, white-haired old man held a walking stick in his hand. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and spiritual power's body surged as if it were for material, causing surging waves to roar. Although the old man's footsteps were slow, he was abnormally firm. He walked in front of everyone. Dong! The walking stick landed heavily on the white brick floor. The old man's eyes emitted a terrifying light that was like the sun, sweeping through everyone in the square in turn. The moment everyone was swept by those eyes, they felt as if they saw the sun, and their souls felt as if they were being burned by boiling hot flames. This old man is called Xianfang. Xianfang's voice was like a thunderclap that rumbled through the entire square. From today onwards, you are the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy. I hope that all of you will be able to forge ahead in the future. You will not forget your original heart and become a death god. In order to protect Soul Society, you will offer your own strength. Chapter 238. The Tower of Penitence. Hashwalth stepped into the cell leisurely. Sir, I have finished what you ordered me to do. In the dark cell, Laud sat cross-legged. Bathed in the scarlet brilliance emitted by the reality stone, he slowly opened his eyes. The number has been gathered. Yes. Hashwalth was expressionless. He said indifferently, there are a total of 173 jillion. They have all been catalyzed and captured. Good fellow. This speed and efficiency, as expected of you. Laud raised his eyebrows and said with a little surprise in his heart, 173 jillion, how many people did you kill? 100 hollow devoured each other to give birth to a big hollow, jillion. According to this data, Hashwalth created nearly 17,300 hollow in just a few days. I didn't kill anyone. Didn't kill anyone. Yes, Lord Laud. Then, where did these big hollow come from? I went to Middle East few times. Hashwalth pushed his glasses with one hand and said, bring back the souls of those terrorists and throw them into abyss of despair, nurturing this batch of big hollow. Sure, this is very righteous. The corners of Laud's eyes twitched, and for a moment, he did not know how to retort. Hashwalth did not notice Laud's thoughts, and continued to say, Lord Laud, I think that Middle East is a very good area. The flames of war there are endless, and it is very suitable to be a harvest point for the soul. Let's talk about it later. Laud shook his head and refused this proposal. It was not that he did not want to go to the war area. This way, the domain of the Spirit King could give birth to even stronger hollow. But the problem was that there would be many unexpected factors. Once the number of hollow expanded, and he didn't have the corresponding manpower to deal with it. At that time, it could only cause a larger area of innocent killings, and it was even possible to give birth to Vastolord. It was precisely because of the uncontrollable nature of the war-torn region that he chose to stay in the United States, which was relatively stable. Call Grimjoe and Gwen, let them go to Abyss of Despair. Laud ordered. Abyss of Despair was originally built in the amusement park under the Spirit Cleansing Pavilion in the modern world. Later, he moved Abyss of Despair to Soul Society. This way, it was convenient and also to avoid being discovered by outsiders. Yes, sir. Hashwalth nodded and turned to leave the Penitence Tower. In the east gate of Siritii, in a special area of barrier partitions. Since recovering from his injury, Gwen came to challenge Grimjoe from time to time, and the two fought to their heart's content in this exclusive area. Something worth mentioning was, Gwen and Grimjoe's current battle record is 102 losses, 2 wins, 5 draws. Ever since the battle in the underground cave, she comprehended the death she symbolized. Not only did Gwen's spiritual power take a step further, but with the addition of the special poison ability, she even suppressed Grimjoe to the point where he could not raise his head. Do not underestimate the poison. There were at least tens of thousands of deadly poisons in nature. Even if Grimjoe was immune to most of them, he could not avoid all of them, so in the process of fighting Gwen, he would always be defeated by some strange toxins. Grimjoe. This time, I won again. Gwen half knelt on the ground, panting. One hand covered the 3 huge claw marks on her chest, and the other hand bent down strangely, looking miserable. Don't be proud too early. Grimjoe said weakly, but he did not refute Gwen's words. He had indeed lost this battle. Although it did not look as miserable as Gwen on the outside, it was in fact much more serious. Gwen had planted more than 10 types of toxins in its body. These toxins were wreaking havoc and destroying its internal organs. If this continued, he would definitely be the first to die. Haha. 102 defeats, 3 wins. Gwen smiled proudly and took back the poison in Grimjoe's body. TCH, Grimjoe curled the corner of his mouth disdainfully, and his blue beast eyes showed some dissatisfaction. It was just a moment of carelessness. I let you win a few times. Don't forget that I won 102 and lost 3 times. There are still 5 draws. Gwen emphasized. Heh. You won't have a chance next time. Grimjoe said arrogantly, I am already familiar with your abilities. I will definitely defeat you next time. You will not succeed. Gwen said seriously, I am no longer the old me. I will continue to win in the future. Let's wait and see. Grimjoe took a deep look at her and licked the messy hair with his barbed tongue. He said lightly, but you have to be prepared. I won't show mercy next time. This sentence, I will also send it to you. Gwen did not back down at all as she argued back. Bang! Dust flew everywhere as Hashwalth, dressed in a white military uniform, suddenly appeared. Lord Hashwalth. Gwen lowered her head slightly and said respectfully. Yo Hashwalth. Grim Joe's forelimbs were crossed and his head was on it. His eyes were half opened and half closed, and he said lazily, "Are you free to come to us?" Hashwalth did not care about Grim Joe's attitude. He just said calmly, "Grim Joe, Gwen, you two come with me. Lord Lot is calling you for something." Him. Grim Joe frowned. Although it was usually unruly and looked like it was not convinced of anyone, it was still a little afraid of Lod. So he slowly stood up and said, "Since it is his order, then I will go with you." Abyss of Despair, located at the end of Soul Society. This place is very far from Siriti and Rukanga, and the huge enchantment is completely cut off there, in case a soul is lost and comes in. Hashwalth, Gwen, and Grim Joe stood side by side, looking down at hundreds of Jillian under the huge abyss. Tisk. That lord sure has a bad taste. Grim Joe licked his hair and said with a smile that was not a smile, "There are so many Jillian gathered here. Do you intend to give birth to an Aegis from them? Shut up and just watch." Hashwalth coldly glanced at the leopard. Grim Joe sneered, and then no longer said anything, quietly looking down. Buzz. The power of space surged and rippled. Lod's figure slowly walked out from the ripples. His gaze swept over the three of them and he smiled faintly. "Looks like everyone is here. Then, the experiment can begin." Experiment? Grim Joe and Gwen had different expressions. Just a simple experiment. Lod nodded slightly and said, "An experiment on Arankar. If you succeed, you will have the form of a human and the power of Death God. Your strength will improve further. Then what are we waiting for?" As soon as he heard that his strength would improve, Grim Joe said without hesitation, "As long as you can give me strength, even if it is an experiment, it doesn't matter." "Sir, I am willing to participate in the experiment." Gwen was unwilling to fall behind, and he followed closely behind. "Don't worry." Lod waved his hand and said, "I will first use these Jillian to test it. If it is really feasible, then you can do it." "All right." Grim Joe can only temporarily suppress the impatience in his heart. "The power of Arankar? Hee. I like you more and more." Chapter 239. In Death God's view of the world, there were two extremely special powers. Death God's Hollow Transformation, and Hollow's Death God Transformation. The former was Death God wearing Hollow's mask, breaking the inherent restrictions in his body, completely indulging his instinctive desire to kill, losing his heart as a person, thus obtaining a powerful power similar to Hollow's. The latter was Hollow breaking the mask on his face, regaining the lost heart, filling up the hole left behind by Hollow's transformation, and then using the method of sealing the spirit core into sword, obtaining power similar to Death God. Death God and Hollow were like two sides of yin and yang. They stood against each other and kept each other in check, but at the same time, they were also important factors to break the other side's boundaries. The Arankar was the symbol of Great Hollow's evolution after breaking the boundary. If we want to completely understand the meaning of Arankar, we first have to sort out the evolutionary process of Great Hollow. The evolution process of Great Hollow had always been accompanied by fear. From the moment Hollow, whose soul had fallen after the death of a human, had been devoured by 100 ordinary Hollow and fused with each other, the Great Hollow, who possessed a huge amount of spiritual power and lacked an individual consciousness, would be born. And among these hundreds of Jillian who had no individual consciousness, a special Jillian with an individual consciousness would be born. It needed to devour hundreds of its own kind before it could evolve into the second stage of Great Hollow, Aegis. When it reached this stage, Aegis would always face the great threat of degenerating again. Once the mask was swallowed by other Hollow, Aegis would completely stop evolving and gradually degenerate to Jillian who had lost all intelligence. Therefore, they could only continuously devour their own kind and increase their strength at the same time, ensuring that they would not return to Jillian. After countless slaughters and devouring, there will be a very small number of Ajichas who will successfully break through the boundary and reach the ultimate apex Vasto Lord. The most obvious feature of Vasto Lord was that he was close to the size of a human and had an extremely high IQ. Moreover, he no longer needed to rely on hunting to evolve, nor did he need to worry about the threat of degeneration. Every single individual had a powerful combat strength that far exceeded that of a captain. However, this was not the end of Great Hollow's path of evolution. There was a new power above Vasto Lord, and that was Arankar. When the Great Hollow was able to regain the lost heart and break the mask on his face, he would automatically seal the core of the power into the style of Zanpakuto, and then obtain the power of Death God. This process was known as the Arankar. In other words, the first condition to break through was that it had to be Great Hollow, who was at the Vasto Lord level. Looking at the whole chapter of Bleach, the real confirmed and no doubts, independently evolved Arankar, is only Coyote Star K alone. All the remaining Vasto Lord managed to get to Arankar level with the help of Aizen's Gyaku. The only one who can be called a controversial Ulquira, there is no detailed description in the original work that it is self-Arankar, which is inferred based on clues, and there is no solid evidence, so it is temporarily shelved. Just the tough requirement of the Arankar was enough to make Lod stop. So, under normal circumstances, it was basically impossible to make Grimjo and Gwen Arankar. But it was different now. From Aizen experimental notes, Remnant 2, Lod finally found the record of mask breaking. Firstly, he had to give Ajichas a strong emotional stimulation, and secondly, he had to use a special spiritual power frequency to guide him. With the power of Gyaku, he could complete the Arankar transformation. Although there was no Gyaku yet, the power of the Reality Stone should be able to replace it. Therefore, he only needed to find the strong emotional stimulation, and find the special spiritual power frequency wave section to complete. Speaking of which, I have to thank Aizen. If Aizen did not use Gyaku to find another way and found the correct method of Arankar through countless experiments, I am afraid that he has no way until now. Let's start. Lod thought in his heart, collected his divergent thinking and walked step by step to abyss of despair. Roar. 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 Hundreds of hollow Jillian were trapped in the abyss. On the white masks that looked like clowns, their scarlet eyes flashed with a violent aura, and their gaping mouths let out shrill howls. Boom. 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 The ominous and chaotic spiritual power, accompanied by an evil howl, turned into a huge pillar of air and crashed into the clouds. They seemed to feel the impending threat and twisted their huge bodies uneasily. So noisy. Grimjo was irritated by the noise and rushed forward, directly rushing to the front of this group of big hollow. His blue eyes were cold. All of you shut up. Ajichas had almost absolute control over Jillian, who was a level lower and had no intelligence. This was both a physiological suppression and an evolutionary suppression. Sure enough. After this roar, the Jillians quieted down. Lod said lightly, "All right, Grimjo, step back." Grimjo looked at Lod and surprisingly did not refute, but obediently retreated. Lod stepped on the stairs formed by Reishi and came to the bottom of abyss of despair. His eyes swept over the surrounding Jillian and found that there was no existence of consciousness. This was normal. After all, Jillian, who had an individual consciousness, was a rare existence. Sure enough, it is not so easy to meet. Lod shook his head slightly disappointed. Since there was no potential for evolution, there was no need to worry about so much. Although the Arankar was simplified by Aizen's trick, there was still a minimum, and it had to be the first level of Ajichas. It was naturally impossible to do it in a normal way. The conditions for the birth of Ajichas were extremely harsh. Up until now, there were only two of them. He couldn't possibly use Gwen and Grimjo for an experiment, right? Therefore, he could only change the method. Use the power of the reality stone to forcibly catalyze a batch of Ashoka's level grade hollow. Although this type of Ajichas that had been forcefully catalyzed did not have an individual consciousness and did not possess sufficient combat strength, it was still barely enough to be used as an experimental product. Lod held the flowing sticky substance and communicated with the will of the red gem with his consciousness. I want to turn them into Ajichas. Buzz. The gem shook slightly, as if it were corresponding to his will. A blood-red, demonic red light flowed out from between his fingers in an instant, covering the entire abyss of despair. Some sort of rule power in the entire universe seemed to be stirred by the red gem at this moment. All of Jillian, who was enveloped by the demonic red light, let out miserable screams. His huge body was constantly being compressed, and the majestic spiritual power was also being compressed. Chapter 240. The transformation process was very fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 100 defective Ajichas had been born. They had been forcibly tampered with and distorted reality by this scarlet energy, and then turned into an alternative, incomplete Ajichas. Grimjo and Gwen, who witnessed this scene, were completely shocked by Lod's means. Their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Spiritual power was beating restlessly like boiling water, as if it were foretelling their hearts at this moment, like the restless spiritual power, setting off a storm. Using human power to interfere with the evolution of Hollow. Such a shocking method simply broke through the common knowledge of Grimjo and Gwen, breaking the instinct that had been engraved in their genes. Is this his power? Grimjo's heart was shocked. A trace of fear from nowhere was imprinted in the depths of his soul. Since he could casually create Ajichas, did that mean that he could also create Vasto Lord? Grimjo let out a shaky breath, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Who? Lod's face was slightly pale, and he let out a long breath. He clenched the reality stone in his hand and was shocked. What a terrifying consumption. It was only one time and I was almost emptied out. Fortunately, this was Soul Society. He was the controller of the authority of hell. He could replenish spiritual power anytime and anywhere. This also proved one thing from the side. Although Reality Stone was very powerful, it could not be used often. I really don't know how scary that guy Thanos is. He can use 6 stones in a row. Huff, huff. Taking advantage of the time when his imagination was running wild, Lod used all of Soul Society's spiritual power to replenish all the lost spiritual power in a few breaths of time. These 173 Ajichas are defective products. They were neither enhanced nor possessed individual consciousness, just like puppets. As expected, they are not as useful as Gyaku, Lod sighed in her heart. In fact, it could be seen from here that the power of the Reality Stone was limited in the end, and it could not completely distort and define reality as she thought. In fact, thinking about it carefully, this was also very normal. If a single Reality Stone was really as powerful as what the Dark Elf, Malekith, boasted about, and could cause the entire universe to fall into eternal darkness, then as the Titan race, why would Thanos need to seize the other 5 stones? Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Lod shook his head, expelling these thoughts from his mind. It's more important to do business. If it's defective, then it's defective. As long as it can be used, it'll be fine. After picking out a fish from among them, Lod's fingertips wrapped in a thick scarlet energy and directly stabbed into the other party's mask. Kaka. The scarlet energy violently invaded the brain, and the white mask of the Ajichas shattered. He succeeded. Gwen's heart tightened. No, he failed. Hashwolf only glanced at it and saw that the transformation had failed. He shook his head and said, although the mask of Ajichas was broken, there was no change in the essence of the soul and the core was not sealed into the form of Arankar. It failed. Lod withdrew his fingertips and sighed regretfully. It was indeed as Hashwalth had said. The reality stone did not awaken the heart of the Sagittarius. It simply broke the mask. However, it was not like he had not gained anything from this failure. The energy is not enough. I need to increase it a little more. Laud summarized the reason for his failure and then turned to the next experimental subject. As for how to deal with these defective products that had lost their masks, Laud also thought of this. Grimjo, Gwen, I will leave these to you. Devour as much as you like. They're just a failure, there was no need to keep it. Rather than throwing it here as trash, it was better to give it to Gwen and Grimjo to devour. This was also one of the reasons why they were called over. Yes, Lord Laud. Gwen licked his lips excitedly, a greedy look in her eyes. He, since that's the case, I will gladly accept it. Grimjo showed his sharp teeth and rushed forward impatiently. No Ajichas would refuse to devour bodies of their own kind. Devour their own kind, step on the corpses of their own kind, and evolve towards a higher peak. This was the gene engraved in every single one of the Ajichas. The survival of the fittest. This was the path of hollow survival and evolution, filled with blood and cruelty. The experiment was still ongoing. No, the energy is still too little. I can't wake up their lost hearts. Tisk tisk tisk. Did you input too much energy? Well, the way to control it seems to be more precise. There are too few activated neurons. I need to double it. 173 Ajichas died continuously in the experiment, either their masks were broken, their heads were blown off due to excessive energy, or they degenerated back to Jillian. However, Laud was not discouraged. This was how the experiment worked. Failure was the mother of success. One had to go through continuous failures in order to success. When the 167th Ajichas were there, the experiment finally showed a glimmer of hope. Kaka. With a crisp sound, the mask of this ox-head-shaped Ajichas shattered and fell off. Spiritual power in his body began to surge violently like a chemical reaction, and the surrounding air turned into a vortex to wrap it up. It's this spiritual power frequency. Laud's eyes lit up, as if he saw hope. At the same time, the huge body of 3 or 4 meters high began to shrink in size, gradually approaching the appearance of human, and the core was forcibly condensed with the help of external force. Success. Laud was delighted. The experiment had finally succeeded. The first Arankar was born. Roar. Deafening roars resounded through the sky, and rings of chi that could be seen with the naked eye continuously surged and exploded around the ox head hollow. Accompanied by an indescribable terror, spiritual power almost covered the surrounding space of a few thousand meters. Ho! The vast and mighty spiritual power rushed towards them, as if water from the rivers, lakes, and seas had poured down, causing Gwen and Grimjo to bear the unbelievable pressure, and their bones and muscles faintly let out sad cries of unable to bear the burden. This is the Arankar. Grimjo's heart was shocked, and the eyes of the beast shrank slightly. Feeling the pressure from spiritual power, the gray-white hair on his body could not help but stand up. What a powerful spiritual power! Gwen gritted her teeth. The Arankar. What a terrible power! Grimjo and Gwen's faces showed a longing expression at the same time. Grimjo, Gwen. Laud lowered his eyes and stared at Hollow for a moment. Then, he said indifferently, the two of you, go and test its strength. Whether or not the experiment of the Arankar was successful depended on this final step. If this ox-head Hollow had the power to crush Ajichas, then it could prove that his Arankar experiment was successful. Chapter 241. Yes, Lord Laud. Gwen and Grimjo took a deep breath, and then turned into 2 streams of light and rushed to Oxhead Hollow. Zero. Grimjo turned around and went around Oxhead Hollow's vision, suddenly appearing behind it. Then, before Oxhead Hollow could react, the cheetah suddenly opened its mouth, and the scarlet energy that had been suppressed for a long time instantly erupted. Boom! A cluster of scarlet shock waves, carrying a destructive force, swept through layers of air currents, dyeing half of the sky red. The thick and fast Zero shot straight at Ox Head Hollow. The next moment, the Ox Head Hollow suddenly turned its head around. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. His 5 pale white fingers spread out slightly as he faced the incoming Zero. Bang! The Zero that Grim Joe shot over was actually firmly grasped in the palm of Ox Head Hollow. Whoosh! Ox Head Hollow suddenly clenched his 5 hands. An incomparably powerful force forcefully crushed the Zero, causing terrifying shockwaves to leak out from between his fingers. They exploded in the surrounding air one after another, and the violent winds swiftly swept past with a destructive force. He can actually crush my Zero with his bare hands. Grim Joe was horrified in his heart. His azure beast eyes suddenly tightened to the point of a needle. Even in a Jich's level, Zero was a skill that could decide the outcome of the battle with one strike. Under normal circumstances, not to mention crushing Zero with his bare hands, even if he wanted to block Zero head-on, it would be an impossible feat, unless the enemy's spiritual power was far weaker than him. In exchange, the difference in strength between it and the Ox Head Hollow after its appearance had been broken to such a degree. Bang! Just as Grim Joe was confused, he saw that Ox Head Hollow suddenly disappeared in the same place. What a fast turn! Grim Joe was shocked. The almost abnormal battle felt like a ringing alarm, driving it to quickly leave the place. Shua! Grim Joe just flashed away, and a deadly cold light fell immediately after. Sword's sharp wind pressure suddenly swept across the ground like a flood dragon. Accompanied by the extremely violent spiritual power, the entire earth instantly split apart. Rumble! The ground was instantly cut off by sword, revealing a huge chasm that was like a canyon, extending to about 1,000 meters away. Roar dash! The ox-headed Hollow stood on top of the ruins, raising his head and letting out an irrational roar. The black-red spiritual power was violently rubbing against the air. It was like a burning flame that dyed half of the sky red. It rolled up a huge storm like a divine dragon that swept across the world. It roared and wreaked havoc on the space within 100 meters of it. Bang! The sound turned, and it turned again. It disappeared again. Grim Joe's pupils suddenly shrank, and then a palpitation suddenly emerged in his heart. His gray hair stood up, and he felt that there was a wind pressure behind him that was rapidly approaching him. The Ox-Head Hollow was behind him. Grim Joe growled, his 4 beast feet stepped hard, and the airflow under his body shattered as if it was solid, and he forcibly turned his body in the air. He did not dodge, and he did not retreat. Because he knew that at the critical moment of life and death, he could not retreat again and again, let the momentum of the other side suppress him, otherwise he would lose. No retreat. A head-on battle. This was his style. Even if it would be severely injured and on the verge of death in the next second, it would still leave a scar on the enemy. Claw of the Panther King. Grim Joe forcibly turned his body in the air, and then with the power of rotation, condensed spiritual power on his right claw, and turned into 6 huge blue blade-like light marks, tearing the space in front of Hollow in hundreds of feet. However, before the claw of the Panther King fell, it was caught by a pale white bone hand, followed by a pair of scarlet eyes full of tyranny, reflected in Grim Joe's eyes. My claw of the Panther King was blocked. Grim Joe's pupils slightly trembled, and he screamed in his heart. Buzz! The surrounding space shook violently, and a black and red evil energy gathered at the tip of the ox-head's finger. It's Zero. Grim Joe's pupils shrank again, all the hair on his body stood up, and a strong smell of death came to his face. Not good. This distance. If I am hit, I will be finished. Even if the recovery rate of Ajich's was amazing, if it was hit by the Zero at a 0 distance, he's afraid that only half of his body will be left. Let go of me. At this critical moment, Gwen finally caught up to the two of them. She took advantage of the moment when Oxhead Hollow released Zero. Then, she formed a fist and attacked. Bang! The fist that was wrapped by spiritual power fiercely attacked. The terrifying force contained within it actually shattered the air with a loud bang, causing a thunderous rumble. Bang! Oxhead Hollow was hit by Gwen's punch. The flesh and bones in his chest instantly exploded, leaving behind a huge hole. The huge force pushed Oxhead Hollow back extremely quickly. The speed was so fast that it even left a shadow in the air. It dragged a long wave of air and scattered in all directions. Then, it crashed into the ground like a meteorite, creating an earth-shattering sound. Rumble. The terrifying impact directly caused the earth to collapse and sink. Dense cracks spread out in all directions like a huge spider web, accompanied by thick smoke and dust rising. The surging air waves mixed with gravel made shrill noises in the air. Roar! 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 Oxhead Hollow pulled out sword from his waist and stabbed it several inches into the ground. Then, he raised his head and roared, "Trample the world, giant warrior!" Boom! 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 A surging momentum rose to the peak in an instant. Then it turned into a surging wave, stirring up a storm that covered the sky and covered the earth, engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant. Even the two powerful Ajichas couldn't help but tremble under the suppression of this violent momentum. Their bones, flesh, and even their souls seemed to be slowly crushed by a huge millstone. At this moment, they felt as if the entire sky was collapsing. In the midst of the black and red spiritual power storm, a huge figure gradually appeared before their eyes. A pair of ferocious curved horns grew out of Hollow's head. His body expanded like a balloon under the violent spiritual power, until he became the size of a hill. His body was covered in thick muscles that were coiled like roots. Black and red lines were carved on the surface of his pale white skin. His scarlet eyes were the size of copper bells, and he was emitting an extremely brutal and terrifying aura. Roar dash! The colossus roared into the sky, raising the sound of thunder and lightning. As the surging spiritual power swept over, Grimjoe and Gwen could not help but reach out and block in front of themselves, desperately resisting the terrible shock wave. Is this Arrancar? Grimjoe's face was full of shock. Although they had expected that there would be a gap. But they did not expect that the gap was so big. In front of the Arrancar, they were as weak as Jillian, who would be swallowed and torn apart by this violent spiritual power at any time. Chapter 242. Lord Laud, do we need to stop it? Hashwaltha's eyes were indifferent. He stared at the battlefield in front of him and said in a deep voice, "If we continue, the two of them will die." The colossus that the Bullhead Hollow had turned into was already beyond the ordinary captain-level death god. It was infinitely close to the strength of the third-level spiritual power, while Grimjoe and Gwen's spiritual power were only about fifth level. The battle between Death God and Hollow was the battle between spiritual power. This was the eternal truth. Their current strength was worlds apart from the Arrancar after resurrection. If they continued, Grimjoe and Gwen would undoubtedly die. No, let's wait a little longer. Laud's blue eyes flashed. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. He shook his head and said, "The closer they are to death, the more the potential in their bodies will be stimulated. I want to see if they can touch the apex of evolution after they are forced to the limit." The apex of evolution. A hint of enlightenment flashed through Hashwaltha's eyes. "My lord, are you referring to Vasto Lord?" "Yes." Laud nodded slightly and said, "Once you choose to undergo Arrancar evolution, it means that the evolution will completely stop. So I want to see if the two of them have the potential to step into that apex. With the help of external forces, although they could have great power, they would also lose the opportunity to go further. The difference between the breaking through the level of Vasto Lord Dan breaking through the level of Arankar was heaven and earth. After reaching a Vasto Lord level, its spiritual pressure will never be lower than the second class, and the combat power was even more capable of crushing most second-class spiritual power of Death God captains. Lot appreciated Grimjoe and Gwen very much. After all, they were the first to follow him, so he wanted to wait a little longer and see if they had the potential to break through. Can you break through? Or can't break through? Vasto Lord Hashwalth pushed the frame with one hand. There seemed to be a glimmer in his eyes. He shook his head and said, I don't think there is much hope. The potential of the two of them is not enough to support them to reach that realm. The Vastard class Hollow is the apex of the evolutionary path. The king who reigns above all Hollow, each has a shocking and terrifying combat power. Looking at the entire Hollow circle. For thousands of years, there were only 5 bodies of naturally born Vasto Lord, which was built in the circle of Hollow, which accumulated tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Hollow. Thus, it was evident. The value of Vasto Lord was even rarer than the youngest captain in Soul Society's history, and the genius like sure? Hitsugaya. Grimjoe's talent may be very strong, but it is obviously not enough for the top 4 of the Espada. Even the worst performing third-ranked Espada, Halabel, almost pushed Hitsugaya Toshiro into a corner. If it wasn't for Aizen's backstab in the end, who would win and who would lose is still unknown. Maybe, Lod smiled and said indifferently, I like that leopard very much, so I don't mind giving it a chance. In his last life, when he looked at Death God, he liked Grimjoe's character very much. Irritable, cruel, arrogant, and unruly, under the appearance of a derogatory term at first glance, there was a calm heart hidden, and the spirit of fighting was highly regarded. He disdained any despicable means. Although he was a fighting maniac, he was an Espada with high virtues. All in all, Grimjoe's personal charm is not weaker than Ulquira, and is the only one Lod likes. Therefore, he does not mind giving Grimjoe a chance to surpass the past. On the battlefield, Gwen and Grimjoe have died several times. Zero. 2 scarlet shockwaves, mixed with destructive light, hit the giant colossus directly. But when the dust and smoke dissipated, the colossus was still standing on the ground. After taking 2 hits from Zero, only a few scratches were left on its white skin. What a hardy arrow! Grimjoe was panting. He stared at the colossus and growled unwillingly, Gwen, where is your poison? Poison, there was a hint of helplessness in Gwen's eyes. Its steel skin is too thick. The poison can't penetrate it at all. Then I can only fight in close combat. Attack its eyes and mouth. I don't believe it can be so thick. Grimjoe growled, and the ground under him shook violently, and then suddenly collapsed. The gray-white figure broke through the air, and the airflow around him pulled up a transparent wave, and the ear-piercing sound exploded one after another. Gwen followed closely behind. While Grimjoe was attracting attention, she turned around and rushed directly to the eyes of the colossus. 2 white thorns came out of the fistbone, and purple spiritual power, which was wrapped in hundreds of toxins, stabbed at the fragile eyes of the colossus brutally. Go to hell! Gwen, who had unleashed all of her power, launched an almost suicidal attack. However, the colossus only closed its eyelids, and the hard steel skin blocked Gwen's attack. Roar! Under the mask, the scarlet eyes of the giant god soldier flickered, and with an almost unreasonable and terrifying power, he sent Gwen flying with a slap, slamming heavily into the ground. Boom! Gwen was embedded into the ground, and before she could come to her senses, a pale, ferocious beast foot suddenly fell down. The terrifying force once again pushed her into the depths of the ground, and huge cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Roar! 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 The colossus let out a long roar at the sky. The airwaves visible to the naked eye exploded. The magnificent spiritual power surged like a tide, and even raised a huge pillar of air that soared into the sky. Grimjo's charging momentum stopped. He was directly sent flying by the huge airwave. After rolling in the air for dozens of times, he landed on the ground. The gap was too big. They had tried their best, but they could not even break the steel skin of the colossus. Even Grimjo, who treated the battle as a pleasure, could not help but feel a little desperate at this time, not knowing how to defeat such a monster. Roar dash. The colossus did not give them time to think. They directly raised their hands that were as huge as mountains and crashed down on them as if they were overturning the entire sky. Rumble. The huge palms almost covered the sky and covered the space within 1,000 meters. A majestic aura rose up, and along with the raging wind, it seemed to pour down a vast ocean. The surging spiritual power formed by the giant palms burst out. The space instantly let out a cry that could not bear the burden. Like a broken mirror, clear lines split open. There was no way to escape. Grimjo and Gwen were powerless to resist. Their bodies were close to the ground, and they could only tremble under the suppression of the heaven and earth destroying palm. Even when they raised their heads, it became an unattainable hope at this moment. It's enough. When the giant palm fell and the two were about to die, a calm voice suddenly echoed on the earth. Chapter 243. The palm strike of the giant soldier suddenly stopped. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment, and all things in the world stopped moving. Only a calm figure was slowly walking over. It is enough. As Lod raised his hand, he casually locked the colossus in place. Grimjo and Gwen, who were looking at the deep pit below, said indifferently, "I have seen all of your performance. Let the test end here." Lord Lod, Grimjo's hair was dyed red by blood. He staggered up from the deep pit, and a hint of unwillingness flashed across his face. He growled, I haven't lost yet. Please let me fight it again. I am also Lord Lod." Although Gwen said that, in fact, she was worse than Grimjo. After being slapped by the giant god soldier, her lower body became bloody. No need. Lod shook his head, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He said, "I have fully seen your potential. There is no point in continuing to fight." Anyone could hear the disappointment in his tone, especially when he looked at Grimjo and Gwen. There was an indescribable sense of loss in their eyes. "Go back and heal your wounds. Prepare to undergo Arankar evolution in a few days." Lod turned around and disappeared after leaving those words. "Hashwalth, is he disappointed in us?" Grimjo asked, clenching his teeth. This was the first time in his life that he felt deeply humiliated. No. Hashwalth shook his head slightly and said bluntly, "Lord Lod is not disappointed in you, but the expectations you have for you are too high." "Expectation?" "Yes, expectation." Hashwalth pushed the lens with an expressionless face, and then said, "Lord Lod thinks that you two have the potential to enter the Vasto Lord level, so he arranged this battle, but you let him down." "Vasto Lord," Grimjo's eyes focused, and murmured absent-mindedly, "So, this is his expectation for me." "Lord Lod," Gwen lowered her head in shame. "Don't feel ashamed." Hashwalth said the most heart-wrenching words with a calm face. "This is not your fault. After all, your aptitude is only this, so there is no need to be ashamed of things that you can't do at all." In his eyes, Lord Lod thought highly of them. Even if they were forced to the edge of death, they still could not burst out enough potential to reach the final apex. At least with their own strength, it was impossible for them to break through to the Vasto Lord level in their lifetime. Qualifications were one of the most important criteria for whether Great Hollow could evolve or not. Some of the Great Hollow's talents were determined from the beginning that the end of the road was Ajich's, not Vasto Lord, who was above all the Great Hollow. There was no need to feel shame. Because this was an inherent fate. This was the meaning behind Hashwalth's words. He did not intend to deliberately ridicule, but put this cruel fact in front of Grimjoe and Gwen. No matter whether you were angry, unwilling, or resentful, it could not change these things. Surprisingly, this time Grimjoe did not speak to refute. He just raised his head and looked at Hashwalth with his blue beast eyes. There was an indescribable pride and confidence in his calm and quiet eyes. Perhaps you are right, Hashwalth. Grimjoe slowly stood up and said, but I don't believe that there is a predestined fate in this world. If there is, I will use my own claws to tear the so-called fate. Interesting. The green eyes under Hashwalth's lens shimmered, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. Tear fate apart. Can you do it with just you? Grimjoe Jaeger-Jacques. Just wait. Hashwalth. Grimjoe grinned and showed a ferocious smile. I, Grimjoe Jaeger-Jacques, will definitely become the king above all the Great Hollow. Hashwalth pushed the lens and smiled. I look forward to that day. Interesting. The leopard was full of unruly and determined eyes, and its arrogant and unyielding spirit made him seem to understand why Lord Lod favored him so much. It seemed that it was really possible. Go back and heal your wounds. Hashwalth kept this expectation in his heart and then said lightly, in a few days, Lord Lod will personally help you with the Arrancar transformation. At that time, there will be a surprise for you. Grimjoe snorted coldly, carrying the immobile Gwen. They turned and left. After everyone left. Well, how to deal with this big guy? Hashwalth noticed the trapped colossus and could not help but feel a headache. This guy was too big and had no consciousness. He was an existence that could not be communicated with. It seemed that it was not a solution to bring Soul Society back rashly, but if he stayed here, he was afraid that this guy would mess around. Although it was only an experimental product, it was still an Arrancar. Such precious materials could not be easily destroyed. Moreover, when Lord Lod left, he did not specifically tell how to deal with it. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with it, so he left it so casually. Forget it. Let's seal it up first. Hashwalth thought for a while and decided to seal it first. It would not be too late to let it out when Lord Lod ordered it in the future. The Tower of Penitence. After sealing the Colossus, Hashwalth suddenly remembered something. He quickly returned to the Tower of Penitence and said respectfully, Sir, do you still remember something? What is it? Lod sat cross-legged in the cell. When he heard Hashwalth's words, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly and ask doubtfully. Sir, do you still remember the abomination? Hashwalth explained, it was the pale-skinned monster we caught in the war in New York. You also asked me to turn it into hollow. So. Lod suddenly remembered that they had caught the abomination. It was just that the abomination had been abused into a PTSD by Hashwalth, causing the transformation process to not go very smoothly. In addition to all kinds of things later on, he had always forgotten about this matter. If not for Hashwalth's reminder, he was afraid that he really couldn't remember. Abomination. Yeah, I remember. How is it? Lod nodded and asked. Hashwalth suddenly puffed up his chest, his green eyes slightly lit up, and his tone was slightly proud. I have lived up to your expectations. The abomination has been transformed into hollow, and after feeding it for a period of time, it has already reached the level of an Aegis. Oh. Lod widened his eyes and said in surprise, what did you say? Abomination, turned into Aegis. That's right, Lord Lod. Hashwalth smiled slightly and said proudly, the abomination has been transformed into an Aegis level hollow. It has been sleeping in my shadow space. Wait. How did you do it? Lod asked in surprise, I remember that it can't be transformed. How did it suddenly become Aegis? It's very simple. Hashwalth pushed up his glasses and smiled. I dug a hole in his chest and threw it into the pile of Jillian. He was infected by the group of Great Hollow's spiritual power and transformed. Chapter 244. A hole in the chest. This kind of strange hobby, are you Ulquira? Laud resisted the desire to ridicule him and forced a smile. It's wonderful. How did it become a jichas? I let it devour some souls. Hashwalth pushed the lens, and his eyes were cold. When I was collecting and cultivating the soul of Hollow in the Middle East, I let the abomination devour some. Before Laud could speak, Hashwalth immediately explained, please rest assured, Lord Laud. I will remember the rules you have set. The souls devoured by the abomination are the despicable terrorists. Well done. Laud was relieved and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Hashwalth's actions. He asked again, are you sure that the dead are all terrorists? I'm sure, Lord Laud. Hashwalth nodded and confirmed, I investigated before I made a move. They all belong to a terrifying organization named the Ten Rings. The Ten Rings. Laud frowned and thought for a moment, and a strange look gradually appeared on his face. If he remembered correctly, the Ten Rings seemed to be the sworn enemy of Iron Man. Under the rule of the leader, Mandarin, a terrorist organization that did everything to destroy world peace. They once colluded with Obadiah to plot the kidnapping of Tony Stark, which indirectly contributed to the birth of Iron Man. The US government hated this terrorist organization very much, and its degree of hatred was no less than that of the United Kingdom. It was rumored that the US Pentagon had sent agent and special forces many times to attack the leader of the Ten Rings, Mandarin, but unfortunately, several operations ended in failure. However, the US military did not know that the Mandarin that they had always wanted to assassinate was actually the real Mandarin who was hidden in the dark, a puppet that was specially supported. Mandarin's true identity was a doctor named Aldrich Killian, who had participated in the research and development of the Desperate virus. It was worth mentioning. A small detail had appeared in the movie, and that was that Mandarin, who was used as a puppet, had 10 rings on his hands. On the contrary, Dr. Killian, who claimed to be Mandarin, had no rings on his hands. And in the manga, Mandarin had 10 magic rings on his hands. After knowing this, he turned around to look at the real and fake Mandarin. It could be said that he was extremely scared. Is Killian really Mandarin? Is that sloppy old man Mandarin? I'm afraid the truth is not as simple as it seems. Sir, you seem to care a lot about this organization. Hashwalth observed carefully and noticed that Laud's expression was strange, so he asked curiously. No, nothing. Laud shook his head and dismissed the thoughts in his mind. He said, it's just a little familiar. There's no need to take it to heart. Whether it was the 10 rings or Mandarin, it didn't matter. Real or fake, he was just a clown, not worth his effort. As long as he revealed a trace of dissatisfaction, Hashwalth would dare to rush to Middle East immediately. In a single night, he had 10 rings and Mandarin disappear from Earth. Even their souls could not be left. The problem of 10 rings was left to Tony to solve by himself. Laud stopped thinking and looked up. In 3 days, the Arankar experiment will be conducted. Tell them to get ready. Yes, Lord Laud. Hashwalth nodded and then slowly left the Tower of Penitence. 3 days later. In view of the astonishing spiritual power hurricane that would burst out when the Arankar was broken, Hashwalth deliberately chose the place to be tens of thousands of kilometers away from Siritii, on a desert that had not been transformed, and set up Keto enchantment in advance to prevent the aura from leaking out. On the desolate plain, there were 4 figures standing. Hashwalth was in a white military uniform, his hands naturally hanging on both sides, and his eyes calmly looked into the distance. Behind him were 3 Ajichas who were ready to break through, Gwen Stacy, Emil Blinsky, Grim Joe Jaeger-Jacques. The three of them resisted the surging excitement in their hearts and raised their heads to wait for the arrival of the Lord. Not long after, a calm figure leisurely walked over as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. Under the light silver messy hair, a pair of eyes that were as tranquil as the lake water flowed with a gaze that seemed to be able to see through the hearts of people. A pair of black-framed glasses was placed on the high bridge of his nose, and the corners of his lips curved into a faint and gentle smile. "Well, everyone is here." Lod wore a gentle smile, and there seemed to be a glimmer in his blue eyes. He glanced at the three Ajichas in front of him one by one. "Then let's get ready. Which one of you will go through the Arankar evolution first?" They just met each other's eyes, but the three Ajichas felt their hearts tighten, as if an invisible pressure fell on their bodies, and their breathing could not help but become hurried. He had become stronger. Grimjo was shocked, and the beast instinct in his mind was like a buzzing sound. When it had just been subdued, it had been very reluctant and even wanted to challenge Lod at all times, but it had not expected that in just a month, the distance between them had been so big. Unwillingness. It would never allow itself to be so easily pulled apart by such a huge gap. "Let me go first." Grimjo's blue beast eyes were full of unyielding and arrogant expression, and he volunteered to act as the first Arankar. "Okay." The moment the words fell, Lod took a step forward. Among the three people present, none of them could see his movements clearly. They only felt that the scenery in front of them was slightly blurred. In the next second, they saw Lod raise his hand and point. Like a flash of light, he pointed out and landed between Grimjo's eyebrows. The almost imperceptible scarlet flowing light was suffused with an extremely weak brilliance. Along with the white and slender index finger, it poured into Grimjo's white mask. "Kaka." A crisp cracking sound rang out. Gwen and the Abomination's hearts were in their throats as they nervously watched the changes in Grimjo. The white bone mask covering the cheetah's face suddenly cracked as the finger pierced through, like broken porcelain, crisscrossed and covered with cracks. Clang 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 clang. Pieces of white fragments began to peel off from the cheetah's face. Roar dash. The cheetah suddenly stood upright like a human. Its spine was like a dragon, forcefully pulling the bones of its entire body, making crackling sounds like firecrackers. An endless stream of spiritual power gushed out from its body, like waves of monstrous waves, crazily bombarding the surrounding space. Under everyone's witness, Grimjo broke away from the beast body and became a young man. A wild light blue short hair with a few bangs hanging down to the forehead. The sky blue eyes were arrogant and unruly, and there were faint lake green eyes around the eyes. The remaining mask that had not been peeled off was arranged in a row of beast teeth on the right cheek. The corners of the lips were slightly raised, outlining a smirk. The young man was naked. His muscles were perfect, and his body was well proportioned. He was like a Greek sculpture, perfectly containing both strength and beauty. Any artist who saw him could not help but exclaim in admiration. Except for the hollow hole in his abdomen, it slightly destroyed the overall beauty. Grimjo officially appeared. Chapter 245. A perfect Arankar. At this time, Grimjo finally showed the transformation of real Arankar to the other two Ajichas. Unlike the ox head hollow before, it was evolved from an incomplete Ajichas, so even after the transformation of Arankar, it was still unable to leave the appearance of a beast. In Grimjo's case, his appearance is no different from that of a human. The more the form of Great Hollow is close to a human, the more powerful the combat power is. And Arankar was the power that made them infinitely close to this form. Is this, the Arankar? Grimjo clenched his fist in disbelief. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, as if he only needed to use a little force to break the space, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, and gradually laughed wildly. Rumble. A sky-blue spiritual power was burning like a raging flame, and the violent astral winds that rose howled and howled. It was as if millions of sharp swords had cut through the air, and they emitted ear-piercing sounds of explosions. Ha 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 ha. Grimjo laughed wildly, and spiritual power surged around him. Strength. I am full of strength. This is the power I pursue. Wave after wave of violent air currents, supported by the surging spiritual power, whistled over like a monstrous wave, forcing Gwen and loathsome evil to raise their hands to block, but they still couldn't control themselves and were forced back. Chi! Gwen slid out a scorching mark in the air. He was pushed back 100 meters by the huge wave. Only then did she manage to get rid of the huge force. She lowered her trembling arms and looked at the arrogant blue figure in horror. This is Arankar. What a terrifying spiritual power. The abomination was in even more trouble than Gwen. If not for Hashwaltha's help, it would have been blown thousands of meters away. Pa! A crisp applause suddenly sounded. The wild laughter on Grimjo's face froze, as if he thought of something, and slowly looked back. The corner of the white feathered garment fluttered in the wind, and amidst the dust and storm that filled the sky, it was actually untainted by dust. Under the silver hair, within the black-rimmed glasses, a pair of azure blue eyes was looking at him with a calm gaze. He gazed at him with satisfaction, as if he was admiring his own creation. Not bad, it's actually a third-class spiritual power. Lod narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, it seems that the effect of the Arankar transformation is not bad. It has been improved by about 2 levels. As expected of the Great Hollow in the original work, who was only 1 level away from Vasto Lord. The improvement effect of Grimjo after the Arankar is far more than he imagined. It has crossed 2 levels and directly reached the third-class spiritual power. Click. Grimjo clicked his tongue, and his eyes paused for a moment on Lod, and his eyes trembled imperceptibly. Even if I have already broken through, is the gap between me and you still so big? Although he had successfully broken through, he still could not see through Lod, spiritual power. Do you want to try? Lod smiled gently and said, you should have some chance of winning after breaking through. Hee, forget it. Grimjo shook his head with a sneer and said in a self-deprecating way, I'm not interested in courting death. A monster like you, even if Vasto Lord comes, he might not be able to win. Although it was just an intuition, he was certain of one thing. That was that Lod's true strength was far stronger than what he appeared to be. This guy, spiritual power, was simply a monster. Grimjo could not help but close his eyes and sighed in his heart. Okay. Lod shook his head and turned his eyes to the remaining 2 Ajichas. Next, who will do it? Lord Lod, next, let me do it. Gwen could no longer sit still. Seeing that Grimjo's combat power had increased after the transformation, her heart suddenly burned. Bang! Lord Lod, I'm ready. Gwen respectfully knelt in front of Lod and raised his face covered in a white mask. Okay. Lod nodded. Without any nonsense, he directly pointed and shattered Gwen's mask. Clang, clang clang. When the white bone mask peeled off, it gradually revealed the familiar golden short hair and the beautiful young girl's face. Then, the pale white skin on Gwen's appearance gradually faded, and a layer of white and tender skin was born again. It was as tender as a newborn baby's skin, enough to make any woman envious to the point of madness. The hole that was originally imprinted in the center of her chest was transferred to the position near the shoulder blade on the left side of his chest. Moreover, the area was much smaller than before, only less than 3 centimeters in size. Not bad, grade 4 spiritual power. Lod pursed his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps because Gwen's talent was not very outstanding, the strength that was increased after the Arankar was limited. It was only in the middle of grade 4 spiritual power, slightly better than the defective Oxhead Hollow, but it was more than 10 streets away from Grimjo. Thank you, Lord Lod. Gwen gritted her teeth, her eyes clearly becoming a little dim. She said in a low voice, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's all right, Gwen. Lod raised his hand and rubbed Gwen's golden hair. He smiled faintly and said, Arrancar is just the first step. Don't be blinded by talent. I believe you won't disappoint me. Yes, my lord. Flames lit up in Gwen's eyes again. He took a deep breath and stared at Grimjo with a strong will to fight. Wait for me, I will definitely surpass you again. Het. Grimjo corner of his mouth held a hint of unruly smile. I will wait for you, but I am afraid you won't have the chance. I will not let you surpass me again, Gwen. Seeing the sparks between the two people, Lod was very satisfied. This competitive environment could give birth to stronger subordinates for him. Come here. Lod looked at the last Ajichas. Yes. Lord Lod. The abomination was obviously still afraid of him. It carefully walked over and extended its head over. Kaka. The mask shattered and fell off. The loathsome evil's entire body was coiled like a tree root. Its bronze-colored skin was paired with many dense black hairs. Its body was as large as a tower, and the remnants of its teeth were like a mask. He had a hole in the middle of his chest. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was simply a terrifying giant that was extremely tall and sturdy. Thank you, Lord Lod. The abomination was quite tactful and directly knelt down on one knee to show its loyalty. The three Ajichas had all finished their transformation. Lod smiled and said, Next, I want to give you a second gift. A gift? The three Arrancar were startled, and a trace of expectation flashed in their eyes. Something that could be called a gift by this lord shouldn't be too bad, right? As the only one in the know, Hashwalth smiled and pushed the frame, his eyes showing a look of watching a play. A gentle smile hung on the corner of Lod's lips as he waved his hand casually. Chapter 246. When a stream of scarlet energy flowed out, like hollows illusory and ethereal threads, falling on the surface of the three Arrancar, and then gradually changed into three different Arabic numbers. Gwen lowered her head in shock and found a black number on her right chest. This is number 9. Mine is number 10. The abomination found that there was also a black Arabic number on his left shoulder. My number is number 6. Grimjo turned sideways and looked at the number below his back. His face was slightly serious, and he seemed to have guessed the truth of the gift. Congratulations to all of you. Lod chuckled and said, from today onwards, they will officially be listed in the Espada. Espada. Grimjo, Gwen, and Abomination were stunned, and then their eyes gradually moved down, staring at the Arabic numbers printed on different parts of their bodies, and suddenly seemed to understand the meaning of these numbers. Espada's numbers symbolizes the strength they had. Lod smiled and explained to the three, these are the 10 strongest Arrancar I selected from all the Great Hollow. According to the level of their ability, give 1 to 10 numbers and carve numbers somewhere in the body. According to the level of their ability. After hearing this, Gwen touched the number 9 on her right chest, and her eyes could not help but darken a little. There was an indescribable sense of disappointment in her heart. Number 9 meant that among all the 10 blades, her killing ability could only be ranked 9th. Am I only ranked 10th? The abomination grinned, as if he was somewhat unconvinced, but because of the residual PTSD, he did not say anything more. Only Grimjo had his eyes full of arrogance and stared at Lod and asked, you mean that there will be a total of 10 Arrancar like us in the future, right? Yes, only 10. Lod said lightly, no matter how many Arrancar there are, the total number of 10 blades will not change. Number 6. Grimjo narrowed his eyes and said a little unconvinced, in your mind, the Arrancar whose killing ability will be above me in the future. Will there be 5 more? Who knows? Lod looked at him meaningfully and said with a smile, maybe only 4, maybe only 3. The number of Espada is only temporary. If you can defeat them in the future, you can seize their number and replace them. No one knew what would happen in the future. However, the number given to Grim Joe number 6 was more or less mixed with his own selfishness, from Grim Joe's resentment left in his last life. Exactly what I want. Grim Joe's eyes burned with fighting intent. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "Open your eyes and watch. I will seize their numbers and sit on the throne of the number 110 blades." Is it really good for you to be so confident? Lod suddenly felt a little reluctant to break Grim Joe's fantasy. Before the first 4 Espada were transformed, they were all the great hollow of the Vasto Lord level. It was a good thing to have confidence. As a considerate and kind boss, he absolutely could not attack the enthusiasm of the employees. Besides, at that time, at most, he would be beaten up by the society, which would make Grim Joe remember. In short, Lod would never admit that he wanted to see Grim Joe being defeated. Well, that's right. As the saying goes, people don't repair their fighting spirit. He is doing this for Grim Joe. All the best. Lod revealed a mysterious smile and said, "I am looking forward to the day when you can fight against the top 4, Espada." A chill inexplicably attacked. Grim Joe suddenly shivered and frowned. Strange, why does it seem a little cold? Stark Building. This flashy building, which could be called New York Landmark, was a private space of Tony Stark. No one could enter without his authorization. As for the floors above the 80th floor, they were all transformed into various entertainment venues by this playboy who knew how to enjoy himself. There was no lack of swimming pools, bars, bedrooms, and so on. Dong dong. The sound of high heels stepping on expensive tiles could be heard. A tall, blonde beauty, wearing a tight secretary suit, holding a cup of hot coffee, walked into the messy bar with 2 round and attractive long legs under the short skirt. The large bar was littered with expensive wine, broken glass, and many collapsed floor revealing the steel structure inside. If one did not know the situation, they would probably think that this place had been robbed. However, no one could raid the Stark building. The one who caused the scene was Tony Stark, who was lying on the ground in broken glass and wine, wearing golden red armor and drunk like a puddle of mud. Playboy, billionaire, super genius, the owner of Stark Group. Tony Stark sat in the series of titles, and the wealth of the capital was enough to make the president jealous. He was once one of the most authoritative people in the American political world, and also the playboy who slept with the most Hollywood stars and models. But now, he was just a dying person. Billions of assets, a genius mind, none of these could save his life. Tony Stark completely gave up, so he held a party. Tony Stark seemed to have become a different person in the party. He wanted to vent all the regrets, anger, unwillingness, and so on in his life. Then, he quietly waited for death. In the end, it was his good friend, Rhodes, who could not stand it any longer. He rushed over in a war machine and left in disappointment after exchanging blows with Tony Stark. He conveniently took away this special mecha called War Machine. "Boss, have some coffee." The blonde beauty had a pair of peach blossom eyes, constantly exuding an attractive charm. "Natasha." Tony took the coffee and took a sip. He rubbed his temples and said hoarsely, "What time is it now? Oh my God, I'm actually sleeping on the ground. Don't you all care about me?" Natasha said calmly, "You said it yourself last night. Don't let anyone disturb you. Otherwise, you will leave Stark Group tomorrow." Tony's mouth twitched. He put the coffee cup back into Natasha's hand and said earnestly, "Natasha, you have to know that none of the words that a man said after getting drunk are true, so do you understand?" "I understand, boss." Natasha raised her hand to pull up the hair on her temples and smiled. "So it was fake that you liked me last night, wasn't it?" Tony was silent for a moment. He looked up at her long legs and said in a deep voice, "No, that was true." Chapter 247. Boss, have you seen enough? Natasha smiled charmingly and opened her mouth. If it was any other ordinary girl, her first reaction would be to be shy and be wary of the pervert in front of her. But unfortunately, Natasha was obviously not among the ordinary girls. Her true identity was one of SHIELD's Level 8 agent. She had been ordered by Nick Fury to hide beside Tony. Firstly, she was protecting and paying attention to this playboy. Secondly, she was waiting for an opportunity to steal confidential information about the steel armor. However, due to Jarvis, the secret theft plan was not going smoothly. Enough, cough cough. Actually, I wanted to ask if your clothes fit you. Tony, who had been caught, did not look embarrassed at all. Instead, he shamelessly said, if you are free at night, we can discuss what kind of clothes you should wear. Okay. Natasha smiled and said meaningfully, but before that, someone wants to see you, boss. I won't see anyone. Tony waved his hand lazily and refused directly, find little pepper for that. I just want to eat cheeseburgers now. Without waiting for Natasha to speak, Tony held the edge of the bar table and stood up, little sweetheart, see you tonight. Boom. Tony controlled the armor and flew away, leaving Natasha standing in the mess. When Tony disappeared from her sight, Natasha raised her hand and pressed her ear. He refused to meet and went to the hamburger shop. Do you want me to follow him? Yes. I got it. The donut and hamburger shop. This was a relatively famous hamburger shop in New York. It was famous for having a huge donut logo. The playboy, who had billions of assets, was eating cheeseburgers while sitting in a huge donut. He was looking at the scenery of New York City with sunglasses on. He was very happy. Sir, can you please come down from the donut? A voice rang out at an inopportune time. Breaking the atmosphere of Tony enjoying the scenery, he took off his sunglasses and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a black man wearing a black leather trench coat and an eye patch standing below. He vaguely remembered that this person was called Nick Fury. He was the director of the SHIELD. When he had revealed his identity as Iron Man, he had also invited him to join some secret group. Why are you looking for me? Tony bit his hamburger, showing no intention of coming down. Do you want me to continue talking to you with my head up, or do you want to come down and talk to me face to face? Nick Fury put a hand on his forehead, blocking the sunlight that was shooting at him. How troublesome, Tony muttered in his heart. It seemed that he did not have time to enjoy the sunset today. The entire burger shop was empty except for Nick Fury and Tony Stark. It was not because the business of this shop was bad, but because Tony, who had always been a big spender, had spent his wallet all day in the hamburger shop and not allowed anyone to come in. Tony leaned against the back of the chair and looked at the street outside. I already told you that I don't want to join your top secret mail group, so why are you here? I did say that. Nick Fury smiled. I still remember you saying that you are used to doing everything by yourself, right? What's the result now? Tony was inexplicably annoyed. He raised his head and looked at Nick Fury. He felt that there was something in his words. Sorry, what are you referring to? Nick Fury smiled and said, you know what I mean, Tony. I don't know. Tony's eyes flashed. He looked around and said, to be honest, I'm still a little drunk. I can't even confirm whether you are real or not, and whether I should stare into your eyes or your blindfold. You can look anywhere you want. Nick Fury was already used to Tony's poisonous tongue. He reached out and twisted Tony's face to the other side. Then, he stared at the obvious vein lines on Tony's neck. You don't look too good here. Being touched by a man made Tony feel a little disgusted. I've experienced something even worse. This small matter is nothing. At this moment, the sound of high heels trampling sounded. Natasha, dressed in a black tight combat suit, came to Nick Fury. "We have already sealed off the surrounding area, but I'm afraid we won't be able to maintain it for long." Haha. Tony lowered his head slightly to let his sunglasses slide down. He stared at the dark red-haired beauty in front of him and instantly understood her identity. He said with some anger, "I'll officially inform you that you have been fired by me. This is not up to you to decide." Natasha looked calm and sat next to Nick Fury. Nick Fury smiled and put his arm around Natasha's shoulder. He introduced, "Tony, this is Agent Romanoff. Are you monitoring me?" "Correction, it should be protection." Natasha looked into Tony's eyes and said, "After you were attacked by Obadiah, the director was worried that someone else would harm you, so he sent me to you." "Thank you so much." Tony sneered and said, "I suggest you apologize. Otherwise, I will let you experience the feeling of being watched." With only one that could command Jarvis, the most advanced AI in the world, Tony's words were as lethal as an atomic bomb. No one wanted to be invaded by information, especially a secret organization like SHIELD. Nick Fury raised the corner of his eyes and quickly changed the topic. "You have been very busy recently. You let your girlfriend be the executive president and donated everything. Then, you let your friend wear a suit and fly away. If I don't understand you, you really don't understand me. I didn't give it to him. The suit was taken away by him." Tony interrupted Fury expressionlessly. Oh, he took it away." Nick Fury put on a surprised look. "You are Iron Man. He can take away the armor that belongs to you from your hands, and it is without your permission, right? That Rhodes rushed into your room and beat you up. Then, he took away a piece of your armor. Is that possible, Natasha?" Natasha smiled and exposed Tony's lie. "According to Mr. Stark's data security, there are many rules to prevent unauthorized use of the armor. What are you guys trying to do?" Tony was silent, his eyes wandering back and forth on the faces of the two people in front of him. "What do we want?" Nick Fury laughed and repeated, then shook his head and said, No, Tony, it is not what we want, but what you want. Your situation has become a problem, and I need to solve your problem." Natasha got up from her seat. She walked to the back and took out a syringe. She then placed it on Tony's neck and pushed the liquid inside into it. "Ah!" Tony covered his neck in pain. "What did you inject into me?" "Lithium dioxide can alleviate your symptoms." Nick Fury stared at the fading marks on Tony's neck and said, "Now you can go back to work, Tony Stark. Give me a few more boxes of this, and I will be fine." Tony could feel the condition of his body and immediately stared at Natasha with envy. "This thing cannot cure your illness. It can only temporarily alleviate the symptoms." Natasha knew what he meant and shook her head. "What a pity. I can only live a little longer." Tony was a little disappointed. Chapter 248. Nick Fury said, "It seems that your problem is not so simple to solve." The current Tony Stark no longer had the previous high-spirited, proud and conceited look on his face, and he was as gloomy as a dying person. "It is palladium poisoning." Tony's lips moved slightly, and he let out a breath of turbid air. He leaned weakly against the chair and said dejectedly, "I have tried all the substitute elements, but unfortunately, all of them can replace the palladium element." "All elements?" Nick Fury asked back, and then his eyes burned. He shook his head and said, "I'm here to tell you that there is another element that you have never tried before." Tony raised his eyelids and revealed a look of contempt. "Even I can't find the element, so it is even more impossible for you to find it." This sentence was not in the least bit derogatory, and it was not because of his conceit. It was Tony who firmly believed that a genius like him could not find a new element that could replace the palladium element, so it was even more impossible to find it with SHIELD's technical level. "You are right. Nick Fury shrugged and said indifferently, but the person who discovered this element was not us, but one of SHIELD's founders, your father, President Howard Stark. Howard. Hearing this familiar name, Tony's mocking expression froze for a moment before it was replaced by deep shock. Are you saying, my father has discovered a new element? No matter how high his eyes were, he still thought highly of himself. However, Tony was full of admiration for his father, the man who was shrouded in the color of legends. That man had a mind that surpassed the geniuses of the era. He had single-handedly changed the situation of the Second World War. He had invented many black technology that had surpassed the current era by several decades. He had built Stark Group from scratch and became one of SHIELD's core figures. How could such a charming man not be admired? That's right, it's your father, Howard Stark. Nick Fury seemed to be very satisfied with Tony's reaction. He nodded with a smile and said, he once left behind a piece of information about how to create new elements and use them. It can replace your palladium element as a new energy source. Bang! Tony could not control his excitement. He directly stood up and flipped the table over. He stared at Fury with wide eyes and said in an urgent tone, where is it? Where is the information about the new elements? Calm down, Tony. Nick Fury pressed Tony back into his seat and tidied up his wet clothes. He said unhurriedly, I will ask Natasha to give you the information, but you have to solve the problem of Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko? Who is this? Tony was confused and said, sorry, I am not good at remembering a man's name. Does he have anything to do with me? Natasha handed over the information as if she had expected it. It was the Russian who attacked you at the racing field a while ago. He also claimed that the reactor was his father's invention and that it was only stolen by your father. With that said, Tony remembered. The burly man with 2 electric whips almost split him and the car in half. Tony frowned and asked in confusion, but I remember that he was locked up in prison. No, he was taken out of prison by Justin Hammer. Nick Fury sneered and said, this is a problem left behind by your father. I hope you can solve it. Since you already know, why don't you solve it yourself? Tony asked. We have a lot of things to do. A small character like this is not worth our help. Nick Fury laughed and said, moreover, this is a problem left behind by your father. There is no need for us to clean up your mess. Do you understand, Tony? This was the truth, and he did not lie to Tony. Ever since Death God, Hollow, and the Quincy forces appeared, SHIELD had been very busy. Coupled with the abnormal incident in Manhattan half a month ago, they had no time to deal with small characters like Ivan Vanko. That was why he threw the problem to Tony and asked him to solve it himself. Is this a deal? Tony narrowed his eyes and said, I will help you deal with Ivan Vanko. Can you give me the information? No, don't misunderstand, Tony. Nick Fury shook his finger and said lightly, this is a problem left behind by your father, so it is also your problem. The information is just returned to its original owner. He. Tony smiled but did not say anything. The item returned to its original owner? This sentence was just a lie to children. He had been suffering from palladium poisoning for at least a year. Why didn't he say this before? Although he said that it was not a deal, it was just that the item was returned to its original owner. In fact, he had clearly seen Nick Fury's intentions. The purpose of this move was nothing more than to take this opportunity to close the distance between him and sell him a huge favor, so that he could join his top-secret group in the future. He. Nick Fury also laughed. He originally did not intend to hide it. Moreover, this move was an open scheme, there was no room for Tony to refuse. Ivan Vanko, right. Tony put on his sunglasses again, and his lips curled into a coquettish smile. Leave it to me. He whipped me a few times last time, and now it's time to settle the new and old grudges together. Then I wish you success in advance. Nick Fury stood up leisurely from his seat and extended his left hand with a smile. Welcome back, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony curled his lips and stood up. He stretched out 2 fingers and shook hands with Fury. Sorry, I don't like to shake hands with others. Goodbye, Playboy. Nick Fury gave Tony a meaningful look, then tidied up his collar and strode out of the hamburger shop. Natasha got up and smiled. I will send the information over tomorrow. I hope I won't see you drunk on the bed again. Why don't you send it over tonight? Without the worry of his life, Tony returned to the true nature of a playboy. It just so happens that we will continue our unfinished date. What do you think? Natasha snorted and shook off the salty pig hand that was trying to put on her butt. She said in a cold and indifferent tone, you'd better take care of yourself first. I'm afraid that you will die in bed from palladium poisoning. After saying that, Natasha twisted her butt and walked out of the hamburger shop with her long legs. She sat in a black Mercedes-Benz and drove away. Tisk. What a pity. Although Tony said that it was a pity, his face was unconsciously filled with a happy smile. Palladium. The sword of Damocles, which had been hanging over his head all this time, could finally fall smoothly today. Jarvis. I am here, sir. Help me make an appointment. With around 10 models. I want to start a party tonight. Okay, sir, I'm sending you a message. Tony hummed a song and walked out of the burger shop arrogantly. Tonight, he was going to hit 10. Chapter 249. The next day, in Stark's private mansion. After a night of madness, Tony finally failed to complete the goal he had set. 10 supermodels who had agreed to the appointment almost used all their strength to squeeze this playboy dry. Just a little bit more. Tony didn't die of palladium poisoning, but died in the soft land. Time passed until noon. The bright sunlight shone through the French window and the sound of the sea hitting the reef woke Tony, who had been tired for a night. Tony opened his eyes and found 2 beautiful legs on his belly. He looked sideways and saw 10 hot supermodels lying on the bed. Tony rubbed his aching old waist and felt his throat burning and dry. He moved his legs away and drank the rest of the wine. Sir, Ms. Natasha is here. Jarvis' voice came from the room and projected the image. In the image, the vehicle with SHIELD's special logo was parked at the door. Natasha was holding a huge iron box in her hand. There were more than a dozen agents around, who were responsible for escorting the mission target. Got it? Tell her to wait for me downstairs. Stark rubbed his tired cheeks and casually put on a silk nightgown. Then he yawned and said, Jarvis, make me a cup of coffee and arrange for them to leave. Understood, sir. Jarvis said. They referred to the 10 supermodels. They could have a one-night stand with the famous Iron Man and had a lot of US dollars to comfort them afterwards. The benefits were enough to make these supermodels shut their mouths and leave. There was nothing in the world that could not be done with money. If there was, it meant that there was not enough money. This sentence could be said to be Tony Stark. The philosophy and reality of the first half of his life. Natasha sat alone on the sofa, holding a huge iron box that was half a meter long. When she saw Tony come down from upstairs with his hands on his old waist, she teased, it seems that our playboy played very crazily last night. Tony's attention was all attracted by the iron box. He ignored Natasha's sarcasm, swallowed his saliva, and said excitedly, is this the information he left behind? That's right. That's it? Natasha pushed the iron box over and said, the concept of the arc reactor that Howard mentioned is all in this iron box. I hope you can make good use of it. Arc reactor. Tony was stunned. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He revealed a stubborn look. He curled his lips and said, It was clearly an arc reactor. He was the one who plagiarized my invention. Arc reactor, or even the arc reactor. Regardless of whether it was just a name or not, even Tony himself did not know why he had to tangle with this thing. Natasha looked at him with a smile. Tony's current appearance and tone were very much like a child who was angry with his father. Tony felt a little uncomfortable from being stared at. He felt as if he had been seen through. He hurriedly said, "So this arc reactor is developed based on new elements." "That's right." Natasha did not hide it. They had already seen the truth of the content and said bluntly, "According to Mr. Howard, the arc reactor is the cornerstone of the new era." The cornerstone of the new era. Haha, he really dares to say that. Tony felt a dull pain in his waist, so he changed to a more comfortable sitting position and activated Tsundere mode. Even if the arc reactor is really powerful, isn't it a bit too exaggerated to say that it can open an era? Not at all. Natasha shook her head and said, "Originally, Mr. Howard wanted to use this opportunity to start the energy competition. He wanted to compete with the military preparation competition and surpass the Soviet Union at that time. However, he was limited by the era and still could not do it." Tony still knew about this history. In the last century, the United States of America and Soviet Union had a Cold War. They had opened the military preparation competition to expand and develop new technology. For a time, the two countries were in full bloom. All kinds of black technology were born, and there was no lack of crazy designs. "How do you know so much about it?" Tony frowned and asked, "My father. What does he want to do with this?" "I don't know the details. Only the director knows what Mr. Howard wanted to do at that time." Natasha shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the details. She continued, "I only know that one of Mr. Howard's plans is to build a huge arc reactor with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters in diameter." Tony's mouth was so big that it could fit a watermelon. He said in disbelief, "This is the arc reactor. What does he want to use it for? Is it a super weapon?" "About this, I don't know." Natasha pushed the box over and smiled. "My mission is complete. It will be entrusted to you in the future." "Wait," Tony suddenly called out to Natasha, who was about to leave. Natasha turned around, a trace of doubt flashing through her attractive eyes. "What's wrong?" Tony gritted his teeth and finally decided to ask, "Anton Vanko, what is going on with him and my father?" Ivan Vanko slandered that his father was a despicable villain who stole the research results of his father, Anton Vanko. He also drove Anton Vanko out of the United States, causing Anton Vanko, who had returned to the Soviet Union, to be regarded as a spy and imprisoned in the Siberian prison for the rest of his life. He wanted to understand this matter. Was his father, Howard Stark, such a person? Anton Vanko is the other side of the coin. Natasha saw through Tony's thoughts and relayed the director's words. "He and your father worked together to develop the initial reactor, but he wanted to use this technology for money, so your father drove him out of the country. When the Soviet Union found out that he had no theories and could not practice them, they sent him to the Siberian prison. For the next 20 years, which made him more and more angry and blamed all the mistakes on your father." "I understand." Tony took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His mood was a little complicated. He could not tell who was right and who was wrong in this matter. But one thing was certain. Anton Vanko did participate in the design of the arc reactor and did a lot of work in it. However, he did not expect that Howard Stark had hidden a key piece of information, causing him to lack a part of the theory and be unable to create the reactor alone. He was imprisoned in Siberia by the angry Soviet Union. By the way, Mr. Howard also said something. Natasha walked out of the door and suddenly turned around. "Your father once said that you were the only one who had a way and knowledge to complete his unfinished business." Tony turned his back to Natasha and slowly opened his eyes. He said with a complicated look. Did he say that? So, are you the person Mr. Howard spoke of? Natasha said lightly, if so, I hope that you can bear the responsibility that Mr. Howard has not completed and start a new era. He. Tony let out a long breath, as if he had spat out all the questions that had been buried in his heart for many years. Tell your director that I owe him a favor. I will convey it on your behalf. Natasha lifted the hair on her temples, turned around, and walked out of Stark's mansion. Chapter 250. Jarvis, cut off all contact with the outside world. Yes, sir. After sending everyone away, Tony picked up the half-meter-long iron box and took the elevator alone to the secret laboratory built underground. This underground laboratory, even his most trusted little Pepper Potts did not know. It was a secret space for men, and there were some messy things inside, the most precious memories he thought. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, was born in this laboratory. Other than that, there were also the earliest motorcycles, weapon sketches, and some childhood toys that he had designed. Tony pulled over a table, swept up all the things on it, then placed the iron box on top of it. He pressed the lock on both sides to open it, revealing the things inside, the arc reactor design drawings, 2 sets of image belts, and some information that were marked with the head notes. The design drawings of the arc reactor were not very useful, because he had already designed them. The reference value of the information was not very high, so Tony could only look at the 2 sets of image ribbons. I hope this will give me a surprise. Tony was a little nervous. On one hand, he was worried about the so-called new element. On the other hand, it was a little complicated because he was about to see that person again. In the end, the larger videotape was put into the projector and began to work normally. Chi-chi. In the midst of the noise, a screen with the word Stark Expo was taken, symbolizing the official beginning of the video content. Science and technology can change everything. A better life, a strong physique, and the possibility of the first world peace in human history. I am Howard. Everything you need in the future is here. This is Stark Expo, and it contains all the possibilities of the future. A middle-aged man with his hair combed back and wearing a dark blue suit was leaning against the table, discussing the future. Tony did not look at the man in the video. Instead, he flipped through the notes that Howard had left behind. Perhaps he was unwilling to face the father in his memory. The man in the video talked leisurely. He told them about the future, and what was shocking was what he had guessed, which confirmed the development of the current world. Tony finally finished reading the notebook, but he did not find what he wanted from it, and there were no records about the new elements. Tony let out a long sigh and held his forehead in deep thought. The video gradually approached the end. Howard took off his suit and tie. He seemed to be relieved. He leaned on the table and was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly said, "Tony, you are still too young to understand. So, I'll record it for you." Hearing this long-lost call, Tony was slightly moved. Finally, for the first time, he turned his eyes to the man in the video. Howard pointed at the model behind him. His deep gaze seemed to pass through the screen and fell on Tony. "I built this for you. One day, you will understand that this place is far from some invention. It is my life's work, the key that leads to the future." The appearance of that model, Tony's eyes narrowed. If not for Howard's reminder on the screen, he really would not have found any clues. The miniature model of Stark Expo was the wealth that Howard Stark had left him, a brand new element. Howard continued, "I am limited by the technology of my era, but one day you can unlock it. At that time, you will be able to change the entire world. In my life, from beginning to end, my greatest creation is you. I love you, Tony." This sentence was like a key that opened the softest place in Tony's heart. He once thought that his father was a selfish and irritable man who only put his time on work and research, not paying attention to him at all. But now it seemed that it was not the case. Howard loved him very much. However, unlike her mother's love that was everywhere, his father's love was deeper and more secretive. "I love you too," Tony silently thought in his heart. Then, he stared at the man on the screen, and a relieved smile appeared on his lips. The new element has been found. Tony stood up impatiently and was about to go to Stark Building to retrieve the miniature model that was placed there when his gaze fell on another video clip. "I almost forgot, there is still a video clip." There were no signs on the surface of this video. Moreover, the outer shell was very old and there were many scratches and abrasions. It could be seen that it had been around for a long time. "Forget it, let's take a look first." Tony thought for a moment and decided to finish watching this video before going to the Stark Building to retrieve the miniature model of the expo. Chi. But unexpectedly, the video did not have any content. Other than the snowflakes on the screen, there was only the sound of the piano from time to time. After Jarvis checked, he found that the content of the video was not damaged, which meant that it was originally like this. Strange. Tony frowned slightly. Why did he leave this video? There was no content in the video. What kind of special secret was it that made Howard put it in this box? Tech Expo. As a meeting held once every 5 years in the United States, the world's most famous technology companies gathered here, displaying the latest research to their heart's content, among which there was no lack of conjectures that surpassed the era. In previous years, the leading role of the Science and Technology Exposition had always been dominated by the Stark Group. But this year, it was slightly different. Due to Tony Stark's sudden decision, Stark Group withdrew from the weapon-related industry and did not participate in this year's expo. This made many media feel disappointed. And after Stark Group withdrew, Justin Hammer Military Group took the opportunity to rise and occupied most of the military orders in a short year. According to Justin Hammer, they had developed a new mecha with an all-round performance that surpassed the steel armor. They were confident that they could defeat Tony Stark from the front. For a time, it could be said that they were in the limelight. In addition, there was also a behemoth. Osborne Biotechnology Group also participated in this year's technology fair, and their chairman, Norman Osborn, has developed a new generation of superhuman agents. Super Armor vs Superhuman. Will the future be in the hands of Justin Hammer, or will it be in the hands of Norman Osborn? The long headline on the New York Times was full of gimmicks, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone wanted to see who would be the best of the two technological giants.